Good morning. Our program will begin in 5 minutes. Good morning. Please take your seats now. Our program will begin in 1 minute. May we have your attention, please? Good morning, and welcome to the Hill Nation Summit. Our program will begin now.
There is only one place to start tonight.
Trusted, credible, nonpartisan. For 30 years, The Hill's been the agenda-setting read for lawmakers and policy influencers.
They told me not to stand on the stage because I'm already too tall. But anyway, thank you and good morning, everybody. Good morning and welcome to the first annual Hill Nation Summit, or as those of us in Washington like to call it, Davos without the jet lag. My name is Bill Salmon, and I work for both the Hill and NewsNation. So, of course, I'm sort of doubly proud to see these two esteemed news organizations combine forces for the very first time as Hill Nation, by the way, to host today's inaugural summit. When you think about it, on the one hand, you've got the Hill, this esteemed, storied Washington institution that for 30 years has been bringing readers inside the corridors of power with their in-depth, nonpartisan coverage. And on the other hand, you have NewsNation, this brash upstart, national cable news channel with this fierce determination to cover the news, not just for those of us who live in the Acela corridor, but for news for all Americans. You take those two organizations, you combine them, and you end up with this sort of amazing concentration of journalistic firepower, if you will. And today we're going to harness all of that firepower to bring you this summit, which is going to tackle really some of the biggest issues facing the country today. I'm talking about the economy, trade, foreign policy, immigration, culture. Of course, we're going to get into the ever-shifting political climate as we hit the 6-month mark this weekend of President Trump's consequential second term in office. So in order to make sense of all of that, we have assembled an amazing all-star panel, bipartisan panel of political and policy heavyweights. I mean, we've got cabinet secretaries, we've got U.S. senators, leading CEOs, crypto bros, we've got members of the House of Representatives. We've got the Speaker of the House of Representatives here and so many more. And they're all going to be questioned today by our expert journalists at the Hill and NewsNation. And by the way, if you see any of these journalists wandering around during our coffee break or our lunch hour or our, and we all look forward to the cocktail reception at the close of today's festivities, feel free to go up, introduce yourself, let them know what's on your mind. They're more than happy to engage you in conversation. So again, welcome to all of the wonderful leaders in the room, the thousands of people watching on our live stream, and even more watching on NewsNation. At this point, I would be remiss if I did not give a special shout out to our sponsors for making today's program possible. Those include Mara. They also include Capital Connect, and finally, our friends at DDHQ, also known as Decision Desk Headquarters. So, without further ado, why don't we bring out, welcome to the stage, a couple of people who are very accomplished in their respective fields. The first is my friend and colleague, Leland Vittert, who is host of the aptly named On Balance with Leland Vittert show, which airs weeknights at 9 o'clock Eastern on NewsNation. And the second is the renowned surgeon, Dr. Marty Makary, who also happens to be the commissioner of the United States Food and Drug Administration, the FDA. So let's give a warm welcome to Leland and Dr. Makary.
This is the first time I've ever been taller than Bill Salmon. Well, welcome you all. Thank you very much for being here, and congrats to Bill, Sherry Gretsch, the team, for putting together such a fabulous morning and afternoon session. Start with Dr. Marty Makary. It's great to have you here. Thank you, our inaugural guest. You come to this position at the FDA in a fascinating place because you were on the outside looking at the FDA for a long time at times critical of it and thoughtful of it, and now for 100 days you've been inside of it, looking under the hood. What has surprised you the most?
Well, I would say, first of all, it's great to be here, and thanks for having me, and it's great to see some folks here that I recognize. I would say that the biggest surprise is that you can get things done. It's difficult to work within government, but the FDA has a very impressive staff. They have a history and tradition of following the science, and so we have brought in a number of top scientists with impeccable credentials. I've been very impressed with the scientists that are there, and when you talk their language, when you talk our language of science, all of a sudden all the politics disappears. There are no Republican and Democrat children in the United States. These are children. And so when you talk about what's best for them, when you talk about outcomes and adverse events and how we can streamline the review process so we can deliver more cures and meaningful treatments in a way that's more efficient, that's exciting. You know, the FDA has been criticized in the past as being too rushed on some products and too slow on most other products. And so some people have asked me, you know, has it been in the past too fast or too slow? Well, it's been erratic. And the drug developers and markets like predictability, and that's what we're trying to provide. We announced last week we're going to release all of our decision letters. So if you're rejected, the public is going to see the logic, and other drug inventors and scientists are going to see why, and they're going to understand how the FDA thinks. We introduced AI across the agency for our reviewers. It is doing in days what would normally take weeks sometimes. One of the reviewers said it did in 6 minutes what would normally take them 2 to 3 weeks or 2 to 3 days. We're reducing animal testing. Turns out testing drugs on animals is not very predictive. 90% of drugs that pass toxicity on animals don't pass on safety and efficacy in humans. It's just not a very good model. So we're slowly replacing it with our new roadmap with computational modeling and testing the drugs on cell culture medium called organ-on-a-chip technology. That'll reduce the time. We want to cut all the waste in the process because we've got to ask a big question that really hasn't been asked before, and that is, why does it take over 10 years for a drug to come to market? Do we really think if you have the cure for breast cancer, we should just tell women, you know, give it another 10 years, maybe we can speed it up to 6? We've got to challenge a lot of deeply held assumptions. So we're doing that by streamlining, and we have a very focused goal, and that is to deliver more cures for the American people, more meaningful treatments and diagnostics, and healthier food for children, which is a big priority of our secretary.
I think the point you made about the staff and the scientists is an important one. MAGA talks a lot about the deep state. I will not ask you to comment on the politics of that, but I think what you're telling me is that there is not a deep state at the FDA, which I think some people would find hard to believe.
I think what we walked into at the FDA was an administrative agency that represented some of the bloat in government, 12 different travel offices within the FDA, dozens of people with chief strategy officer in their title or chief strategist. We had nearly 1,000 IT individuals because the FDA was a bunch of centers that were fiefdoms. They were empire kingdoms that were built by individuals. There was little accountability to Congress. They had their own revenue stream from the drug companies and from the manufacturers. And they had their own lobbyists to the Hill. They had their own communication staff, their own lawyers, their own IT, their own travel offices. And you had all these fiefdoms. So what was done just before I got there and what we've built on is a consolidation of services. And so we have resized the FDA, and where it hasn't worked, we've tried to fix it. I've been very on the ground and operational in my time. I've not been, going to receptions. I do very few public events like this or external meetings with pharma companies. We meet with some of the groups and trade groups, but otherwise, we've been on the ground. Some of my staff are here. We've been on the ground, operational, asking every scientist and inspector and law enforcement officer that we have at the FDA, what do you need to do your job better? And so that's been the focus in the first 100 days.
part of the FDA should be completely nonpartisan, right? Being healthy is something, and finding cures and giving Americans longer life and healthier life and happier life should be something that everyone should be able to get behind. Have you found interest across the aisle in these reforms? Have you found roadblocks put up? Especially, I know you're talking about hormone therapy. There's a number of sort of old school things that you are questioning. How do you find the reception to that?
Yeah, by and large, it's good. It's sort of like at the FAA, when you are talking about safety, that is its own lexicon with its own science and vocabulary. And when you are talking about what it takes to make the aviation system safer in the United States, there's literally nothing partisan about it. And so that's what we're doing right now with our goals, to cut the waste, streamline the process, and deliver a cure or meaningful treatment for Alzheimer's or ALS or other neurodegenerative diseases. You know, one of the cool things, Leland, is you get to see in this job what's in the pipeline, and it's exciting, but we don't want waste and red tape and idle time to slow down the potential delivery of a meaningful treatment for PTSD for veterans. We lose more veterans each year to suicide than we lost in the entire Iraq War. I know you've spent time in the Middle East. The war is over, and yet our boys are still dying. We owe it to them to get a decision on meaningful potential treatments for PTSD. It's one of our top priorities. In my background was in islet transplantation. I'd like to see a cure for type 1 diabetes. There's some potentially promising stuff out there. And we'd like to see a universal flu shot. So we're not guessing every year and you come in every year. There are flu shots that are proposed to be long-term shots that give efficacy to a variety of strains, including bird flu, something we're tracking closely. I'd like to see a cure for some types of stage 4 cancer. There are some potentially promising treatments that have melted GI cancers to nothing, no detectable cancer. Without chemo or radiation or surgery, what that could do to our healthcare costs in the United States is potentially dramatic. So these are some of our priorities. We're not wasting any time. We're going to keep going. We've got the AI for our scientific reviewers, and we just announced a new priority pathway pilot by which we're going to get an answer in weeks instead of nearly a year at the end of the process, and that we're going to do that by cutting the idle time, because during a phase 3 clinical trial, everyone's just sitting around waiting for the results. Well, we want to use that idle time to review the manufacturing and the inspecting and the draft labels and all the stuff, the lion's share of the application, so when the clinical trial endpoints report out, we can say, that trial is positive, it's significant, let's go. And
wow.
So we're trying new things.
So you're 100 days in. Your term could last until the end of this administration. Give me specifics of what changes. I know we've talked about drug review right now, but what would you like to see change measurably for Americans' consumption, habits, healthcare that would make your term a success?
Well, look, I'd love to see our entire healthcare establishment in the United States, for the first time, get serious about the root causes of all these diseases we're treating and medicating at scale. And no one has really been talking about that. The culture of academic medicine in the United States has been defined by the culture of the NIH over the last 30, 40 years, which has essentially been the Francis Collins culture mindset that the gene is responsible for most of our problems and the gene can solve most of our problems. And while we need to do work on genetics, and we have a very robust gene editing and rare disease program at the FDA, 40% of American kids don't have a chronic disease because they're bad. This is not a willpower problem. 31% of kids have insulin resistance or prediabetes or diabetes. It's not their fault. And no one has been talking about the fact that 70% of the food we as adults put in front of our nation's kids is ultra processed, with over 1,000 chemicals banned in Europe. So we have taken action to ban all 9 or to take an action to remove all 9 petroleum-based food dyes. And on Monday, I had some ice cream without artificial petroleum-based food dyes for National Ice Cream Day.
Does it taste as good?
It tasted just as delicious. I'm not promoting the product, but it was delicious. And we have all these companies, General Mills, Nestle, Kraft Heinz, they all stood up. People said, oh, you know, you're not actually doing a regulatory ban. Well, you win more bees with honey than fire. And they are stepping up, and we're going to keep going. The maker of...
Has it surprised you how many food companies... It surprised me. Has it surprised you how many food companies have voluntarily moved on this?
And right away. I mean,
Why?
right away. And some of them ahead of our schedule. Because I think, look, Republican, Democrat, and independent moms showed up in high numbers to vote for President Trump over this very issue that Secretary Kennedy championed. They love this. They love the idea of getting at the root causes of why kids are sick. You know, petroleum-based dyes have been implicated in an attention deficit disorder. We have a randomized controlled trial published in The Lancet. We have parents that say when they eliminate it, the child's behavior improves. That is a data point, okay? Medical establishment discards that. Oh, it's not a randomized 10-year trial. Well, we have enough data. Why are we taking risks and gambling with our nation's kids? We have an epidemic of ADHD, and what are we doing? We're ignoring the root causes and drugging our nation's kids at scale. We need to talk about school lunch programs, not just putting every 6-year-old on Ozempic. We got to talk about environmental exposures and food chemicals that may cause cancer, not just the chemo to treat it. We're good at proton beam therapy and gene editing and the complicated transplant operations I did at Johns Hopkins for my career, but we don't even for a second ask, why are sperm counts down 50% over the last 60 years? Why are GI cancers going up in young people? Could it be that the GI system is the interface with all of the dietary exposures that kids have? So we've got to challenge deeply held assumptions. Food is a massive priority at the FDA under my time there, and people think it's just a drug regulatory agency. It's not. The FDA regulates 20% of the U.S. economy, and we are focused on healthy food for children.
I think my wife is now going to take out all artificial dyes from my diet based on the ADHD comment. Yeah. So let's get personal for a second.
Yeah.
What changes have you made to your diet, your lifestyle, say over the past 100 days now that you've gotten a chance to look under the hood?
Look, I think about Ansel Keys almost every day. He is the doctor who in the 1960s created the dogma that saturated fat caused heart disease, even though 3 giant large studies failed to support that association following his campaign. That was the basis of our food pyramid, is his dogma that saturated fat was bad, and it didn't matter how you got your grains, it was grains, grains, grains. Well, we now recognize you need more protein than the dietary guidelines had probably suggested. It matters what types of grains. If you're stripping them of fiber and chopping it up, you've got a high glycemic index. It's functioning as sugar in your body. So we ignored the role of refined carbohydrates. We're rewriting the food guidelines right now. It's not.
So the pyramid's changing.
The pyramid is going to change. We're rewriting them right now with USDA, and you're going to see an end of the 70-year demonization of natural saturated fat in the United States. You're going to see a discussion of refined carbohydrates and ultra-processed foods and other things, and finally, an honest conversation about our protein requirements. You're not getting good protein when people are eating the modern diet.
One of the great successes in healthcare in America has been, I don't want to say the elimination, but the massive decrease in the amount of people smoking. And yet, and this is true, a very influential MAHA person recently sent me a package, an entire box of nicotine gum, and said, this is the new health drug. This is what everyone should be taking because it is somehow the next caffeine. Are we moving backwards because of what? Influencers, good marketing? How did nicotine suddenly become healthy?
Well, it is the combustible components of cigarettes that are where the health concerns come from. So people are now asking, is nicotine alone have the same health concerns? And I think the research in that space is in its infancy, but we do know that the lion's share of the harm of combustible cigarettes is in the combustible components of that cigarette. So there it is. The data are pretty clear right now that nicotine delivery without the combustible components has less harm than a combustible cigarette.
That seems obvious, right, that you're not inhaling the smoke. But you think about Zyn nicotine pouches went from 75 million in 2023, this is Philip Morris numbers, to 200 million in 2025. That's Zyn. That doesn't count Alp, that doesn't count nicotine gum, that doesn't count vape pens, everything else. How do we explain that? Let me ask it this way. Is there a possible medical explanation that America's young adults up to yours age and my age suddenly getting hooked on nicotine is a good thing?
Well, I think for smokers, it's a safer alternative. Sure. So we have now, where smoking is down at all-time lows, but still 30 million Americans smoke. Our concern, and look, we'll let the research play out and the public will take that information, and I believe in a free country, and people will take that information and digest it as the medical establishment churns it out. But my concern right now is that we have illegal Chinese vaping products that children are using to start for the first time consuming a nicotine product. It's not a transition from cigarettes, but we do have kids in the United States now who try vaping, they're addicted to vaping. It's on these Chinese illegal products with these cutesy, fruity flavors, and they are addicted. Some of them know they're addicted. They come from good families, and they want to stop, and they can't stop. And this is a real problem in the United States. So we are undertaking a massive effort to stop the illegal products from coming in and to address our Chinese vaping problem that in some schools, I mean, it is bad. The companies in China, by the way, these products, these illegal products with the cutesy flavors and sometimes a video game is the device. So the vaping device has a video game component. The kid's addicted to the video game, clearly predatory. They show up in our ports. And what we learned has been going on is disgusting. And that is, we were saying, oh, this is illegal because technically they're banned in China. So therefore, under this clause, 80, I forget the exact regulation number, we can reject it, we deny it, we shall refuse is the term in the regulation. We put it back on a ship to send it back to China. Well, they just take it to the next port. It's called port shopping, so 100% is coming in, it's totally porous, and they're laughing at us. And so we are addressing that with Customs and Border Protection and with the DOJ. I mean, they're laughing at us. So we're going to go to surprise inspection. So there's a lot I'm learning about the sort of calcified way in which things have been done that we're going to change up.
You call it a calcified way that things have been done, but at the beginning of our conversation, you said that there's been complete acceptance and excitement over all of your changes. How do you square that for me?
Look, I think in any organization, there's going to be a broad range of responses. I think the majority of folks that I talk to, and again, we're on the ground, we're operational, we're not sort of ruling from an insulated ivory tower. We are on the ground. I'm there essentially every day. My team here, when we're done off stage, we're going straight back up to our campus in Silver Spring. And we sit down and we talk to people. What have you always wanted to do here that you've never been able to do? What big ideas do you have? We're not interested in, the stapler should go over here in the mailroom. We're interested in the giant, big, bold ideas. And we're going to do stuff. And I think we've demonstrated that we're willing to do big things, from the petroleum-based food dyes to the AI to the...
You've been surprised how quickly it's happened?
I am. I just assume government, and people say government, it's very hard to work in government. I've just been very impressed with the staff at the FDA, and they've got a lot of pride in the brand. It's one of the greatest brands in the world. The FDA is one of the greatest brands in the world. So I want to see us regain our status as the world leader in life sciences and in regulation of medicine, of medical products. Right now, China has been going like this. I mean, like almost 30% of phase 1 trials are being done in China. We have to ask why. American companies are going to Australia for their preclinical and INDs. I want to see American companies thrive, and I want to see companies that do business in the United States thrive. I want to see the domestic manufacturing of drugs so we're not dependent on these other countries. It's a national security issue, so we're creating incentives now for manufacturing in the United States. And I'd like to see more affordability of drugs. It's a huge priority for President Trump. You saw the most favored nation status call, and we're going to be issuing these priority vouchers in part to companies that promise to equalize their prices and end the great American ripoff, with these same drugs being a third or a quarter or a tenth the price in London or Berlin or in Paris. That's a huge priority for this president.
Dr. McCary, thank you very much. Great leadoff guest. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you.
We'll let you get back to work.
Great. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Great to see you, Leo.
Please welcome Blake Berman, host of The Hill on NewsNation, in conversation with White House Senior Counselor for Trade and Manufacturing, Peter Navarro.
Hi, all. Good morning. Thanks for having us. I'm not sure how I follow Leland and the doctor, but I'll do my best here. Peter Navarro, a guy who I've known probably 8 years now, since the beginning of the first term.
I think so.
Peter is a senior counselor to the president for trade and manufacturing. I think those stories are in the news a little bit.
A little bit.
It's interesting because so too is the Fed chair, Jay Powell.
Yeah.
I said 6 months ago I thought that he would be one of the most famous people in this town because the president didn't really like his policies, and that's where we are at this moment. So let's start there. There's a report out of Bloomberg this morning that Kevin Hassett is the early front runner to be the next Fed chair. Do you think that's where it is right now?
Oh, I'm not going there. I love Kevin. He'd do a great job. But let's talk. Let me just explain. I'm not new to the Jay Powell criticism thing. I've been writing about this since the first term. And folks, let me explain. My background is as a macroeconomist. And what Powell has done incredibly and historically is he's the worst Fed chair, I think, in history. And let me just make the case for you. He's made 3 major policy blunders in just 6 years. And we start with the first term, when President Trump is passing the first tax cut act. And we are in process of tax cuts. We're doing deregulation. We're strategic energy dominance. Oil prices are going down. And we're doing fair trade. And this is like the Trumpnomics thing where we're able to grow much more rapidly than the Obama-Biden new normal kind of era, if you know that language, without creating inflation. And Powell was incapable, just totally incapable of understanding that. And what he did was, too early, Powell raised rates during that time. And the Federal Reserve subsequently would issue a report that said that Powell and the Fed's decision cost us a point of growth, which is a lot. Then in Biden's time, you were there.
Yep.
He never said anything about the irresponsible fiscal bills. He just accommodated that.
Okay.
And he raised rates way too early and unleashed the inflation. And now today he's making the same mistake.
Okay.
So this is not a guy who understands economics. He's a lawyer, and he needs to be reined in by his board. I think that's the bottom line.
Reined in by the board. Okay.
July 29th, 30th, that's the next meeting. Will they lower or not? There's got to be somebody on the Board of Governors who's going to take the lead to make the case.
So he was appointed, though, by President Trump. President Trump was the one who put him in the first term. And now the president's going to have a
decision. Might have wanted that one back.
I think you guys want to redo on that one, right?
That was okay. what I would fondly call Steve Mnuchin's folly.
So
remember, yeah,
so
it was Mnuchin.
Mnuchin is the one who advocated for him.
Yes.
And the president, privately, I'm told, would always bring that up. right, that would always sort of make that known to Steve Mnuchin. I see your reaction, but I want to move.
But the thing about when Powell, see, he's a political animal. You have to understand, it's like when he was auditioning for that job, he led us all to believe that he was totally on the Trump train and understood the ability of Trump policies to grow the economy faster without creating inflation. And if you want to push back on that, please do. But we proved that we could do that. And so and then with Biden, he sucked up to Biden so he could get reappointed. And that was the root of the problem of him not raising rates fast enough when all this, it was a combination of demand pull inflation from the bad bills they were passing and supply shocks because they didn't, Buttigieg screwed up the supply chain.
You bring up, though, Trump policies.
Yes.
And it leads me to the next question, which is the president has a pick to make here at some point.
Sure.
Should it be from someone learning the lessons of the past, how the administration views it? Should it be from someone who is inside the administration, who is trusted?
Yeah.
Or should it be someone from outside the administration?
So, look, the independence of the Federal Reserve is very important. I'm the first to say that there shouldn't be partisanship. I think the two best Fed chairs historically were William McChesney Martin, who stood up to LBJ when the guns and butter thing was going on, and said, I'm the guy who takes away the punch bowl when the party's getting good, right? I mean, that's the kind of Fed chair you want. And just like Paul Volcker had the courage to basically induce just this severe recession to bring down inflation. Those guys understood economics and they implemented. So all I want is a Fed chair who understands how economies work, and Powell ain't that. And interestingly enough, this is a very tough job.
Do you think he can be fired?
I'm not going there. You want to make a headline? No, but no.
No, but it's about the way out,
look,
right?
The issue. Look, we're in the end game now for Powell, and what I think needs to happen, Powell doesn't determine the decision. It's the Board of Governors that does. But the problem with the Fed now is it's too politicized because a lot of folks on that board are Democrat appointments who hate Trump, and it's just we got to get beyond that, okay? For the American people's sake, the man won in a landslide, and that doesn't happen unless the people are behind him. So he ran on, what did he run on? Closing the border. He ran on fair trade. He ran on a strong defense. He ran on strategic energy dominance. Right. He's deregulation. He's doing all that stuff. And we learned from the first term, Blake, we learned from the first term that those policies stimulate the economy in a way which does not provoke inflation. So we need somebody who will embrace that philosophy at the Fed. And it's not for me to choose.
Let me ask you about the trade policy and tariffs, because it is something that the Fed chair is watching. President Trump spoke last night on the...
But not understanding, to be clear.
We'll leave it there.
Yeah.
The president spoke last night on his way back from Pennsylvania.
Yes.
And because there's the August 1st deadlines and all the letters are being sent in.
Yes.
The president suggested that there could be 5 or 6 deals by the end of the month, but maybe really only 2 or 3, depending on how things shake up and whether he likes them or not. So you're either going to get trade deals, let's just call it a handful, give or take, or tariffs, right? And if that's the case, if there are more tariffs than trade deals, is that viewed as a victory by the administration?
So let's be clear, the trade deals are tariffs. I mean, let's do Indonesia, okay? The Indonesia is a microcosm of what we're trying to do. The subtext here is that we live in a World Trade Organization system which by law allows every other nation in the world to charge us higher tariffs. It's called the most favored nation clause. It's like insane that we agree to that. And it also allows other nations to impose high non-tariff barriers. So by definition, there's a reason we have $1 trillion trade deficit every year is because they cheat us. So that's got to change. So if you take just Indonesia yesterday that the president announced, this is a country that's the 4th largest in the world, most people don't know that. If you ask them that, they think it's like this small little place out there. But it's the 4th largest country in the world. Historically, it has cheated us. It is not. It kept high tariff barriers, particularly to our agricultural products. What have we got now in the deal? We've got a 19% tariff that they're accepting to. Okay, they are, in exchange, have no tariffs on us, and they promise no non-tariff barriers. They're going to buy our ag. They're going to buy our energy. They're going to buy our medical devices, which they haven't done in the past. And instead of having a $17 billion a year trade deficit with Indonesia, we'll probably get that to zero under those conditions. Now, that is a beautiful thing. And so when you say, Blake, it's either tariffs or deals, no, it's like
so it's
tariffs and deals.
You view it as both.
Every deal that we're striking is having a global trade component in it, okay? With the UK, I think it's 10%. So the reason why we have to do this is because those countries cheat us. I mean, we've got to, as a country, agree on that. The Democrats, the left can't disagree with that. It's just fact. So the only question becomes, what do you do? And of course, the next thing out of the left's mouth is, well, it's going to create inflation.
Well, you did see CPI rise, inflation, the inflation print. Liberation Day was April 2nd, and the headline number went from 2.3 to 2.7 over the last 2 months.
Below expectations.
Do you not draw a straight line, though, from, okay, we're collecting all these tariffs to CPI rising?
Absolutely not. In fact, the Council of Economic Advisors, which is a body it's quasi-independent in the White House, but it's in the EEOB, came out with a study last week which looked at the prices of imported goods versus domestically produced goods. There was no evidence at all of inflation in imported goods. In fact, that was going down a little bit. It was going up a little bit in domestically produced goods, but the net was nothing. And again, the problem with everybody who criticizes our policies and warns about inflation is history's on our side. We heard the same damn thing coming out of the same mouths of the same damn people, and they were wrong the first time around.
So square the last 2 months for me then.
What? Go 2.4 to 2.3 in one print? That tells us nothing.
Over the last 2 months. And I guess the question is...
That really tells us nothing. And with respect to Fed policy, even with that, we should be at least 50 to 100 basis points lower than we are if you just look at relative interest rates around the world and what other countries have been doing. So here's the thing. These countries, Navarro's law, like the bigger the country, okay, the bigger the country that's cheating us, right? The bigger our trade deficit with the country, the more they got to eat the tariffs. It's just a fact, because in order for those countries to have their economy go, they got to keep stuffing products here, and the only way they're going to do that is lowering prices. And that was our experience, Blake, in the first term.
Let me give you a practical example, because there's probably, I don't know, 70%, 60, 70, 80% of the people in this audience, I bet you have an iPhone. I was just showing you some things on my iPhone back there, for example. The president wants iPhones made here, and depending on whatever model you get, right, $600, $1,000, somewhere in between. Analysts, though, have said...
Did you ever think a phone would cost $1,000?
What? An iPhone?
Yeah.
That's what it costs.
I know. I mean, but think about it.
You think it's cheap? It's cheap.
I don't know. I mean, it's just it's a hard concept to wrap your head around.
But the analysts say if we assemble iPhones and make them here in this country, you're talking about $2,000, maybe even up to $3,500 iPhones.
It's nonsense.
The president wants them made here and has talked about a 25% tariff. If you're looking at it, Peter, through the lens of Tim Cook, they can make them cheaper overseas. Consumers can buy them cheaper. It's better for his company. It's better for his shareholders. Why not continue down that path?
Well, first of all, I see Apple as sui generis. It's not
as what?
It's sui generis. It's like unto itself, right? It's like when you have the tariff discussion, it's really not useful to use Apple as a reflection of tariffs more broadly. It's just it just isn't. But when you talk about the Apple thing, I'll give you my own experience. In the first term, Tim Cook, you see him at the White House every other day. He's coming in, shaking hands and being nice and being Tim Cook. And his rhetoric is one of, hey, we're too big in China to tariff, right? And if you tariff us, then Samsung and whatever is going to steal our market share.
Okay.
But we promise, Mr. President, that if you simply give us some tariff relief now, we'll come produce in the United States. We will do that. That's like 2018. That's like 2019. That's 2020. They didn't do it. They just didn't do it. So and I know for a fact that, for example, Corning makes that beautiful.
Lots of components.
They can do that here. They can do it here, and these cost estimates. So I don't love talking about Apple because it's not the norm. I mean, what you're seeing here, and grant me this, we're seeing trillions upon trillions of dollars of commitments from all sorts of other companies, not named Apple, who are going to come right here and produce right here and create jobs right here and create tax revenues right here. And by the way, they're going to do it, and as they're putting that in, they're going to get 100% expensing. And the big, beautiful bill is encouraging them just as tariff protection is protecting them.
We only have a minute or so left, but you talk about, and the president mentions the trillions of dollars in investment, but the government numbers show that manufacturing has declined after Liberation Day by 7,000 jobs in May and 7,000 jobs in June. Why?
It takes a while for investment to kick in. Yeah, it takes, what, a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, depending on the type of product.
So at least a year for manufacturing.
But we're going to see plenty of investment coming in. We're going to see plenty of jobs created, and life's going to be good.
Let me leave you with this, Peter Navarro.
All right. Uh-oh, here we go.
Stock market.
The zinger.
No, not at all. You know I don't do that. Stock market, unemployment, gas prices. S&P 500 right now is at 62.50. Unemployment rate 4.1. Gas prices $3.15. Where do you think those are going by the end of the year?
Well, I love our energy policy, so gas prices will be fine. I actually predicted 50,000 on the Dow when I first got in this time. The day after the election in 2016, literally the day I went on CNBC and predicted 25,000 on the Dow, everybody thought I was nuts, and we hit that like in, 18 months or something. What we care about in Trump land is rising real wages. We want people to have jobs, and we want their inflation-adjusted wages to go up. I think that's going to happen. We had that in the first term. We're going to see robust employment. We're going to see, AI is going to have a tremendous impact on the employment market.
That's what Peter and I were talking about.
Yeah, and we've got to be able to offset that, but the productivity gains are going to drive wages up. So I see a full employment economy, a strong stock market, Main Street, Wall Street's happy, and lastly, I just want to say I want to congratulate what you're doing at NewsNation.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
During this campaign, as I get tired of the polarization, and there was nowhere where you could really have a conversation, and NewsNation emerged and was one of the places where you could
go what we're doing.
Without getting toxic.
We appreciate it. No gotchas here, as you saw. Just tough but fair questions, I would say. And if you tell me who the Fed chair is backstage, I'll let all you know. Peter Navarro, thank you, sir.
I'm not telling you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Please welcome NewsNation congressional reporter Joe Khalil in conversation with the chair of the House Republican Policy Committee, Congressman Kevin Hern.
All right, the comfy chairs here.
Yeah, these are nice.
Let's see, take a seat here. Hi, everybody, how you doing? Most of you, I imagine, know Congressman Kevin Hern, Oklahoma's 1st District. Thank you so much for being here, doing this with us.
Great to be with you.
So I want to start with the fact that I think most people who know Congressman Hern probably know you've been incredibly successful. in the business world, business ventures that by some estimates are upwards of $100 million. By every measure of success, you've done very well. But it wasn't always that way for you. So I want to start by talking about your personal life. Before you were congressman, certainly you were not somebody who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. So let's start there.
Well, certainly, half America thinks that I was, but it's certainly not the case. And I think often we don't know the story behind the members of Congress up here, Democrat and Republican. But I believe I've really been a part of this thing called the American Dream, which is why I ran, by the way. It was to protect the opportunity of the American Dream. I grew up really poor in the Ozark Mountains of Arkansas. No running water, no indoor plumbing until I was in the 8th grade. And oldest of 4 other siblings, mother married a guy, didn't like to work. The story that you hear that you don't think anybody can achieve that, and that so many people in government think that we just got to go keep giving handouts. But I think our responsibility as a government is to be benevolent, help people get on their feet, get them started to experiment with this idea of having liberty and freedoms of a job, and go through and experiment this so that you can chase your American dream. There is no specific American dream. It's the idea of taking risks, getting knocked down, and doing this time and time again, and you will achieve American dream. And they're all different. They're not the same. I was never looking at getting in Congress or politics for that matter. And I got kind of drug into it by a guy at the time was coming out of the House, a guy named Tom Coburn. And then when he ran for the Senate, I helped campaign with him, flew him all over the state of Oklahoma as a pilot, and sort of the rest is history.
So I just want to reiterate, for those that missed that, because you said it very quickly, you grew up in a house with no running water, no plumbing, and your family was receiving assistance, right? Yep. You are now a high-level member of the United States House of Representatives and worth more than $100 million. That is the prototypical American dream you're living it. So that is an amazing thing. And actually, can you explain your hamburger and fry cufflinks there? That's a part of your story too, right?
So, as I got an engineering degree, worked at Rockwell, wanted to be an astronaut, am a pilot, space shuttle blows up, a buddy of mine owns McDonald's in Little Rock, Arkansas. I said, I'd like to try this franchising program, and I started that in January of 1987, and worked 10 years to save $100,000 to get my first restaurant. Hog farming. No money down, reading books and tapes for 99 bucks to learn how to do no money down, buying properties and flipping properties. Wrote a software program, all the while doing about 80 hours a week in the McDonald's training program. My wife and I got our first restaurant in January of 97, sold it 2 years later, moved to Oklahoma, and went from those two to 24, thousands of employees over the years, got into banking, manufacturing, real estate development, technology companies, and 35 years in the restaurant business, working a lot, taking a lot of risk, and never asking a customer whether they were Democrat or Republican, and just working on service. And I think we should do more of that up here. We should work for America, not to oppose each other all the time.
Okay, I'm a fish fillet guy myself. So
they're great.
Let me know.
They're great.
So with that background and where you are now, how has that informed your politics, your views, the way you vote, the way you see the world?
So I ran on the idea. There were 6 of us in the race, and I'd been on TV a lot in the Tulsa air market because of McDonald's. And then we did a poll, and you sort of get your bubble burst. I had less than 1% name ID. And so that was a real challenge, thinking about how you're going to win a race if nobody even knows who you are. So you work passionately, feverishly. And I always said my slogan was Hearn Works. I get up earlier. My team will attest to this. I'm the first one in the office. I left last night at 11 o'clock. I was the first one in the office this morning. And so I think work matters in America. I've been criticized by that. I've been called a racist because I think you should work by members on the Ways and Means Committee, quite frankly. I think there's nothing more humbling than working hard and experiencing failures. You learn more from your failures than you do your successes. And so I look at all this, and I ran on the idea that we should get limited government, get government out of the way of businesses so they can create jobs and put Americans to work. That's what President Trump's doing every single day. He's bringing businesses back to America. That's why it's such a populist. I think it's an American idea. You create jobs so people can work, not be dependent on the government. And we need to fix all these waterfalls, these cliffs where people, if they make $1 more which is the way you do this, that you lose $2 in benefits. We need to have a more of a smoothing out of these benefits. We need to help people, nudge them off the benefit programs. We shouldn't measure success by how many people we get on. We should measure success how many people we get off and get into a good paying job. That was the premise by how we had budget surpluses under Clinton and Newt Gingrich.
So let's talk about the One Big Beautiful Bill that passed here. It's I think, a good transition. This is a bill that, as a Ways and Means member, you got a front row seat to the tax part of. From the outside looking in, it seemed very smooth, no hiccups, no problems at all. I say that politely joking with you here. Were you happy ultimately with the final product that you ended up voting on that President Trump signed?
Very much so. I want to give a big shout out to Chairman Jason Smith. He was one of the first people, if not the very first person in Congress to advocate for one bill. He didn't call it the One Big Beautiful Bill. We'll give that credit to the president. But he had been here before. He knew how difficult it was to push things through. It was going to be real easy to get a border bill and a military bill that was advocated by many in Congress, House and Senate, and some in the White House. But he knew if we were going to get a tax bill, make the tax code permanent, the things that we got out of this bill, that was going to have to happen at one time. And time again, those in the media thought we'd never get it done. We got it done with funding the government. We got it done with the budget reconciliation language. We got it done with the final passage of the bill. But, you know, Chairman Smith, we all sort of sequestered in the Library of Congress, historic precedent being set, by the way, because that's where it all started. We started in the very same room that the 2017 Tax Cut and Jobs Act, a small room upstairs in the Library of Congress, symbolic, and then moved down to the members' room and spent literally hours upon hours debating every component of this. And you mentioned was absolutely satisfied. I was in the final product. Did I get everything I wanted? No, but nobody did. Not the president, not anybody in Congress, House or Senate. And that's why it looked a little ugly at times.
So I don't need to remind you, but the Congressional Budget Office has projected more than $3 trillion in debt added because of it. Republicans, yourself, several people have said you're counting on revenue from the tax policy. You're counting on revenue from tariffs to offset that. And I'm wondering if you're taking a gamble by doing that, because we're not in the same economy that we were in 2017. Interest rates are different. The global markets are different. Tariffs could potentially raise prices here. So when I hear Republicans making the case that last time we passed President Trump's tax bill, we earned revenue for the government. Is it a gamble to bet on that this time to offset $3 trillion potentially added to our debt?
Well, you look at the new additional tax brackets or breaks, if you will. They were given to blue-collar workers. No tax on tip, no tax on overtime, giving a bonus deduction for seniors. Under reconciliation, you can't effectuate change to the Social Security rate, so you have to do it another way, and we did it through giving a bonus deduction. But you also have to look at this in a sense that if I ask every person in America, if you didn't know I was in Congress, and I ask you this question, do you really think that by allowing you to keep dollars in your pocket, that the CBO scores that as a deficit? The reason it's a deficit is because members of Congress don't cut the commensurate spending that was associated with giving those monies back or leaving those monies in your pocket. So you can't do both. I've given analogies. If you're a business owner and you give somebody $1,000 a month for expenses, a car, and then you say, well, I'm going to not do, I think I should give you a car, and you equate that to $1,000, but I don't take the $1,000 back. I've double spent on something that you're getting a double benefit for. And we as American people, we want all of our taxpayer dollars back, Democrat or Republican. Democrats tried to raise taxes, and they couldn't do it either, even on the wealthiest. Elizabeth Warren, you look at what happened to Wyden. Look what happened just recently with trying to put this special tax on uber wealthy people. It doesn't happen. People don't want to raise taxes on anybody.
So what you're saying is you think that this is going to effectively pay for itself, that we're not going to be left.
$2.5 trillion of the $3 trillion they're referencing is keeping everybody's marginal rates the same, not raising your taxes. So by you keeping your money in your pocket, the CBO says that's going to cost $2.5 trillion. So we have to look now at spending. That's what President Trump is doing, and he's getting fought every step of the way. But we have to look at spending. We're going to vote on a rescission bill today or tomorrow, see where it comes in at. But we're talking at a $2 trillion deficits, we are having cardiac arrest over $9 billion. We have got to really get under this idea that we've got to cut spending.
So I want to move to something that I know you guys are getting slammed on, and that's the rural hospital piece of this. That was something that we've heard quite a bit concern about. And not just from Democrats. There were several Republicans that raised concerns. So in Oklahoma, the Oklahoma Hospital Association says you've got 90 rural hospitals, 40 of which are critical access hospitals that service 66 counties. I've never been a math guy, but I think that means that there are several counties with just one hospital servicing the whole county. Do you have any concerns that the Medicaid cuts potentially could hamper, if not close, some of the hospitals that your folks have to rely on?
Yeah, but what nobody's talking about, reporting on, is how much Obamacare destroyed the rural hospital market. How about physicians not being able to own rural hospitals? How about we change that so that people that are in there for a business acumen that want to go in there and work every single day and figure out how to provide services to that part of rural America. I grew up in the Ozark Mountains of Arkansas, as I described. My doc was a country doc who was our clearinghouse for all other docs. And so, this isn't going to be what kills the rural hospitals. There's going to be a lot of demagoguing about this. But a lot of these cuts of Medicaid or work requirements and others don't even go into effect until 2027.
Yeah, but when they do, the concern is people may end up getting lost in the red tape. They may end up missing an appointment, and for the next 6 months, they potentially lose their health care, their Medicaid. Does that pose a risk to your hospital?
Well, you're also getting the one big beautiful bill, as you alluded to, with additional tax cuts going to those who need it most at the lower end of the income scale, the middle income people. There's additional bonus deductions in there for that as well. You're seeing jobs being created, the deregulatory environment the president's putting in place. All these things are going to attribute, and that's why this longer period of time. What you're seeing right now was reported just yesterday or day before. A rural hospital closed in Wyoming and blamed the one big beautiful bill that hasn't even been enacted yet. So we're going to see a lot of these things go on to be used by the liberal press to show, oh, they're just destroying America. Not true, won't happen, and we need to move forward.
Okay, and I want just one more piece about the bill. That's the SNAP benefits, the food stamp benefits here. So the bill sort of changes the way the federal government and the state governments fund this thing. It's going to put more of the burden, more of the onus on states. And some have predicted that might end up forcing states to cancel benefits for certain populations. Given the background we talked about, we started off your background and the fact that I think at one point in your life, your family relied on food stamps as well.
All the way until I left home, as a junior in high school.
So I'm just wondering if that background gave you any pause. Is there another future congressman, entrepreneur out there who's a kid right now in a really tough situation? Do you worry that families might end up losing the benefits that you benefit?
Yeah, so our whole premise behind SNAP is the able-bodied Americans that could work. This is back under President Clinton days, from Arkansas, by the way, and grew up in Hope, Arkansas, a very rural part of Arkansas. Is the idea, if you can work, you should go to work. Put it in perspective, back then, the able-bodied Americans that should be able to work in 97, 8, 9, 10, or 20, 2000, was about 3.5% of them were not working. Today, it's over 10%. The CBO, using their numbers, and they either get it right or wrong or somewhere in the middle, they estimate it's almost 5 million people today in America that fit in that category. And one of the outside groups up in D.C. have done time studies on it. The number one thing that these people do that are sitting on the couch or whatever, have no dependents or able-bodied, number one thing is watch TV. Second thing is watch digital programs. So maybe they're watching this.
Hopefully NewsNation.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
So it's a very popular. Even Democrats, not to the tune of Republicans, even Democrats think that if you're getting benefits and you're able to work, you should work. Oklahoma, you mentioned some of the other components of this. Oklahoma, over the last 2 years, Cindy Byrd, the auditor there, has done audits on recipients of SNAP and found that there's an egregious, abuse of signing up for SNAP that never gets investigated. Monies are taking away from those who really need them. Yeah. So as I said from the beginning, the American government, the federal government, should help those who need help. This will preserve it. As we look at these other programs, we're going to have to do the same kind of work.
All right. Less than a minute left. Security is going to kick me out here when the time runs out. I just got one more quick one for you, if we could. And that is, from the outside looking in right now, people look at Congress, and I think what they see is partisan divide everywhere. Is it, from the inside, as bad as it looks from the outside?
Absolutely not. I could tell you funny stories that, myself and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has done, she thinks she's done for me against some of my conservative friends back home that have tried to give me a hard time about things. We've had a lot of fun. There are a lot of camaraderie, working together behind the scenes, but when you put a microphone or a TV camera in front of somebody's face, they want to put on a show and it goes on both sides of the aisle, by the way. But, Brad Schneider in Illinois, Jimmy Panetta in California, and so many others. Richie Neal's a great friend. I mean, these are folks they get it, but they also, because the base demands it, their base, our base, demands that we stand up and fight. Fight, fight, fight.
Well, at NewsNation, we're going to try to highlight more for you guys working together.
You guys are doing a great job. This is fantastic.
Thank you so much, Congressman. I really appreciate your time.
Please welcome the Hill's congressional reporter Michael Schnell in conversation with Congressman John James.
All right. Congressman, thank you so much for joining us. As we were talking in the green room, I feel like I need to disclose my one moment of bias to everyone in the crowd. You are a big Michigan guy.
Go blue.
Michigan
Go
10,
blue.
running for Michigan governor. I am a big.
There you go. There you go. Go
I am a big Ohio State fan, but we will put that to the side as we enter into this conversation. Okay. Now into the substance.
Of course.
I mentioned you're running for governor. You currently represent Michigan's 10th congressional district. You're running for governor. You've struggled in the past to win statewide. You had a Senate bid in 2018, a Senate bid in 2020. I'm all for the adage that third time's the charm. But other than that, why do you think you can win statewide this year, in 2026? What's different that cycle?
Well, what's different is I'm not running against an incumbent. I'm also not running in a global pandemic, which don't recommend, by the way. I actually overperformed the top of the ticket. I got 6.5% as a newcomer with very low name ID against an entrenched incumbent in 2018 with marijuana on the ballot as a ballot initiative. In 2020, of course, a global pandemic, I couldn't campaign. Governor Whitmer made going to church illegal during a time period in Michigan. I also couldn't go out and talk to people and tell them how I could advocate and how I could serve them most effectively. And I still got within a point and a half. And so as the result of the relationships that I built, the people that I got to know, and the experience that I gained, I was able to run for House, run for Congress in Michigan's 10th Congressional District in a very tough race in southeast Michigan, in the southern portion of Macomb County in Rochester and Rochester Hills. I won by 0.5 point in a tough race with abortion on the ballot when the top of the ticket lost by almost 11 points. And then capitalizing on that, building on it, serving the people of the 10th Congressional District, prioritizing customer service, prioritizing using my experience in the military as a combat veteran, prioritizing using my experience in the business world, executing tough missions. And being able to build on that, I was able to win by over 6 points this last time. Being able to have someone who can run in the most austere circumstances and win is extremely important. Having a strong top of ticket is extremely important. And we've seen the value of having a strong top of ticket when you see what happened. Anybody know what happened with Lee Zeldin in New York? Lee Zeldin ran a very, very strong race, and even though he fell short for governor of the state of New York, he pulled across 6 Republicans, and 5 of them were in districts that Biden won. One of them, my good friend Mike Lawler, won and beat Sean Patrick Maloney, who was the DCCC's chairman, and that was a district that Biden won by 20 points. You can't tell me that having a strong top of ticket that has a battle-tested experience doesn't matter. But conversely, in Pennsylvania, because we didn't have a strong top of ticket, in Arizona, in Michigan, because we didn't have strong tops of tickets, we lost seats for the House and the Senate for Republicans that we should have won. It is so important for the state of Michigan, in a battleground state, the center of the universe in 2026 from an electoral standpoint, with an open seat for governor, with an open seat for Senate, with possibly 3 open seats for House and 3 competitive seats for 6 total, with an open Secretary of State, open Attorney General, and a state legislature up for grabs to have a strong top of ticket. There's going to be $500 million spent in the state of Michigan this coming cycle, and in order to make sure that we maintain a majority in in Congress, it's absolutely essential in a battleground state to have a battle-tested leader at the top of the ticket, not just to win the race, but to put Michigan on a trajectory that will benefit for generations, the country and the state. Right now, we are on a very bad path. When you talk about the population of the state of Michigan, 49th in population growth out of 50 states. You look at our academic situation, 47th out of 50. You look at our unemployment, that's one thing that we are leading in. We're number 2 in the entire country in unemployment. These are not the things that work. And having experience in the military, having experience in business, having experience in actually getting things done, supporting the president's agenda, we're going to build on these wins. And as the President Trump is focused on making America great again, I'm going to focus on making Michigan great again.
I want to jump in here. You mentioned President Trump. You mentioned a number of times your close relationship with him. In the campaign announcement, you said you've been in each other's corners for 8 years. President Trump hasn't yet endorsed in the Michigan gubernatorial primary. There are a handful of other Republicans who are running. Have you spoken to the president about a potential endorsement? Is one on the way, and what does a timeline look like?
President Trump is well aware, and as you have mentioned, he has endorsed me a number of times over the past 8 years. President Trump is focused on making America great again. We passed the One Big Beautiful Bill, and you know, he's kind of busy. He's focused on things like world peace. He's focused on things like bringing peace to the Middle East, and he's focused on things like ending the war in Ukraine. President Trump is focused on things like securing our border, stopping the flow of fentanyl across the southern border, and now we're addressing issues of fentanyl and smoke pouring across our northern border from Canada. So yes, I have spoken to the president, and when he signed my bill just a couple of weeks ago, which we're very excited about, protecting jobs and keeping prices low for consumers, also making sure that we're keeping automotive jobs and investments back in the United States. But he also said that whoever I support will win. And so...
are you confident that will be you? Are you confident that you will be the one to ultimately get his endorsement?
Of course. President Trump and I, he knows that I've been in his corner, he's been in mine, and I'm excited for the opportunity to use the opportunity that I have to help make Michigan great again.
And let's talk about your currency right now, Michigan 10. You mentioned, as you mentioned, in 2024, you had a large victory, 27,000 votes. But in 2022, it was just 1,600.
Ooh.
It was one of the closest races in the country that you had won by. President Trump just last month in June said that you're running for governor, but he's not so sure that he wants you to run for governor because he wants to make sure that you have a strong replacement to keep that seat in the Republican column. Who would you like to see replace you in Michigan's 10th congressional district?
President Trump also said whomever I like will win, and I think that's absolutely the case. I know that's the case. This is how you end up with career politicians. I am not so arrogant to believe that out of 750,000 of the most talented human beings in the world in Michigan's 10th congressional district, that I'm the only one who could represent. I've been blown away by the talent that I've seen, and they will absolutely win when they get in the race. This is exactly what people miss, is this is not my seat. This seat belongs to the people of the 10th Congressional District. And this is what politicians in this town forget. You're not sent here to die in Congress. You're sent here to serve, remember the people who sent you, and then bring your tail back home, all right? And so I've been blown away by the talent that I've seen. And among the talent, there are people who are invested in the 10th Congressional District, who love the 10th Congressional District, and recognize their constitutional obligation is to serve the entire state from the 10th Congressional District. So good news to come very, very soon, and I think that you'll all be very impressed.
Any names you want to float now? Give us a sneak peek?
No.
Okay. Had to try. Okay. And then, you know, as we talk about your run for governor, just one more question on the race itself. Michigan Senate has another open Senate seat in the 2026 cycle. What was the thought process like deciding not to run for Senate again, but instead to jump to the gubernatorial race?
Well, it was really a very easy decision. I'm a combat veteran. I've led men into war and back out. I'm a business leader. I have served my customers, and it was very important to me to do things like make sure that my employees were in the same health care that my children are on. I have been an executive leader for 2.5 decades. I've only been in Congress for 2.5 years. The competencies and the experience that I have in my adult life more closely align with being an executive leader of the state of Michigan. When you consider being a commander-in-chief of the National Guard, having a combat veteran in that role makes a lot of sense. Not just leading in times of crisis, but also to prepare and to prevent those crises to begin with. When you talk about what Michigan needs from focusing on academic excellence, economic mobility, public safety, healthy families, and government accountability, having somebody who's running an organization, both in the private and public sectors, successfully each time, having that executive leadership experience matters. It aligns most closely with my experience. And also when you look at the fact that Michigan's budget, 40% of it, comes from the federal government. Having relationships with people at the secretary level, with the president himself, to make sure that Michigan continues to be the first to the trough when it comes to our health and human services budget, our infrastructure budget, our energy budget, so that we can continue to compete and win. Those are relationships that also matter. So I'm not doing this because it's convenient. I'm doing this because I feel called. I've always felt called to lead because that's what a passion for service is. The same thing that led me to go to West Point, become a Ranger qualified Apache pilot, fly 750 hours combat in Operation Iraqi Freedom, are the same things that are leading me to serve my state in Congress and go back home to serve my state as the governor in Lansing. Look, I want to be in politics just about as badly as I wanted to go to war. But the fact is I've been tremendously blessed. My father was born in the Jim Crow South, lived directly across the street from Mississippi State University, and couldn't go there because he was black. He went to Michigan for opportunity. He went to Michigan to find the American dream. But now his grandsons, 3 of them are my sons. And as I'm planning college funds and looking at investments for the future, we're looking and planning for colleges, and we're coming to the realization that our sons might have to leave the state of Michigan to find the same opportunity that my father immigrated to Michigan to find. That's not fair. That's not right. Someone has to do something about that. But when I look in the mirror, rather than point, I use my thumbs. That somebody can be me. That's somebody who's been given the opportunity to serve, to use his blessings, to be a blessing to others, and I'm going to invest my time, my talent, and my treasure in the state that contributed to me being the walking result of the American dream.
I want to dive into a quick policy question. Yeah. Detroit is, and Michigan at large, is the automobile capital. GM is based there, a number of other car manufacturers. One of the most defining conversations of the first 6 months of the Trump administration has been tariffs. We just heard from Peter Navarro, who's one of the president's largest supporters of the tariff policy. Specifically, when it comes to tariffs, there's been that 25% tariff on some cars and auto parts. There have been a number of pieces of research that have said that those tariffs could cost Michigan billions of dollars. I know that you have said in the past that you see what could be fruitful from the tariff policy leading to some deals. But the president has now extended his deadline for reciprocal tariffs to August 1st. He says he's not going to extend it again. Do you think that the tariff policy has run its course and has had enough time to ruminate? And would you like to see these tariffs be taken off soon? Or are you still confident in the president's strategy and think it could run a little longer, specifically for places like Michigan?
Look, within days of the president announcing his tariff strategy, Mexico surged 10,000 of his own National Guard troops to the southern border. President Trump secured the southern border and literally got Mexico to pay for it. Now, very low to no southern border apprehensions on the announcement of tariffs. Right now, we just announced in June a budget surplus, $27 billion. Right now, we have investments coming in. There was one notable earlier in the year, Hyundai, going to Indiana. And GM just announced, I think this morning, in addition to the $2 billion they're investing back into the state, $4 billion total across the country, they're bringing SUVs and pickup truck manufacturing back to Orion, Michigan. These are just the very beginning. It's just been a little bit over 6 months. President Trump is continuing the negotiating process to level the playing field for manufacturing in this country that has been hollowed out. I say all the time, Michigan is open for business, but we are not for sale. Under President Trump, America is open for business, but we are not for sale. He's brought hundreds of billions of dollars of investment and commitments back to the United States of America, just on leveling the playing field. But you know what's not working? The status quo. I was in 8th grade when NAFTA was signed. And since then, over 300,000 automotive manufacturing jobs have been hemorrhaged from Michigan, just in Michigan. You cannot trade your way to prosperity exclusively. We have to build things in America, and President Trump understands this. This is not just an economic argument. This is also a national security argument. This is also how we are able to defend ourselves, provide for our families, and be able to give that purpose and the opportunity for people to pursue the American dream. So the president continuing to negotiate, he's been able to secure our border. He's been able to secure additional investment. And I have every reason to believe when I talk to folks in my district who are saying we're getting more business than we've ever gotten before, and people are celebrating the opportunity to build SUVs and trucks just outside of my district in Southeast Michigan, once again. That's a result of President Trump, a businessman who knows what he's doing. So to answer your question, yes, I trust President Trump.
All right. I have a lot more questions I could ask you, but that's all the time we have. Congressman John James, Republican from Michigan's 10th Congressional District, running for governor. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Please welcome Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, in conversation with Blake Berman, host of The Hill on NewsNation.
Secretary Kristi Noem, Department of Homeland Security. I'm back. I don't think they're here for me. I think they're here to hear from you.
I don't know. You're pretty popular.
Thank you so much for being with us. I appreciate it. So I think the context here is important because you have a really big department.
Yes, it is a big department.
You oversee CBP, ICE, Coast Guard, TSA, Secret Service, FEMA, cybersecurity, and Citizens and Immigration Services.
Yeah.
That's not everything as well.
We also have science and technology, INA, intelligence and analysis. We have some of our agencies that do a lot of our intelligence work and analyst work. So, you know, I had described my job to people that don't necessarily know the Department of Homeland Security that well, is that we have jurisdiction over everybody that is in this country that would come into this country or leave, every product or good that is in this country or would come in or leave our country, and then anything that's on the internet. If it's communicated, sold, or done on the internet, we have jurisdiction over that as well. And then 10 of the 16 critical infrastructures we're responsible for keeping safe. So our electrical grid, our water systems, those
I'm going to try to get to a lot of this, not all of it here. But NewsNation's covered immigration and the border more than anyone. So I want to start there. You were in the cabinet meeting with the president last week. He said something fascinating that I don't think a lot of people picked up on. And when he said it, I was like, wait a minute. The One Big Beautiful Bill had $170 billion for all things border immigration, right? And the president said to you, he said, I don't think we're going to need so much of it because we had low numbers come in, have been having low numbers come in. I'm not sure how much of it we want to spend. Speaking to you, you may want to think about that. You may actually think about saving a lot of money because the wall's largely been built. Have you thought about that, Secretary, or do you think that you will actually spend all of that money?
Well, that's what I love about this president is that, you know, we need the resources to do the job, but he's always looking for opportunities to save the taxpayers' money and to send money back to those individuals and families that are raising their kids here in this country. That's one of the reasons that he ran for office originally, was on our country's debt. He recognizes that that's a national security concern. And so absolutely, one of the things that we spend a lot of our time doing is analyzing every contract, analyzing every single dollar that's spent through our department. We are one of the larger departments and agencies in the federal government with one of the smallest budgets.
So do you
think what he was talking to specifically in that cabinet meeting was the wall?
Yeah, the wall.
Maybe you don't need all that money for the wall because we've done such a great job securing the border. We'll look at all of that. The one thing that we didn't do the first term is the structure of the wall was built. about 700 plus, almost 800 miles of structure was built, but they never did get the chance to put in the technology around it, the surveillance equipment, what we needed for cameras in order to really secure it. So we do need to finish that type of investment around the wall that was already built and then finish the rest of the structure and do what we can. So that my goal every day is not just to go out and put more officers and more CBP guys on the border. We should be, using the latest technology to fight off cartels and threats that we have, but also put in a situation where we protect more of our officers. If we can put in surveillance equipment and cameras that make sure we don't need as many agents down there all the time, we can use our human resources better and keep them more safe. That should be our goal.
We've been seeing the immigration raids play out. There was the scene, for example, last week, which we covered live out in California. There's been a question, especially among conservatives, about what needs to happen at farms, especially as it relates to undocumented workers. There's some within your party who say every undocumented worker, every illegal immigrant needs to go, and anything short of that is quote unquote amnesty. Help me work through the policy here, because right now there's an estimated 320,000 undocumented immigrants working on American farms. Is it the position of the Trump administration that every single one of the 320,000, give or take, should be deported?
Well, the president has been very clear from the beginning that we are going to uphold the law and follow the law. There aren't going to be any safe places where we'll tell criminals you can go here and be completely safe. We're going to make sure we're going after those who perpetuate violence and trafficking and drug trafficking and go get them and remove them from this country. So this facility in California was a marijuana grow facility. And we had built a large case and an investigation on who was there and what they were doing. And if you remember, we've brought in over 360, I believe, criminals that we have brought into detainment. Many of them there had charges against them that were pending or they were convicted of murder, of rape and trafficking, and 14 different children were there as well. 9 or 10 of them were unaccompanied, which means they were working at this facility without a known parent or relative there with them. And we also had working at that facility people who were charged and convicted of child trafficking and human trafficking and sex trafficking. So we will go places that we know there are known criminals where we've built a case to go get those individuals and help protect and find our kids.
So known criminals and violent criminals, as I've just heard you say it. But among those, again, roughly 320,000 who are not known criminals, who are not violent criminals and are undocumented and working at farms, is the expectation, Secretary, that those individuals as well will be deported?
Oh, well, there will never be amnesty under President Trump. We are putting our priorities in place where he promised the American people when he ran for office that he would make America safer, that he would go after criminals. So that's what we're targeting right though, is those individuals who have criminal records or charges against them. I've gone to probably 10 different countries where most of these individuals came from and negotiated with their countries security agreements that give us more background information on who they sent to us. So Guatemala, Colombia, Honduras, we're headed to Ecuador and Argentina. They share with us the criminal backgrounds that they have on the individuals that they know are in our country that will help us remove them even quicker. So that's our priority, is to do that, remove those individuals, those with final removal orders, so that we have an opportunity to do exactly what the president said. I would encourage everybody, though, in this, if people are here in this country illegally, go home. I mean, the law is the law, and we are upholding the law. And the president is very clear that he doesn't believe that the law should apply to some people and not to others, and that there should be consequences for some people and not for others. They have the opportunity right now to self-deport. We will buy their plane ticket. When they land, they will be able to get $1,000 in their hand to care for their families, and they get the chance to come back. And so that's what I think is so remarkable, is that we will let them come back the right way, and we're facilitating that today. So every individual that's here in this country that's concerned, or every farmer out there that has somebody that's working for them that's concerned, work with getting them home, and so they can come back and get the right way.
At the end of, you are, as you very well know, the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. And I'll do a story, whatever the issue is, probably once a week. And this quote from the former FBI Director, Christopher Wray, sticks out to me. He said, Secretary, in April of 2024, he testified up on Capitol Hill. He said, our most immediate concern has been that individuals or small groups will draw twisted inspiration from events in the Middle East to carry out attacks at home. But now increasingly concerning is the potential for a coordinated attack here in the homeland, akin to the ISIS-K attack that we saw in Russia. That was Christopher Wray, April last year. From your perch as the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, does that still remain, what he said then, the most immediate concern now?
As far as immediate concern from those who would wish to do us harm from the Middle East, I would say it is one of the top 2 or 3 concerns. I would say that we have removed, since President Trump has been in office, over 600 individuals that are on the known or suspected terrorist list. Do we still have sleeper cells in this country? Absolutely. Are we getting up every single day to find them and get them out of this country? Absolutely. That's one of our very top priorities, is to make sure we're identifying those individuals. And our agencies within the Department of Homeland Security are partnering with the FBI, partnering with the Department of Justice to use resources to get them out as soon as possible. But that threat is very real because once they got here...
Threat? What, as you view it right now? Because you're in the role right now.
I can't say a biggest threat because I have so many I deal with every day. We have the threat from terrorists that are in our country today that we need to remove. We also have the crimes that are happening on our streets by those individuals that are murderers and rapists that affect families immediately. You can't ever bring that person back to their family. But I would say our critical infrastructure is extremely vulnerable. One thing that the Department of Homeland Security did not do well under the last administration was to protect our electrical grid. We did not protect people's personal information. You remember these hacking attempts that were successfully done called Salt Typhoon and Volt Typhoon. China proved that they can hack into our electrical system and shut it down. They can shut down our water systems. Those are things that CISA, which is one of my agencies, is supposed to be out there hunting down those bad guys and hardening our systems so that they can't do that. I think one of the scariest moments I had during my nomination process was when I got a briefing from CISA, which is the cybersecurity agency of the nation. They said to us, we don't know how Salt Typhoon happened or how to prevent it in the future. And that's not acceptable. So we have to partner with private industry, with technology companies, those that have knowledge in these areas and also operate overseas in some of these countries that can give us information that we need in order to harden our systems to protect people's information. We live in a country that isn't very patient when their phone doesn't work or their lights don't come on. So
I'm going to get to TSA in a second.
Yes, that's
speaking
true.
Of,
that's true. But so we need to make sure that this country is stable, not just from not having terrorists here and not having murderers, but also how do we keep the lights on and protect people's personal information as well.
We saw the horror in Texas on July 4th and the days following. We all know how awful that was. Yeah. There was a situation in Arkansas earlier this year where the governor, you're also in charge of FEMA, which is why I bring this up, or FEMA reports up to you. The Arkansas governor, Sarah Sanders, who was President Trump's press secretary in the first administration, had to send multiple letters for help after deadly tornadoes. The entire Arkansas delegation, all Republicans, had to send letters as well asking for federal help. You've talked about remaking FEMA. I'm from Miami, Florida. I remember Hurricane Andrew as a kid. And the whole Gulf and Southeast, et cetera, is at the start of hurricane season. If in Arkansas, Sarah Sanders had to send letters, and the delegation there had to send letters, as you think about remaking FEMA, how can you assure, Secretary, that when disaster strikes, that the states are not going to be begging for help?
Well, the president's vision for FEMA is that we would empower states to be able to respond to their constituents much more than what FEMA has done in the past. And so I think you've seen how he's already changing FEMA to the latitude that we have. There's a few changes we'll have to make through Congress that are statutory requirements. How the program operates and the continuation of government. FEMA is responsible for, on our very worst day in this country, the horrible thing happens and we lose all of our leadership. FEMA is the agency that ensures the continuation of government. So it is a big responsibility that FEMA has, not just in responding to disasters, but what it does as far as government services and how the United States of America would operate in a crisis situation. But Sarah and I were talking from the moment that those tornadoes happened, and back and forth and talking and getting her application in and working through it. What we did in Texas was that some of the reforms we put into place hit the ground immediately. As soon as I was in Texas, we had cut through the bureaucratic red tape and the rules and regulations that were left over from the Biden administration, so that we immediately pre-deployed millions of dollars to Texas so that they could run their response.
What does remaking it look like?
Remaking it looks like, so FEMA has always supposed to been in the role of where the local responders are always the ones who deliver the response. The state comes in and manages the response. And then the federal government is supposed to support that. The federal government was never supposed to come in and run an emergency response. We were supposed to support what the local officials and the state does, because that's their people and they know their communities and what they need right away. Instead, what has happened over the years is the bureaucracy of the federal government has taken over, and everybody has looked to FEMA to be the immediate response, when FEMA was too broken and too bloated and too much paperwork and processes that it wasn't responsive. In Texas, immediately as soon as the governor asked for the disaster, he asked me, I called the White House, within hours it was there. Within the flooding, we had Coast Guard and Border Patrol resources that were there within hours. FEMA was there within 5 hours. People were on the ground, but all at the request and managed by the local officials and the governor, which is how it should be.
Along the lines of bloated government, your agency was set up after 9/11. It was a response to September 11th, which is nearly 25 years ago. I ticked through the list. USCIS, CBP, ICE, Coast Guard, TSA, Secret Service, FEMA, CISA. I believe it's 22 agencies and give or take 260,000 people. You've been in this job now about 6 months, right? Almost to the day. Do we need to sit back and take a look at DHS? Does it need to be like this right now? Is it time to break some of it up and put some of it elsewhere?
We are consolidating several of the different entities within DHS, streamlining the processes. The task and the mission of the Department of Homeland Security is to protect the homeland, to secure it, and the people that live here, and to do so with integrity and efficiency. So that is what we are working every day. There are broken agencies in there, but if you look at each of those agencies, streamlining them and helping them be responsive and breaking down the silos between them will make our country more secure. So I don't believe that any of them should be moved, but they do need to communicate to each other. Many of them were not even working together or talking to each other.
Not move, but streamline and better.
Yes, and the president's, that's what I think is fantastic about this president. President Trump regularly has meetings with, even between cabinet secretaries. Myself, Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio, and Pam Bondi will meet on a regular basis as a national security strategy and have us in the room, so where you see this whole of government approach to what each of us is doing. How can military help us with the operations that we have in making sure we're deporting these criminals? You know, what do we need as far as immigration judges so people can get their processes, paperworks, and hearings faster? And so that kind of cooperation has never happened. I hope everybody recognizes this is really unprecedented to have this much cooperation between different departments and cabinet secretaries in an administration.
Let me leave you here with a little, somewhat of a lighter note, because the other day you announced, TSA announced, you actually said in the announcement, quote, that basically the shoes off policy at the airports, that we all go to the airport. Everybody's, wow, look at that.
Yeah. The big question I have is, did you all get to leave your shoes on?
So
I want to make sure it's happening at every
Here's the question that I have. Because
I always feel like I have to follow up and say, okay, are they doing it for sure?
Here's how I started my week, Secretary. I woke up, I went about my morning, I went to the local Staples because I had to renew my TSA pre. And I paid my $77.50 to renew my TSA pre. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm guessing a lot of other people have the same question.
Why do I need pre-check?
Do we need pre-check anymore? A, do we need it? B, what's the difference in sort of what does the future at the airports look like?
Well, hopefully the future of an airport, where I'm looking to go, is that you walk in the door with your carry-on suitcase, you walk through a scanner and go right to your flight.
Just like that?
Takes you 1 minute to get there.
How far away are we till that?
I'm working with several different companies with technologies to give us competitive bids on what they actually can do. And you will see us pilot this at a couple of airports before it gets implemented nationwide. But I just want you to know, the day I walked in the door, I started questioning everything TSA does. You still need pre-check, because if you want to leave your electronics in your bag and
so that's the only
like that.
Is that the only reason?
There's a few things, but I will tell you, the liquids, I'm questioning, so that may be the next big announcement, is what size your liquids need to be. We're looking at, our scanners. What we have put in place in TSA, a multi-layered screening process that allows us to change some of how we do security and screening, so it still is safe. It is still a process that is protecting people who are traveling on our airlines, but it has to make sense. It has to actually do something to make you safer. I don't think that was questioned under the Biden administration. I kept wondering if we were doing things just to slow people down or what it was, but TSA is working on the technology that we have available to us if we deploy it correctly.
So it's just simply
that you can walk in, if you've got a carry-on bag, you should be able just to walk through their screeners, their scanners, and go right to your flight.
All right.
Fingers crossed, that's what I'm working on.
We'll leave it there. She is the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security.
Yes.
Madam Secretary, we greatly appreciate your time. Thanks for being with us. Kristi Noem, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please give a warm welcome to our sponsor, Chairman and CEO of MARA, Fred Thiel.
Morning, everybody. It's a privilege to be here among so many leaders shaping American policy. Thank you to the Hill and to NewsNation for convening this timely and important discussion. I'm Fred Thiel, CEO of MARA, the largest publicly traded miner. And as policymakers meet this week to discuss the future of crypto, I'd like to highlight a critical and often misunderstood dimension of the conversation: the role of Bitcoin mining in strengthening America's energy infrastructure. Too often, Bitcoin is viewed solely through the lens of financial regulation. But securing the Bitcoin network requires a physical foundation, one rooted in energy. And increasingly, Bitcoin mining is emerging as a strategic energy asset. Why? Because Bitcoin miners are unlike traditional energy consumers. They're flexible, they're interruptible, and they're location agnostic. They can ramp up or down in real time, adjusting to grid conditions, and can operate wherever energy is underutilized. That makes them uniquely valuable to the modern grid, especially as we confront using AI HPC demand and the need for more resilient distributed energy infrastructure. Across the country, miners are already supporting grid stability and improving the economics of new energy development by serving as anchor tenants in regions where power would otherwise be stranded or too costly to operate. That's why we at MARA believe Bitcoin mining should be recognized as a strategic asset within our national energy strategy. It strengthens the grid, spurs domestic investment, and deploys existing energy more efficiently, all while helping future-proof our infrastructure for the demands of an AI-driven world. This isn't just Bitcoin. It's about American energy leadership. No other country is better positioned to lead the way in responsibly integrating these technologies and ensuring they serve the public good. But leadership requires clarity. It requires policy frameworks that distinguish between speculative activity and infrastructure that delivers real value to our energy systems, our economy, and our national security. We're encouraged to see this conversation happening in Washington. The choices made in the months ahead will shape not just the future of crypto, but the trajectory of U.S. innovation, competitiveness, and energy resilience. Thank you again to the Hill and NewsNation for the opportunity to be part of this important dialogue. Thank you.
Now, please welcome the Hill's national political reporter, Julia Manchester, in conversation with Northrop Grumman CEO Kathy Warden.
everyone. You know, sometimes you just have to learn how to pivot with these things. And I was just running to do one of our coffee talk chats that you'll see during the break, but very excited that we can have this conversation now and talk about defense manufacturing in the United States. Thank you again, everyone, for coming and joining us, and thank you, Kathy, again. You know, I want to jump into that subject of manufacturing. Obviously, Northrop Grumman is a leader in aerospace manufacturing, defense, space systems, et cetera. And we know that the administration has focused quite a bit on this in their focus on manufacturing. So let's start with that. What grade would you give the administration when it comes to focusing on onshoring manufacturing over the last 6 months?
Well, I give the administration an A. Clearly, the focus on bringing manufacturing into the United States is a really important element of our foundation and success as a nation, to be able to have both the capability and capacity to manufacture in the U.S. and create great jobs for people who are committed to this country. And we have been doing that at Northrop Grumman for many decades. We are an aerospace and defense company, and about 95% of our workforce is in the United States. Although we sell product all around the globe, we largely build here, and we work with suppliers who build in the United States. And we're proud of that heritage. And it's good to see the revival, basically, of the trades and the focus on manufacturing in the US.
You know, obviously that's been a big, I think, point of the Trump administration, making sure there's more products made in the United States. Another focus point of the administration has been, I guess, bolstering the United States in terms of its, leveling up with its rivals. We're seeing China really start to broaden its grip on the Pacific and some of its, military capabilities, et cetera. How competitive would you say the United States is against our global rivals right now?
Again, I think the United States is incredibly strong. And in many cases, the technologies that we are working on are more advanced than even the commercial sector is developing, because they are giving our military or our decision makers that advantage and edge over what nations like China are developing. That's our job as an industry, and we are at the forefront of technology. That, too, has been true for many decades. There was a time when the government expended more on R&D than it does today, and most R&D today in technology is funded by the commercial sector, including our own. But the reality is that the requirements that the government has that really set the bar for technology innovation are often more pressing than the commercial sectors. And so the kind of innovation that we're doing in our industry is outpacing other industries, and it's outpacing the world. That is the point of the work that we do. And when you look at the most important technology advancement in our industry, it's often classified for good reason, because we are developing things that we wouldn't want other nations to have access to and even be aware of. And I'm very proud of what our country is investing in, both the government and our industry, that give us that edge.
So you mentioned a lot of this information is classified, obviously, but what is the United States getting right and what is it getting wrong when it comes to having that edge over those other countries in terms of defense?
What the U.S. gets right is getting all the players on the field. So in this economy, we basically incentivize companies to invest, innovate, and get a return on that investment. And that drives entrepreneurship. And not just with new startups, but even in a company like ours, we're constantly working to outpace ourselves, to out-innovate ourselves, to replace existing technology with that of the future. And it's what's driven the tech advancement that we have seen in this nation and why this nation continues to be the leader worldwide for technology innovation. That is core to who we are. I think what we need to ensure is that we keep a balance of investment, private, public, and that investment together is working toward the advantages that this nation relies on today and ensure that they're here 10, 20, 30 years from now, just like we demonstrated most recently with the Operation Midnight Hammer in Iran, this country having the ability to project power and show strength is what peace is built upon. And we believe that, and that peace through strength comes from having a technology edge, amongst other things.
Right. And I want to, talk about that Operation Midnight Hammer. Obviously, Northrop's B-2 stealth bombers were used in that operation last month. America has employed bombers in past wars, including the ones in Iraq and Afghanistan. But can you tell us how this attack was unique in particular in terms of how these B-2 stealth bombers were used?
Well, this operation included more assets than ever before to be able to conduct an operation undetected and give us that element of surprise, and to be able to position at the time of the president's choosing and the way that the military commanders outlined an operation that went off flawlessly. And it is that kind of power projection anywhere in the world that is unique to the United States. And the B-2 is an asset that is a good example of technology innovation at its finest. We're the first nation to have the flying wing concept that is the basis for stealth technology, and it is providing that advantage today, but it will well into the future as we are modernizing the B-2 now with the B-21, which is also in production.
Well, and that brings me to my next question on the B-21 bombers. What can you tell us about that production of those bombers, and if the government's demand for them can be met by Northrop Grumman?
We absolutely can meet the demand. We're in active conversations with the government to accelerate the production. And this administration has been a real advocate for looking at how to remove barriers that would prevent us from moving faster. Speed is important in this environment. One, because technology is advancing more quickly and we want to incorporate the best into our product lines. But capacity is equally important. We've seen this in the munitions space in particular, as Ukraine is being armed to support themselves in the fight against Russia. And so as we look at both capability and capacity and speed being so important, this administration's willingness to work with industry and fund those ideas, including B-21 production ramp increase, are really positive signs of how resources, taxpayer resources, which we take very seriously, that's what we are expending for the work that we do, are used effectively and smartly so that we have the capabilities we need, but that we're getting them as quickly as possible and cost efficiently as possible.
You used a phrase earlier, out-innovate ourselves. Could you talk about how the U.S., how Northrop Grumman is doing that, or if there's a particular area you're particularly excited about where there's out-innovation happening?
We have a very diverse portfolio, and I don't like to choose favorites because there is advancement happening on so many fronts right now. Whether you think about the future of computing and Moore's Law and moving beyond Moore's Law with new technologies in microprocessing. And that is a core technology that's embedded in just about everything our military relies on, from assets in space to aircraft to undersea. We rely on increasingly hardware-enabled software to control these military assets, and so microprocessing is incredibly important. But space, still is the next frontier, and as we think about how crowded space has become, but how space has become a domain that is absolutely essential, both in peacetime and potentially in wartime, and having an advantage in space is going to be critical to the U.S. So many dimensions upon which we can innovate and provide that advantage.
Let's guess something with space in particular. What's something we should watch out for? I understand that the Golden Dome in particular, is related to that realm. But what should we be watching out for when it comes to this next era?
Well, the Golden Dome has become an increasingly important piece of work by the United States to defend the homeland, partly because space has become more contested. And in order to now protect ourselves, it's not just the tyranny of distance and being surrounded by friendly allies in oceans. There are abilities for adversaries from far to reach our homeland. And so that is why Golden Dome is so important. And certainly if you think about the layer in space, a space-based interceptor to be able to defend the homeland, that's going to be an important capability. But there are multiple layers to Golden Dome in providing defense to the homeland, many of which rely on existing capabilities today being fielded within the United States.
And I imagine Golden Dome is keeping you busy. I would love to hear the role you expect Northrop to have in this project.
Yes, our company, like many others, are able to provide capability today that are being used to protect our military who are forward deployed. The concept is to bring some of that to the homeland and protect our critical assets here. But there are also new innovations like space-based interceptors that would be part of the Golden Dome architecture, where we have to expand both the capability and capacity of those technologies. I think the important point for the American people is that this project, and I don't think of it as a single program or asset, but it's really a vision that the administration has that'll be fulfilled from a number of different angles, is complex, and it is likely to be costly in the near term, but it will provide safety for generations to come, much like was envisioned with the triad that we have that has sustained peace and stability for the last 60 years in the B-21, the intercontinental ballistic missile defense systems that we have, as well as our submarines. And so when you think about that triad and what it has done and it being modernized, Golden Dome, in my vision, is another layer of defense that helps to keep peace and stability.
I want to talk about China. Obviously, China has been a big focus of this administration in terms of keeping, and past administrations as well, as keeping the United States ahead or level with China. Do you think China is gaining ground anywhere on the United States when it comes to defense technology, and if so, where?
I would say the movement that we've seen from China is as much in capacity as it is in capability. When I compare our capabilities against the Chinese industrial base, I believe that we maintain the edge. When you look at how much the Chinese government has been spending to build out their capacity, number of ships, number of aircraft, different variants of these, satellites that have been launched and operating today, it's that pace at which they are deploying military assets that should have us all paying close attention to why and how those assets will be used in the future and how the U.S. will counter.
Absolutely. Finally, Kathy, you answered this question once with space, but, looking forward into the future, besides space, is there anything you're most excited about in terms of innovation and, manufacturing when it comes to the defense industry?
Really, in many ways, it's about how we do this work. The innovation is happening in our company with partners, including partners outside of the traditional aerospace and defense industry. We are embracing technologies not just as innovations and inventions that go into our products, but the ways we produce with additive manufacturing and utilizing more digital technologies to enable our workforce to move faster and to operate with high standards of quality that our military deserves, because what we field has to work, and it has to work every time, and it has to work in contested environments where constantly an adversary will be working to defeat it. These are really interesting engineering challenges that our workforce navigates, but it also requires a standard and discipline in our manufacturing processes that we have refined over many decades, but that we innovate at pace to keep up and introduce new technologies as they become available. It really is an interesting ecosystem that I wish more people could see into. But again, the classified nature of it means that we can't talk about some of the most interesting interesting technologies that are being developed in our space.
And I feel like we could talk about this ecosystem and the development of those technologies for much longer, but unfortunately, we only have 15 minutes and our time is up. Kathy Warden, CEO of Northrop Grumman, thank you so much for joining us
today. Thank you, Juliet.
Thank you to all of our guests so far this morning. Please enjoy a short coffee break, and we'll see you back here in 10 minutes.
What an exciting morning at the Hill Nation Summit so far. I'm Alex Quintana, White House reporter at The Hill, here with Julia Manchester, national politics reporter at The Hill. We've seen a lot of really exciting panelists, so let's dive in. You just ended an interview with Kathy Warden, CEO of Northrop Grumman. Tell me the highlight of what you were able to learn from her.
Yeah, you know, there's so much that this administration, Congress, and obviously the defense and aerospace industries are doing right now as we're seeing the U.S. really ramp up its competition with China, as we're seeing this war in Ukraine continue, obviously. And of course, the United States, or President Trump's recent attack on those Iranian nuclear sites in Iran. So we covered all of that ground with Kathy Warden. One thing I found was very interesting is what she sees ahead in terms of space and space technology. Yeah. Obviously, the Golden Dome project, which has been developed, being developed by President Trump and the Trump administration, that is something that Northrop Grumman is very much involved in. Northrop Grumman was also involved, obviously, in that Operation Midnight Hammer. That was that attack on those Iranian nuclear sites last month. Those were those B-2 stealth bombers we've talked about. And also she talked about the B-21 stealth bombers. So a lot coming out of the defense industry right now at a time when we're seeing, kind of a rocky environment when it comes to national security, the U.S. on the global stage. So it was great to get Kathy's perspective on that. And just before that, we saw Blake Berman, host of the Hill on NewsNation, sit down with Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Alex, you cover the administration from day to day. Immigration has just really been, I think, a top priority of this administration. It's, critics praise their handling of it, but it's also gotten a lot of backlash. What were your takeaways from her comments on immigration?
Yeah, it was really interesting. Blake really dove in on a lot of these important topics on, raids that we've seen at a California farm, what that means for farm workers going forward, what kind of funding the administration has gotten for immigration raids and their big deportation efforts. One thing that really stood out to me, she actually said said that funding from the big, beautiful bill, that they might not need to spend actually all of it because they've had such success with securing the southern border, that, you know, all that money that went to allocating that, they might not actually need all of it. So that was really interesting. Of course, that can go to other areas of our immigration work. Another thing is Blake pressed her on what does it mean for the farm industry that farm workers are not immune from these deportations. And she, again, stressed something that we've heard from the administration, which is that there's no amnesty for farm workers. So that's something that's been a controversial topic. While I have you, I want to talk a bit about Congressman James' interview earlier today with our congressional reporter, Michael Schnell, about how he's running for governor in the state of Michigan. Unpack that a little bit. There was some talk about how he would love to see President Trump's endorsement. So where are we on how that stands right now?
Right. So first of all, let's delve into Michigan ahead of 2026. Michigan is a very exciting state. You know, normally is it's one of the most competitive battleground states. But going into a midterm year, it's rare when you have so much focus on one particular state. And there's so much focus on Michigan because it's so competitive, and you have a number of competitive House races. You have a very competitive Senate race, and you have a very competitive gubernatorial race. So that means that we are going to see very high turnout in that state. So John James, who has run for statewide office in the past and has not won, you know, he is running for governor, hoping he can finally, you know, win that office, win statewide. He obviously has won in his congressional district. He wants President Trump's endorsement. President Trump's endorsement is a coveted endorsement in politics. But we've seen President Trump signal in, you know, recent days, recent weeks, that he's very concerned about the House majority. And he hasn't said John James shouldn't run for governor of Michigan, but he's kind of said, oh, I want to make sure that House seat stays red. So we'll see what happens there. I think John James obviously has a very good relationship with the president, but we'll be looking out for that endorsement. You know, Peter Navarro, the trade advisor to President Trump, was also here in conversation with Blake Berman. I thought it was interesting him talking about, you know, Jerome Powell, the Fed chair's future, and, you know, this debate over, you know, will he cut interest rates or lower them? What stood out to you from that interview?
Yeah, it was interesting. He was talking a lot in the rhetoric that we've heard from President Trump about Fed Chair Powell, which is that he needs to cut rates. He's too politicized. You know, the administration has often brought up that they think that Powell was more supportive of the Biden administration in terms of how they handled rates at that time versus with the Trump administration. And it's interesting, though, because Powell's reaction to why they haven't lowered rates is because of the uncertainty around tariffs. Tariffs is a huge thing that Peter Navarro is very involved in. This is kind of part of his brainchild on figuring out how much to tariff other countries so that the U.S. isn't, quote unquote, ripped off anymore. So it's something he's really passionate about. They talked a bit about tariffs, of course, and how the president has been rolling out these dozens of letters to our trading partners, setting the tariff rate after some of these negotiations. We've seen that since April, causing some uncertainty in the economy. Of course, the Federal Reserve claiming that they think that there's too much uncertainty in the economy right now. So that was all just an interesting discussion because there's so many Americans wondering, when are these tariffs going to kick in? What countries should we be looking at here? Right now, August 1st, Navarro reiterated that earlier to Blake in that interview, but things have been changing so rapidly, so you never, you know, at this rate, you never really know what new policies could come out in terms of trade. But Navarro, I will say, was very optimistic about the future of the U.S. economy. Things like gas prices, prices of everyday goods. When Blake asked him, you know, how do you see the next 6 months to a year or so, he expressed nothing but optimism and felt really good about Trump's policies. So, of course, he's a champion of this administration, so that was interesting to hear as well. Well, we have some really good panelists ahead. Thank you for sticking around with us, and thank you, Julia, for breaking all that down.
Thanks so much, Alex. You too.
Please take your seats. Our program is about to resume.
There is only one place to start tonight.
Trusted, credible, nonpartisan. For 30 years, The Hill's been the agenda-setting read for lawmakers and policy influencers. With a monthly audience of more than 47 million in the Beltway and beyond. Joining forces with NewsNation, whose mission is clear: to report the facts without fear or favor, with respect for all Americans. A network where left and right come to be reasonable.
This is The Hill on NewsNation.
Together, The Hill and NewsNation offer exclusive content in the political arena, unlike any other. With newsmaking interviews and expert analysis on the events shaping politics and policy today. It's a community where those in the know and those in power meet. Welcome to the Hill Nation Summit.
Welcome back. Please just come on in and take your seats as I'm talking. We'll get started with a lot of more speakers this afternoon. So it's been an exciting morning already. I hope you guys are enjoying it. My name is Sherry Gretsch. I'm the president of NewsNation and The Hill. And I couldn't be more excited about being here today. As Bill said, we both get the pleasure of being at both organizations and really bringing together something that is extraordinary. And this one-of-a-kind event, we're just so thrilled that you're here today. One of the things I just wanted to share with you today is the growth of NewsNation. We, in just a very short period of time, we've only been 24/7, a 24/7 cable network since a year ago. Which sounds crazy to me, but is true. And in that time, in June, NewsNation reached a major milestone, becoming the leading basic cable network in the country in total day growth. That means we now rank as the #1 among all 112 ad-supported cable networks in year-over-year growth, and we saw double digits growth throughout that year in daytime programming. So we're just ecstatic about that. And as we started this project, we really started what is NewsNation's political coverage is powered by The Hill. And this summit, it really shows that strength. And it shows what we have that no one else has. And we're able to spotlight the collaborative partnership between those two entities and our robust reporting here in Washington. As a network that is based in Chicago, where I am, we certainly are interested in what is happening for all Americans, and we certainly look to take the policies out of Washington and give them the everyday feel that everybody sees across this country. And we're also looking to build on what it means to the community here as well, with a new program we're starting on our local DC News Now affiliate coming up just a week from today. Called Sunrise on the Hill. So that'll be another program you can watch. But it's really the collective Nexstar that is together both in local news and in national news and in the Hill, the #1 political website. So thank you for being here today. We greatly appreciate your participation, and I hope your interest in everything you've learned today. And I will now welcome to the stage Congressman Ted Lieu, a Democrat from California, and co-chair of the House Bipartisan the Bipartisan Task Force on Artificial Intelligence. He's in conversation with Raquel Martin, who is our Washington, D.C. correspondent at Nexstar Media Group. And both to Raquel, I'll step this way for you guys, is part of the Nexstar parent company, and that's why I say to you, we bring all of our resources from Nexstar together today. So thank you so much, Congressman, for being here. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. All righty. All right, well, thank you for joining us, Congressman. I know that you're one of the few Democrats that have been able to stop by today. And I know kind of the elephant in the room when it comes to Democrats is what exactly would you say is the morale for Democrats right now? Republicans can say they're having a winning streak. How is the caucus kind of strategizing behind closed doors?
Well, let me first say that in about an hour, I'll be on the floor of the House of Representatives. So I just want to say how thrilled I am to now be with normal, rational, kind people. Any day that the majority party loses a rule is a good day for Democrats. So morale was pretty high yesterday when, again, the Republicans lost a rule. They lost a bunch of rules last term, something that never happened under Speaker Pelosi. And what you characterize as success, I would say, is harm to American people. We have now rising inflation, exceeding expectations in the June report, and we have now this big, ugly law that's going to have devastating cuts to health care and increase people's health care costs.
And you bring up the big, beautiful bill. I know there are cuts in there that Democrats plan to capitalize on when it comes to the midterms, particularly Medicaid. But we know that those cuts actually don't go into effect until after the midterms. I guess, what is the opportunity there?
It's a fantastic opportunity because you may have seen Republican Senator Josh Hawley just introduce a bill to reverse the cuts. And so our messaging is, if you want to elect the same person that voted for the cuts, you can do that, or you can elect a Democrat that's going to stop the cuts from coming to you. And so it's actually a perfect opportunity for Democrats heading into midterms.
Do you believe that that legislation that Senator Hawley is putting forward has any bipartisan support beyond a few Republicans in the Senate, for instance?
I hope so. Well, so one thing the bill does is, for any Republican that's been saying, oh, these weren't actually cuts to Medicaid, it shows a lie to that, because Senator Hawley just introduced a bill to reverse the Medicaid cuts. And so we hope there's going to be bipartisan support for it. Clearly, Democrats are going to support. Hopefully, we'll get some Republicans to do so as well.
Yeah. I know I've heard from some Democrats an effort to obviously flip the House and potentially the Senate in the midterms, some of them calling it Project 2026. Could you guys, I guess, lay out what a Project 2026 might look like?
It's very focused on the economy. When Donald Trump campaigned, he said on day one, he's going to reduce inflation. He lied to the American people again. We saw inflation increase during his tenure this term. And again, it exceeded expectations last month, going to 2.7%, and core CPI increased even more to 2.9%. And then when you look at lots of everyday necessities, such as utilities, those are double-digit increases. You have increases in car insurance and meat and eggs and a lot of everyday items, and people understand the economy is not doing well under Trump and Republican policies.
Before the big, beautiful bill passed, we did see Democrats going to Republican districts to kind of break down maybe some of the things that you've explained. Could we see that repeated ahead of the midterms?
We're going to continue to highlight to voters across America in both blue and red districts the harm that the big, ugly law is doing and why the economy is not doing well under Trump and Republican policies, unless you're a billionaire. If you're a billionaire, you're doing pretty well right now.
And we certainly know where Democrats and Republicans disagree, and we've seen that policy debate so far in the president's first 6 months. But there is potentially a window for some bipartisan work. Do you see any specific policy issues where we could see Democrats and Republicans pass legislation together ahead of the midterms?
So I was honored to have been selected as co-chair of the House Bipartisan Task Force on Artificial Intelligence. I served with Congressmember Jay Obernolte, a Republican, who we worked together, and we got 24 members, 12 Democrats, 12 Republicans, to all agree on a set of recommendations, over 80 of them, that's released in our report. A number of those recommendations can easily become legislation, and I hope that we're going to be able to pass some AI legislation this term.
Do you believe that the White House would endorse those recommendations?
Well, so here's my argument. The White House wanted a 10-year ban on states regulating AI. That failed pretty considerably in the Senate, 99-1 voting against that ban. So what we're facing now is not whether AI is going to have laws and regulations put on it. It's, do you want Congress to do it, or do you want 27 states to do it?
Got it. I know before, back in 2023, you wrote an op-ed in the New York Times saying that AI freaks me out. And we've heard Democrats and Republicans really express concern about what this new industry could mean for American jobs, safety, surveillance, civil liberties. Do you believe that Democrats potentially missed an opportunity to act when there was a divided Congress? Senator Schumer talked about bringing a package to the floor, for instance, and then we saw the Congress come to an end last time with no legislation brought to the floor. Now we're in a Congress that is House and Senate run by Republicans. Do Democrats see that they may have missed an opportunity to legislate and regulate AI in the lens that they prioritize?
It's only a little over 2.5 years since OpenAI shocked the world with the release of ChatGPT worldwide. So I think part of it is just timing. It was so new, and it's still developing very rapidly, that it was hard at the very beginning to fully understand what this large language model was capable of doing. And it's still advancing at leaps and bounds, and we're now moving into what I call the age of AI agents. So when ChatGPT and other large language models came out, like Google's Gemini or Anthropic's Claude, it was a text-to-text platform. So you would ask a question like, why was the Battle of Midway so important in World War II? And then it would give you this beautiful, grammatically correct essay that you turn into a history professor, right? But now it doesn't just respond to you in text. You can have it go do things in the world. You can say, I want to go, book a hotel in Times Square in September on the 5th to the 7th, find me the cheapest room and book it with my credit card. And they have AI agents that will now do that. And so as this continues, imagine 1 billion people in the world who have AI agents working for them, doing stuff in society. That is, to me, amazing and alarming all at the same time.
And given that, what is the sense of urgency on Capitol Hill? I talked about kind of what the urgency looked last Congress. What does that look like now? And how are Democrats specifically weighing some of the concerns that we're seeing from environmental groups when it comes to the amount of natural resources artificial intelligence takes? And then also competing with China, which is, I know, a very much a North Star in trying to elevate the U.S.'s artificial intelligence technology.
Well, so the thing about AI data centers is you can build them anywhere. And so if you're not going to build them in the US, then guess what? Places like UAE are going to build a huge AI data center, or in China, or some other country. So I think it's not really a smart approach to say don't build these things because of energy, because then they're going to be built in another country. I'd rather have them built in America.
Is there any discussion in the legislative process about tying, expansion and investment for AI with environmental regulations, given some of the things that we've seen pop up in certain communities with water shortages?
So clearly we have to build smartly. I do think we need to have permitting reform that makes it also easier for all sorts of energy to be built. But if we want to make sure we tackle climate change, we should focus on renewable energies that don't go away, that are clean. And you can have a mix of both to sustain the rising needs of energy, not just for AI data centers, but just for all sorts of applications across America.
And moving on, we know we just had Secretary Noem here, and obviously she's going to be overseeing the implementation of billions of more dollars in her agency, specifically to boost the amount of ICE agents on the street. I know California has been definitely in the headlines when it comes to ICE operations. Is there any Democratic strategy to confront this? Is there a place to work with the federal government, or is it all defense at this point?
So we have been highlighting the illegal behavior of the Department of Homeland Security. You cannot just go into a random park in LA and arrest brown people. That is unconstitutional, it's against the law. To arrest someone, you need to meet the standard of probable cause. To detain someone, you need to meet the standard of reasonable suspicion. My skin color and your skin color does not constitute a basis for either of those. And when ICE agents go ahead and just round up people at a Home Depot or a park, they were violating the law, they were acting illegally. People have the right to film what they're doing. They have the right to protest. They have the right to rally and march. The No Kings protest was largely highlighting the illegal behavior of the Department of Homeland Security and of ICE agents and Border Patrol agents. They cannot simply just go after someone because of their skin color, and that's what they're doing. And don't just trust me, a federal judge recently said that and issued an injunction saying you guys are acting illegally and they should be ashamed of themselves.
So no specific answer on a 2028 candidate at this point?
I think Gavin Newsom would be a great 2028 candidate.
Have Democrats been discussing potential leaders to take on a Republican candidate in, 3.5 years now?
So I'm very honored my colleagues elected me to House leadership as vice chair. We're very focused on flipping the House next year, and we're going to flip the House next year.
Got it. And back to, I guess, the work of the House. I know we talked about AI being a place where Democrats and Republicans can potentially get some legislation across the finish line. Are there any other policy priorities beyond maybe tech where there is common ground? I know during President Biden's term that we did see Republicans and Democrats tackle things like gun violence, for instance.
So before I came to Congress, I thought, oh, they just fight a lot. Now I'm in Congress, it's true we fight a lot. It's also true on any given week, there's always a bunch of bills passing the House floor on a bipartisan basis that people don't know about unless they're watching C-SPAN 24 hours a day. And so there is still legislation that's being passed in the House, the Senate, signed by the president that's helping different folks in America. But on big issues like healthcare cuts, giving more tax breaks to billionaires, there's going to be a lot of fighting. There's also a lot of issues where you can get bipartisan support. I do think AI is one of them. I think improving cybersecurity is another one of them. Because technology, is not partisan. It's just a tool. And I think there are ways that we can pass legislation to make those tools work better and safer for all of us.
And do you see artificial intelligence playing a role when it comes to Homeland Security? I know we did hear from the DHS Secretary talk about that, using innovation and technology to improve surveillance. Does that give you any pause, or is that something that you endorse?
So AI has like 27 million uses, right? And so it does depend on specific use case, but in many of them, it's going to make whatever we do as human beings more efficient. It's going to be able to analyze data in a way that humans cannot. It's going to do a lot of things that are generally beneficial to society. There's also going to be use cases where it can harm people. And so we want to focus on putting guardrails on that technology. We're not going to be able to stop AI. It's going to keep advancing. And let's try to harness its power for the betterment of society.
Do you still see Congress as an entity that can work as a guardrail to this administration?
I do, and partly it's because this task force report we put out was bipartisan. It was 24 people with very different views on a lot of different issues, and we all came together and agreed on over 80 recommendations.
And what is the timeline for this task force recommendation to become law?
So with the failure of the Trump administration's attempt to ban AI regulation by states for 10 years, that completely went down in flames. I think people are now starting to realize if we don't want 27 states doing their own laws on AI, then we should look to Congress to do it. And hopefully we'll have Republican leadership agree to that and we can pass some AI legislation this term.
Well, I'll certainly be watching. I've been following AI regulation discussion for a few years now, so we'll be interested to see how that plays out. I think that takes care of all of our time together, but thank you, Congressman, for taking out the time to chat.
Thank you.
Please welcome NewsNation's Washington correspondent Kelly Meyer in conversation with Vice Chair of the House Ways and Means Committee, Congressman Vern Buchanan.
That's perfect. All right. Hi, everyone. How's everybody feeling? Good morning. I'm going to have a seat here. Congressman, thank you for joining us. We were having a great conversation about bipartisanship backstage a bit, and we'll get into that. But I wanted to talk to you about, we had an interesting conversation about how you went from your prior life in business to Capitol Hill and how you brought what you learned to Congress. Can you talk a little bit about that and how that's impacted your role on Capitol Hill?
Well, as I mentioned to you, I grew up in a blue-collar family outside of Detroit. Yeah. And my wife and I got married, I don't want to date ourselves too much, but in '76, started a little company called Speedy Printing, 2 stores, put $1,500 in, built that up to a couple $100 million. Sold it 15 years later and moved from Michigan to Florida. That's where I'm at now in Sarasota. And my wife said, you need to go out and get a day job. So I ended up deciding I'm going to get involved in, I bought a car dealership, met a friend, and then I did a roll-up. We had 25 car dealerships. So in a matter of 30 years, I've built 2 huge businesses. And when it came up for an opportunity where the seat became available, I was always supporting pro-business, especially pro-small business candidates. And I just thought it was a way to give back. And it ended up being a very tough cycle. And I won by 369 votes.
And now you've been there 10 terms.
Yeah.
Right? So we had 20 years in business, you said, 30 years in business, 20 years in Congress. What do you like better? What do you think has had more of an impact?
Well, the business is a lot more fun up here. You know, I'm doing it because I want to try to make a difference. The country's been good. We've been blessed. And just to try to make a difference and really promote small businesses, startups, entrepreneurship. And people say, why are you always so pro-business? And part of it is because they're the job creators. Mm-hmm. The more, because we created 5,000 jobs. My last company had 1,200. And we started from, you know, just from the beginning. So I want to do everything I can to help our people that want to get in business, stay in business. And when I did, I left a piece off on we set up 800 dealers across the country. I franchised. I didn't have any money, but it's a great way to grow your business with other people's money. And I franchised it, and that's kind of how we got to where we're at. But it's just about giving back. We got challenges, but the bottom line for me is we need to find a way to work together and get some things done. And I'm optimistic about that, ideally.
Absolutely. We'll get to the bipartisanship, too, a bit later on. And I wanted to talk about, you know, the agenda items you've been ticking through, the One Big Beautiful Bill, talking about creating jobs there. You were just back in the district. What were some of the conversations you had with your constituents around that and the impact of that, especially on jobs?
I think on the small business side, people are very excited because someone that knows in small business, you know, whether it's Florida or the country, has your back. Same thing in Michigan. Are they going to be supportive and that type of thing? But I think the big thing is full expensing. It's a powerful tool, whether you're buying or selling. Make people. There's a thing called 199A, which is a 20% reduction for pass-throughs, because at one point we were, you know, 37, 39% on taxes, individual taxes with most pass-through entities, but we lowered the corporate rate to 20 from 35, and we had to find a way to deal with that. So full expensing and 199A, the combination of that package makes it very competitive. And as an operator myself over the years, my sons are running my businesses now, that is a very powerful tool. Anybody that's been in business knows that. It's a huge tool. So that's why I'm very excited about what's possible, what could be done.
And you were one of the few congressmen that were around during the first negotiations on the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, is that correct? Mm-hmm. And now doing this again. Can you talk about what this will mean for the American people back home?
The big thing is it's going to be, a lot of it's going to be permanent. Where before you always say it's the biggest tax increase and everything, that's because everything got sunsetted, but or would be sunsetted. But the idea is, I think the biggest part of it is the permanency, and it helps families. I got 200,000 seniors in our district in terms of Social Security. They'd come in my office, and it was funny when I first got involved in politics. And they'd say, "I can't wait till I get to 65." And then another one would come in and say, "I can't wait to get to 65." But the whole thing is about, you know, Medicare, Social Security. And they'd always come in and say, "Why am I paying taxes? I already paid taxes on this money. I got to pay taxes again." So for 88%, at least of my constituents, and I'm sure across the country, they won't have any taxes they'll be paying on their Social Security. And that's the good thing.
And you're vice chair Ways and Means right now. We were talking a bit about trade, the president's trade deals. I'm over at the White House talking about that a lot, both on the trade deals and then the tariffs, the impact on inflation, what this all means going forward. The cost of groceries, we saw the inflation report, the cost of groceries and gas ticking up a bit. How do you explain this to your constituents, where the direction of the country is heading with this?
Well, you figure we got 370 million people or whatever in the U.S., but there's 7 billion on the planet. I've been to 85 countries. We've done little or no trade deals. We're running a $1.2 trillion trade deficit. And some of them are very good friends of ours. You can set China aside for a minute, but when you look at Japan and other countries, so the idea is, and I think Trump's got the right ideas, just trying to find a way to get something that's fair and works for everybody. Like, one of the big things I'd like to see us do is do something with the EU. They're about the same size in terms of population and their economy and everything in terms of the U.S., and see if we can't do something together and work together. That's something I've been pushing for 10 years. But we need to get back in the trade business. I'm part of a bipartisan group. We travel around the world. We focus on trade and we focus on democracy and focus on different issues. But one of the big things is they all want to get and structure a deal with us. And our goal is trying to find a way to get there. Now, we haven't had a lot of activity before the current president for a number of reasons. I don't want to get into them now, but we're back focused on that. And I think in terms of the president, when you look at he's structuring this and saying he's going to raise someone's rates 20% or 30% or this or that or whatever, it's his style of negotiation. But he's getting a lot of people out of attention. And we've had no activity in this area, and now at least we're back in the game, ideally in a big way. And, take, for example, Japan. We got huge negative debt ratios with them, and we've got to find a way we can get in the room and make where it's a little fair. At the end of the day, it's got to work for both people. As a business guy for a lot of years, I believe in win-win in terms of negotiation, not win-lose. And the idea is find some of these countries, South Korea, I helped put that in place originally. And, of course, Japan, we did a phase 1 with them. We're going to do another agreement. But we want to make sure that we're doing everything to work with our neighbors and our friends, but it's got to be a little bit fair, and that would make a big difference to the country.
So you like his idea of, making sure that the other countries are, as he calls it, paying their fair share. He is diving back into this and trying to, like you said, for the first time, maybe in a while, trying to renegotiate some of these deals. And then in the interim, the impact on the American economy, maybe up and down, or you think in the overall, the American people will be okay, they could see costs?
I think with what they've put in place, a lot of the different things in terms of the new tax package, I think it's going to make a huge difference in terms of growth and not just small businesses and businesses, but also for the employees. So I'm very bullish about, where all this is going. We got to give it a chance, and I'm confident that we'll get where we need to go.
Give it a chance. I know you were talking a lot about what brought you to Congress was deficit, the national debt. That was one of the big reasons you came. You said since you came, it's increased quite a bit. How do you tackle that, and what ways do you think Congress is moving in the right direction or not moving in the right direction on that?
As I said, I got here, everybody has a reason why they ran. And mine was the debt and the deficit in 2006. We ran a $170 billion deficit at the time, and we were $8 trillion and change in debt. Now we're $37 trillion in debt. Which first $1 trillion that we take in taxes go to pay the debt. It's $1 trillion a year. You take in, last year we spent, we took in about $5 trillion, we spent $7 trillion. So the only way that's going to get resolved, I was talking to Steny Hoyer even about it yesterday, we've got to find a way that we can work together. I don't blame the Democrats, I blame both of us, and we've got to find a way to get this resolved. 49 out of 50 governors have to balance their budget. We need to balance it. And my first week in Congress was a balanced budget amendment, and every new Congress I put in place. We've had some votes on it, but we got to find a way we get together on that, because I think at some point it's not a matter if, when, this becomes a huge problem.
And that's a key thing I think a lot of people don't hear maybe that often, is the idea of working together on this. You'll often hear on the news Democrats pushing back on Republicans for it, Republicans pushing back on Democrats saying it's their fault. You're saying it's both of our faults, and we both need to come together to solve this.
I'm probably, and I know the next speaker you got, Jody, is the same way. Bring us something. If they've got something, they know they can go to Vern and being senior on the list. And when they bring me something, I try to find a way to get to yes. And someone will say, "Oh, that good talk, Vern," or whatever. But just ask anybody that's a senior member on the Democratic side on the Ways and Means, or Ways Democrats in general. I just figure we're all Americans. Let's find a way to get to yes. And that's the attitude I have, Democrats or Republicans or whatever. And I think that's my reputation. I hope that is.
I'm curious, you've been up there for 20 years now, you said. Have things gotten more divisive and more partisan over the years, or do you feel as though there's still a good deal of bipartisanship despite what people might see back home?
I think there is a lot, if you look at a lot of the bills, but there's a lot more we could be doing together. I mean, if we work together and compromise a little bit more on both sides, I think it'd make a big difference. We've got to deal with the debt and the deficit. You can't continue to run $2 trillion deficits in a given year, and we're at $38 trillion. It's just, I don't know when, but if we don't change the behavior, it's a big problem. And my focus has been on, for 20 years, focusing and trying to get people to pay more attention to that. Now, we are trying to deal with some different waste and fraud and abuse. They said, like Medicare, we're spending $1.3 trillion. There's 10% in terms of fraud and waste in that. Everybody kind of agrees to it. The Democrats even agree to it. And that's something we should be able to work together and get done.
I did want to ask you about Medicaid. The new bill does include historic cuts to Medicaid. The Florida Health Justice Project estimates the state will lose about $4 billion annually in Medicaid support. That could impact at least 1 million current recipients. So what's your message to constituents who you represent who depend on Medicaid?
I think anybody that depends on it, it's going to be there, at least for my sense, the way I look at it. But there are a lot of people that take advantage of it. The intent of it was for mothers, pregnant women, with a poor family. It was available for them. But now there's a lot of people that are using it that shouldn't be using it, don't qualify. They need to be working ideally. And that's usually a 35-year-old male or something like that. Now, maybe that's just talking points out there. I don't know. But in talking with a lot of our people locally, we're going to figure out a way to work through it. If you qualify, you get it. If you're not qualified, we just want to make sure that it goes to the right people.
And I want to switch gears to something that's been in the headlines recently, and it's getting the attention specifically of House Republicans. We're hearing from a number of House Republicans, including the Speaker, who say they do want to see the Justice Department release all of the Epstein files. So I'm talking about the Epstein files now. Where do you stand on that? Are you joining in that call? Do you want to see transparency, or do you trust the administration to handle it?
Well, I've seen our Speaker said something yesterday, and I haven't paid enough attention. It is on all the newses, but I rather focused on other things. But I'm going to talk to the Speaker about it today.
Okay. And overall, do you feel as though there should be transparency in the situation?
I do. I think it would probably resolve it quicker. And, a lot of times it's politics, but we'll see on this. I don't know enough about it other than just what I've heard in the last 3 or 4 days.
What's the biggest question you get from your constituents when you travel back home, or the biggest ask that they want to see you get done on Capitol Hill?
I think they like the ones that are friends of mine or business people. They want to see us start dealing with the debt and the deficit. I mean, like I said, the next speaker, he's the budget. He knows the importance of it. But there's a lot of us up here that like to see that get dealt with. And I think a lot of people are very concerned when they understand, the impact of that. A lot of people don't, unfortunately. But when they understand that we're $37 trillion in debt, the first trillion goes to pay interest on our debt, they can't believe it. And I think, but there are quite a few that are paying attention, at least in my district, and we're trying to address it.
And what's next on your agenda? What's the next thing you're working on, or anything in the future that you could share, maybe a preview of here today?
I think trade, I'd like to see us do more in terms of trade. I'd love to see something with the EU. We have a lot of the same values in the U.S. I know there was some talk initially about it. I'd like to see that get re-engaged. But we do travel around the country. We're going to South America, and we'll be dealing with a lot of the leaders down there. But that'll be one of the big things that they really care about is, doing more trade with us. Everybody'd like to do more business with us. We've just got to be more available.
What do you think the impact with our neighbors to the north, also Canada, and trade with them, what does that look like going forward?
I think that's going to get worked out. I do want to mention one other thing before our show runs out. Is I'm also chairing right now health, and that is a very big issue. We're spending $5 trillion a year in terms of Medicare and Medicaid. People are getting actually sicker in terms of our ranking in the world, and the whole thing for fee-for-service is, and I'm very much into prevention, trying to do whatever we can. Everybody's got to be a little bit the CEO of their own health, but also there's a lot of fraud, and we've got to get people to take more responsibility for their health, because we can't afford it. I mean, $5 trillion a year, we're getting sicker. And a lot of it's not nobody's fault, but a lot of it's because of the pre-packaging of a lot of the various foods that people eat. There's no nutritional value. Yeah. Someone I read like 10 or 15 years ago read a book, and it changed my life, because we're always struggling to go up and down in your weight. But it was basically the author had a equation. The top of the equation was the nutritional value of the food. The bottom of the equation was calories. So what's the most nutritional food with the fewest calories? If you can answer that question and start better understanding that, it makes it very easy about weight management and your health in general. So as the chairman of health, that's to where I'm trying to drive our committee.
So a lot on your plate going forward, from business to health, but we appreciate you taking the time to talk with us today. It was a great conversation. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome NewsNation's Washington Bureau Chief, Mike Vaquera, in conversation with the chair of the House Budget Committee, Congressman Jody Arrington.
You give me a plug.
There we have it, the cloakroom right out here in the open.
Backroom deal just happened.
Yeah. Thanks for being here.
You bet, Mike.
Right. You're from Lubbock, Texas.
The food, fuel, and fiber capital of the world, home of Buddy Holly and the Texas Tech Red Raiders.
Oh, that's awesome.
Get your guns up.
I did not know.
I might get arrested, actually, in this town for getting my guns.
I did not know that Buddy Holly was from Lubbock. First of all, an update on I know Lubbock is not the epicenter of the floods.
No.
But an update on the situation in Texas, and specifically as it relates to all this restructuring that's going on in the Congress, in the administration, and in the budget process with regard to FEMA and the funds for FEMA and the National Weather Service. Has it had an impact?
I don't think you can predict or prevent what happened in the Hill Country. I think it's incumbent upon all lawmakers and responsible leaders to do the post-mortem analysis. I'm a continual improvement guy, so there's always something we can do better in any process, in any program. But to have a wall of water rise in less than an hour at 4 in the morning, 4 to 5 in the morning on Independence Day would have been really difficult to intervene and prevent in any situation. And it's, heartbreaking to say the least. And we appreciate our fellow Americans who've been lifting our families up and our state up in prayer. But we'll find out more in the days and weeks to come. We're still in search and rescue, but I think it's appropriate to start opening up that process to discover whether or not we could have done anything differently or better. My last stint with President Bush, because I spent 10 years with President Bush, who actually ran for this seat. The only time he ran and lost was for District 19 against Kent R. Hance, Blue Dog Democrat, back in the late 70s. And but my last stint with him in the administration was the aftermath of Katrina Rita. And we made changes to the Stafford Act. We restructured FEMA. It was an unprecedented disaster at that time. So I just think there's a stronger role for the local and state guys. I think they're more responsive to the communities. It's like my philosophy on governance in general. Those closest to the people and problem are best suited and situated to
But you're open to the idea that the federal government's role should still be a robust one.
I don't know if it should be robust. I think there are ways for us to pool resources to help in risk mitigation and in the aftermath, in the recovery, because these are tremendously expensive at the end of the day, whether it's a fire or it's a hurricane or it's a flood.
But I think on the front end of it, it would be better, in my opinion, especially on the preparedness side, to delegate. And look, there are responsibilities already at various levels of government. And I don't know, in reflecting on this, what they could have done better or differently, but I'm open to whatever discoveries that would, in fact, make it better if that exists.
Okay, you ran the reconciliation process for the president's, what he called the One Big Beautiful Bill, and I know all of you called it the One Big Beautiful Bill.
Yes.
A success for Republicans and the president.
I think so.
I mean, from their standpoint, from your standpoint, no question.
Yes.
Now you're on to the next one.
Yes.
A second reconciliation bill. You've said that you want measures like prohibiting Medicaid coverage for gender-affirming surgeries and banning non-citizens from tapping into Medicaid resources. Correct me if I'm wrong. But where does this second bill stand? You're going to get it done by the end of this year.
Well, one quick comment on the One Big Beautiful Bill, if I may.
Sure.
It is the largest, most comprehensive set of reforms, tax, fiscal, welfare, security investment, energy deregulation in the history of the country. And I think it will go well for our economy. I think it will go well for communities across the land. So I'm very proud of what we did. It's not perfect, never is, but I think that Reagan 80-20 was met. As the budget chair, I always want to do more on the fiscal reform side and restoring fiscal health to the country, which is just off the rails, and we can talk a little bit more about that. But to have a $1.5 trillion reduction in spending, 2 times the most in the history of our country, to put the policies in place to create the conditions for economic growth, which is a big part of bringing the debt and deficit to GDP down, is no small thing. The Speaker has said we'll get more bites at the apple. And we certainly have the opportunity for 2 more reconciliation bills in this first phase of the 2 phases of the president's second term. That is before the midterms. I think we stretched the rubber band pretty tight between fiscal hawks and moderates and those who are in swing districts. And I think we struck a delicate balance. By the way, remember, when we opened up the process, budget resolution started the budget reconciliation process, we only had 1 vote that we could lose. The smallest margin in 100 years.
Okay, let me bring you to that on the vote count, because as a student of Congress, it fascinates me. There were any number of members of Congress, the moderates from the Northeast on the SALT stuff.
Yes.
Midwestern people from red states on Medicaid and rural hospitals.
Yes.
It was touch and go, and for a while it didn't really seem like the votes were going to be there. The votes were there, and you did it by July 4th. I want to know what the president's role was in turning some votes take me behind the scenes on what the president did in terms of the arm twisting, in terms of the cajoling, perhaps in terms of the bare knuckle politics of this.
You know, I don't feel like he was heavy-handed in the process. I never felt that at all. But he and his team would come alongside of us throughout the process for obvious reasons. I mean, he got the mandate, the America First policies and tools and resources were wrapped in this reconciliation bill, and I think that his success was also wrapped into this, so they had a great interest in us being successful. But I remember the first meeting at the White House where he was involved, and he more or less set the tone like a good leader. He didn't try to micromanage the details. He established some principles and priorities for him. But what I saw towards the end, as we were trying to push it into the end zone, to use a West Texas football metaphor, because it's hard to do that in the red zone. The closer you get to the goal line, it's harder. I think he was great with both sides. I think with the moderates and those in swing districts, there were certain fault lines and sensitivities, political and policy. And I think he encouraged them to lean in. The American people, especially on the reining in of wasteful spending, I think he reminded them that that's why they sent him and us here after record deficit spending and inflation-induced spending. So that was the push on the more moderate side. And on the hawk side, like me, it was reminding us of the unprecedented commitment to reducing spending that we had already achieved, A. B, what we could do with appropriations. If you hold appropriations flat for this year, that's what we achieve. He had a 23% cut in his initial presentation. But if we just hold it flat, relative to the baseline, relative to inflation, it's about $500 billion.
Okay.
So he reminded us there were more opportunities on bringing down and bending the spending.
Well, the president is not averse to playing hardball with members.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
At this moment, the rescissions package is on the floor of the Senate in the vote-a-rama. I guess I don't know whether they've started it yet or not. He has come out and said there have been threats, reports that you vote against this, I'm going to oppose your reelection. Yeah. I'm going to work politically against you. How much sway does, I guess coming off what you would regard, as Republicans regard as a string of victories, what certainly the White House would regard, are those kinds of threats now taken, I'm sure they were taken seriously to begin with, are they taken more seriously now?
I've always thought, as a Republican, that, and I was always very appreciative and with respect, watched Nancy Pelosi get all of her members to advance their agenda and their policies, even when it was very difficult on their members in swing states. Somehow she got them to do it. She was tough. That's how. I think too often we're all carrot and no stick. And I think in life in general, and in business, for many of your audience members, I think you have to have equal parts carrot and stick. And that's generally the best way to incentivize the outcomes and the behavior you want. I mean, we're all adults and mature leaders, hopefully, and hopefully self-assured enough and self-actualized enough that we're going to vote the way we want to vote that's in the best interest of our country.
You're saying it's counterproductive for the president to issue political threats against Republicans?
I think that strong leaders who've been effective have had carrot and stick. And I think we need equal parts stick and carrot. And in the Republican Party, we've seen carrot only. And I don't think we've done transformational things. And I don't think we've unified like the Democrats have in the past. I would think that's a criticism, by the way, that the base would levy against Republicans. And I think it would be a fair criticism.
Going back to the second reconciliation package that you're talking about, there was a lot of criticism, a lot of concern from red state senators and members about cuts to rural hospitals. Josh Hawley, now Senator Josh Hawley from Missouri, of all places, wants to roll back some of the Medicaid cuts, repeal the cap on state-level funding for rural hospitals, and add $50 billion to rural hospitals for directed payments. Did the bill go too far?
I don't think so. I think the bill struck the balance.
Are these hospitals going to be adversely affected in rural areas?
I don't believe they will. I think this transition fund, the rural hospital fund of $50 billion will help. But I think the savings on rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse will help. I don't want to keep a scheme that's not in the best interest of the taxpayers nor the beneficiaries of Medicaid just because there are resources that states and local communities and providers have benefited from. The provider tax is a scheme. People have called it money laundering. And, I don't have to go that far. I'll just tell you, it's not the way to run the railroad. It is not, there are better ways to resource hospitals. For example, today, and this would have been another savings. This is a non-benefit efficiency on the Medicare side. We pay hospitals more than we pay independent physician groups for the same outpatient procedure. If we had a site-neutral payment, we equalized the payment, we'd save $150 billion. But more importantly, we would stop concentrating assets and creating monopoly forces in medicine, because these independent physicians, they cannot keep up with the hospital because their reimbursement is disparate. So it's a dysfunction in the system that affects seniors and their premiums, and it affects me and my family and others for choice in healthcare. So I think there are lots of ways to reform healthcare and more in welfare that we left on the table. But like I said, we had to strike a balance, and it couldn't be all about what the budget chairman wanted because of my tunnel vision on the debt. And I'm pleased with what we did, and I think it was meaningful. But we're going to always have to come back and rinse and repeat, because it took 20 years, roughly 2 decades, to come out of the last level of indebtedness that we had at this level.
If I'm not mistaken, the Medicaid cuts go into effect in 2027, the reductions in
I believe that's
forms
correct, yeah.
If there's so much waste, fraud, and abuse, why wait a year and a half?
Well, the same question was asked about if work requirements for able-bodied adults is good policy, why not implement it yesterday?
Okay, and the answer?
It was a balance. It was a balance of interest that you always have to strike when you're doing the sausage making of writing, especially big omnibus bills. So
I guess
I have my preferences, and I'm not bashful about telling you about everything we did. We should have executed.
Did the timing of the midterms play a role in determining?
I assume for some it did.
The rescissions bill that's on the floor, the rescissions bill that would essentially be a codified line item veto. There's some disagreement among Republicans on the PEPFAR payments, the International AIDS Prevention Fund. Apparently, it's coming out of the Senate bill. That means it's going to have to come back to the House, which has already passed the package. Yeah. Where do you think things stand? Is it going to pass the House by the recess?
It will pass the House. It looks like it will pass the Senate now after this procedural vote that required our vice president to come and push it over the line. It's disappointing to me that some of the money, by the way, $6 billion remains in PEPFAR. There was a lot of good that's happened with PEPFAR. And I think President Bush made an investment that yielded.
And that was a George W. Bush initiative, a big initiative.
Yeah, it was. And I think many would say, and I would say in many respects it was successful, but like a lot of programs, it's been diffused. It has lost its way. Monies are going to things that have nothing to do with, I would submit.
So how do you reform it and still save lives?
Well, you first of all cut out the monies that have grown apart from the mission. And that is probably the first principle for me in the entire budget of the federal government. There's been so much, I mean, we saw it with USAID, some of the most absurd, wasteful spending items and examples that nobody knew about. Now, Congress should have known about it, and I would admonish the whole lot of Congress for not doing their constitutional oversight role, because it shouldn't have taken Elon Musk to parachute into Washington to identify some of the baloney that was buried in the budgets of USAID, and I'm certain that exists throughout the federal government. So it's kind of that first phase of anything is like, let's first get our house in order. Let's get rid of the waste, fraud, and abuse. And then there are harder problems to solve and bigger challenges that, quite frankly, will require both parties. I'm convinced at this stage, some of these unfunded liabilities in the $150 trillion of additional debt that will be added in 30 years will have to be addressed with Republicans and Democrats at the table.
Mr. Chairman, also in that bill that's on the Senate floor is an effort to roll back the defunding of PBS and NPR, the parent organization, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Is it the goal of conservatives to eliminate the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and those two entities underneath it?
I can't speak for the goal of the Republican Party. I can tell you I think it's an inappropriate use of taxpayer dollars to fund what I believe is biased at best information and news. I don't think that's the role of the federal government. I think the federal government should keep this audience and my family and my fellow Texans safe and free. I don't think it has any business as subsidizing multimedia news organizations.
All right, last question, because I'm getting a wrap. Public radio plays a role in rural areas in this country, especially in farm-reliant areas, very much reliant on the information, some of the crop reports, the information that comes over public radio. How do you preserve that?
I don't think you have to preserve subsidized radio, NPR, any more than subsidized television. I think what you do is you rely on the local stations, many of which I frequent, to tell them about what I'm doing here. And they do a very good job. They're closer to the people, connected to the communities, and they give great information that's relevant to the things happening in my hometown of Plainview, Texas, in Hale County. So this is something that is not part of the core responsibility of the federal government. I don't think it ever should have been. And I think the private sector is more than sufficient. And then there are ways to address the private sector and the challenges they face in that ecosystem, but not by a nationalized multimedia operation.
All right. Chairman Arrington, thanks very much. I know it's a lot going on both the floor of the House and the Senate and Congress under that dome that we both love so much. Great to see you.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
God bless.
Please welcome the Hill's Senate reporter, Alex Bolton, in conversation with senior member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, Senator Amy Klobuchar.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. Great to be here. Senator, thank you for joining us. This is a big event for us, and we're thrilled to have you
Thank you
here.
to the Hill and NewsNation for coming together to put it on.
Mm-hmm. So a lot going on Capitol Hill right now, and you're in the
Really?
You're in the middle of a lot of it. Let's talk about the news today on the Senate floor, the rescissions package. It looks like it's going to pass after it made it through those two procedural votes last night. And one of the biggest parts of it are the cuts to Corporation for Public Broadcasting. What do you think the cuts to Corporation for Public Broadcasting mean for rural communities specifically?
Mm-hmm. So we are not done with this yet. We're going to have amendment votes. I think everyone knows there may be some changes to the bill. There's some talk about PEPFAR and how important that is, as we're on the cusp of basically eliminating AIDS in some countries. There's a lot of talk about the work that the president has done in the Mideast, and maybe we don't want to upend some of that with Jordan and some of our neighbors for foreign aid. And then Ukraine. But the final point of it, which for me is just hits so close to home, is public TV, public radio. So as you know, Minnesota has a huge rural area, and so many of these stations, the rural stations, are 2 to 1 higher percentage, the ratio of federal funding. So they'll get 20%, they'll get 30%. It's still not a majority of their funding. And these rural stations are often the lifeblood of these communities. When it comes to emergency alerts in the town of Bemidji, that's where the Paul Bunyan statue is. They don't even have they have a newspaper that I do interviews with a lot, but it's online now. This radio station and the TV stations, those are how they get their emergency alerts. Grand Marais, Minnesota, on the very tip of our state, when you think of our state, no other station on the radio is giving us weekly and hourly and every moment broadcasts about what? The Canadian wildfires. Because people need to know, especially seniors, what the air quality is. They tell us when the deer has been hit in the middle of the road and they still don't have it removed. These are things that may sound small, but they're what bring a community together. And so I hope that our colleagues will look at that from that perspective when you look at all the rural radio and TV and think of it in a different way. I've been contacted by so many former state legislators who are Republicans who from rural areas who are on the boards of the local TV and the like, and I know my colleagues have too. So I would say we know there's going to be some changes to the bill, so it's going to go back to the House. So I was disappointed in the vote last night. I think we should be asserting our power. There are 3 branches of government, and this was a decision made in the past by a Republican House and a Democratic Senate that came together and made a decision on the budget. And when you start messing around a year, 2 years later on this kind of stuff, people will be afraid to compromise. And I think we need more compromise and not less.
You know, Republicans have been trying to cut PBS and NPR for decades, really. I mean, this goes back to the Reagan days. It was part of Trump's first budget in the first term. Republicans rejected it. Now it seems like they're ready to accept it. What do you think has changed?
I don't know. I think they would say they don't like some of the programming here and there, but they also like some of the programming. It's hard not to like the PBS Kids, where you can put your kids in front of those programs and know they're not going to be exposed like online to pornography or be exposed to a fentanyl ad, or they're not going to get advertising trying to lure them in to buy something. It's hard to not think it's okay when you're a business and you want to get some sort of non-adversarial business news. There's a lot of places to get it, including in these 2 outlets. But one is Marketplace, which happened to start at a local station in Minnesota. So I just think some of this programming that they don't like, I know they pointed to that, really is minuscule compared to the services that these public TV, public radio stations bring. And I say this as a daughter of a journalist who, by the way, was the first reporter in our Minnesota for the Star Tribune to cover the Vikings. He wrote 23 books, including the authorized biography of Fran Tarkington and a book called Will the Vikings Ever Win the Super Bowl? Which is sadly still relevant today. But he also wrote general journalism, and I just see that as such a need right now. And my dad actually had a way of, he talked about ordinary people doing extraordinary things, of telling the stories of people in our state that really resonated with people, that they understood people in a different way, and that is a role of these stations as well. So my hope is that we find some way to get through this, and so we don't see a bunch of rural stations going under, which is what will happen. It won't be the big city ones, it'll be the rural ones.
Moving on, economy and tariffs. News this week, Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada said that there's not a lot of evidence right now that Canada and the U.S. can reach a trade deal. Trump says he plans to impose a 35% tariff on imports from Canada starting August 1st. He's already applied 50% tariffs on steel and aluminum imports, which of course Canada is a big supplier of those. What impact do you think we're seeing on the U.S. economy so far from these tariffs on Canada and these threatened tariffs on Canada?
So, as you know, I'm from Minnesota, where we can see Canada from our porch. They are our biggest trading partner, eclipsing our next 3 when you even add them together. And I've always seen Canada as this friend. They are the one embassy that for years had displayed banners that said friend, partner, ally. For 34 states, they are our biggest trading partner. And I know that the president respects Prime Minister Carney. I know this from things that I've seen and heard, and I also went up to Canada with Senator Kramer on a bipartisan trip, and Senator Shaheen and others, and met with Prime Minister Carney about this. And I know that he's interested in reaching agreement. So I would think the way to do this sanely would be within the USMCA, which was the president's trade agreement. I was one of the first Democrat on the primary debate stage that endorsed that agreement. You can see how well it worked for me. That is his jewel of a trade agreement. It needs changes, you know, especially when it comes to dairy. With Canada, there's been some disadvantages to our country, and the president knows this. So I just hope that that's what they do instead of pissing off the people of this country. And what they're engaged in right now, I get this because I hate the rhetoric on the 51st state. They're literally not coming to America. We've seen the border crossings in Minnesota down 30-40%. And we're talking about people who drive to Duluth, Minnesota, or go to the Mall of America in Bloomington. I was in New Hampshire last week, same thing that I heard from some people involved in tourism there. Vermont, you can ask Peter Welch about this. He'll tell you the same thing. So this is even beyond the price of cans to put our beer in for our breweries, or it's beyond the construction costs when you see increases because we get timber from Canada. This is also about tourism and a longtime friend, and we can't continue like this. The Senate, it's the one bipartisan vote we had, 51 votes with Tim Kaine's measure. I was the second co-sponsor of it, to upend those tariffs and say Congress should reassert itself. We actually passed that with the votes of Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski, states bordering Canada, and my favorite two, Rand Paul and Mitch McConnell, who don't agree on much, but what do they agree on? Anyone know? Kentucky? Bourbon, that's right. Bourbon has been taken off the shelves in Canada. So I just want to get to a better place. There are these tariffs overall beyond Canada. Tax on families, $2,800 per family, changed over 100 times. You've got allies, Japan, South Korea. We don't have places to send our soybeans in Minnesota. I'm just believe in targeted tariffs, some of which the president did during his first term. But I don't believe in what's going on right now. I think it's very detrimental to our economy in the short and long term. And you see the inflation costs already going up with the numbers from this consumer price index just 2 days ago on the 2.7% increase in inflation.
So there's a lot in Washington, a lot in Congress that's happening that you're not thrilled about, to put it mildly, but you did get a win in May when President Trump signed your bill, the Take It Down Act, into law. The law protects individuals from the non-consensual publication of intimate images, including images generated by AI. What other regulation do you think what other AI regulation do you think has a chance of passing this Congress?
Sure. So first, the story on that bill, and it is the first time we've put in place some kind of rules on AI. This is a bill I have with Ted Cruz. And it's a bill that I discussed with the president and the vice president and Melania at the inaugural lunch. You know, I think leave no moment on this, as I knew she was interested in these issues online. And she supported the bill. We had already, Ted and I had got it through the Senate. It is a big deal because it says the platforms have to take down non-consensual porn in 48 hours. That includes both AI created and actual. 25 kids a year, last FBI statistic I had, have committed suicide over this. They think their life is shattered. They think they're sending a picture to a potential girlfriend or boyfriend. It gets distributed on the internet. They don't know how to handle it. They kill themselves. So when she came out for that bill, we were able to get it through the House. It had stalled out there, and then he signed it into law. To me, that's just the beginning. We should be doing the same kind of thing for people's images with AI. Marsha Blackburn and Chris Coons and Tillis and I have a bill on that we've reached agreement with a whole bunch of groups about how to do it, so people have the right to their own image online. And this isn't just about country music stars, although Randy Travis was there to launch the bill. But it is just also about everyone's image, that they should have the right to their own image, and it makes it very clear. Drugs being sold online, fentanyl, these are all things that I believe we should at least start with as we're looking at rules of the road when it comes to AI. Senator Thune and I have kind of a base bill that we introduced last year on at least giving NIST the power to set some standards for non-defense use of AI. I do think we're going to have to get some rules in the road. When Elon Musk has said he wants some rules for AI, I think maybe we should listen. And I think it was David Brooks who once said that he found it hard to write about AI because he didn't know if it would lead us to heaven or hell. So it has such potential for the state of the Mayo Clinic, cures for rare diseases, and all kinds of really amazing things we can do with it, but not if it gets taken over by scammers and if it's used for bad things, and we don't even have any rules to protect people for bad uses. That's not good for the companies that are developing it, and let's not do what happened with privacy, which we didn't put any rules in place, and now we have a patchwork of laws across the states. They filled a role which they had to fill, and I believe in giving AI empowerment to the states now, but part of why I believe it is because we haven't doing anything on the federal level, and it's time to act.
Ted Cruz is known as a very partisan fighter.
Really?
What was it like working? Well, how did that come about? I mean, did you bump into him in the elevator?
Oh, no. He's actually been willing to stand up. He and Josh Hawley, Senator Grassley has, Senator Kennedy, I've worked with them. They're all on the always friendly, lovey-dovey Judiciary Committee on which I serve. And Ted also, when I chaired the Rules Committee, he was on the Rules Committee as well. So we have worked together despite having major disputes over judges and other things. We've worked together on a number of these issues. He's been willing to stand up, and it's hard to find people on both sides of the aisle who's willing to say, okay, we love the products, so many of these, we're not Neanderthals, but we need to put rules of the road, or we're going to let other countries do it, and we're not going to be able to get to the next level with these products if kids are dying because they think they are getting a Percocet online on Facebook or Snapchat, and they end up that it's laced with fentanyl, and with one pill, they're dead. That has happened way too many times in this country, and it's hard to believe with all of the advancement in these countries and in these companies and all of the incredible expertise and money they have, that they are unable to get to a better place on this front. And that includes, by the way, with making sure they're paying for content to the media companies, which is a bill that Senator Kennedy and I have long led.
Clearly, it's a huge frontier. It's something that Chuck Schumer wants to make one of his priorities. So certainly interested to see what happens there.
Yes, he and Senator Young and Senator Rounds and Heinrich led just the most bipartisan meetings that we've had. So people are pretty up to speed on it in the Senate. And I know the Speaker has said that he wants to do something at some point. And I hope that this is a moment where we can sort of put things aside for the good of the country and our citizens, but also for the good of advancing this technology in the right way, that we can put some rules in place.
One last topic I wanted to touch on. News broke recently that Vance Bolter, who has been indicted on federal murder charges related to the killing of State Rep Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark at their home on June 14th. What do you think about calls by some of your colleagues like Chuck Schumer to do more about political violence and to increase protection for members of Congress? It's a scary issue. It's a big issue. But how do you think about it?
Okay, so to wind this back a little, the woman that was shot, Melissa, was a very good friend of mine, and her husband. They were the most delightful people. I'm sure you heard their stories. She was a mom. She taught Sunday school. She was a Girl Scout leader. She balanced all that and rose up in the House of Representatives to be the Speaker of the House. Worked incredibly well with her Republican counterpart. They actually had a shared power agreement for a while this last year, and ended up making an agreement on the budget that was very difficult a week before she was murdered with the Republicans and the governor. And she was the only Democratic vote for it because she felt it was the right thing to do. So this is this woman, just so you know. Then the other state senator that was shot, I've been in daily, maybe not daily, weekly contact with his wife. And I mean, this story is extraordinary. She actually pushed a door through while she was being shot. There's a video of it, to get him out of the house and saved her daughter's life. And one of the things that happened yesterday, and she wrote me about this, was the charges were expanded to include attempted murder on their daughter, Hope. So that's the status of that. There was a crazy letter that was released that this murderer wrote as an alleged confession to Director Patel that was released yesterday, in which he claims some really crazy things about the governor that are not true, and an assassination attempt on me and my colleague. And so it's just been a kind of a weird 24 hours on this front, because it's on the social media, almost like some people believe this, and this is the words of a mad murderer, just so people know. On the front of political violence, when this came out, Congressman Emmer and I, who've been friends for a long time, we actually led, along with Congresswoman McCollum and others, a bipartisan letter that morning. We talked 3 hours after we found out about the murder within our state, and we all got on it, every single member from liberal to conservative, condemning the political violence, saying there is no place for it in our politics. And I hope we see more of that. I personally think, one, we need more security for members. I've been a longtime advocate for this, and with the police, and worked really well with them in the Capitol, but we have to do more in the local areas. Number two, we need to decrease the rhetoric, and some people need to look in the mirror if they're making this worse, and how you can have heated debate about issues without conjuring up things that are lies and make people want to kill people who are off balance. And then the third thing is just online in general, and I think I have the street creds to show it on this, that we need more rules of the road for this kind of content that comes out, which people who are unbalanced are watching. And it is not always the cause, it's not the only one, but it is a contributing factor to this right now. And I think about the assassination attempt on the president, or I think about the shooting of Steve Scalise, or the threats on the near shooting or killing of Justice Kavanaugh. We know this hits on both sides of the aisle, and it's become way too prevalent. And it is on all of us as leaders to bring down that rhetoric whenever we can.
Senator, thank you. I wish we had more time. It's been a real pleasure to hear your thoughts on some of these varied topics. But thanks for joining the Hill Nation Summit, and I really appreciate it. And thank you for your thoughts.
Well, thanks, Alex. It was great to be on. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
At this time, we'll take a short networking break over lunch. See you back here in about 30 minutes.
Of the Hill Nation Summit live here in Washington, D.C. And this is the official halftime show. I'm the Hill Washington correspondent Drew Petrimo, here to recap some of the most interesting moments from the event so far. This morning we have heard from some true heavy hitters here on Capitol Hill, including White House trade czar Peter Navarro and Minnesota Democratic Senator and former presidential candidate Amy Klobuchar. But I want to start with Kristi Noem. She is the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. Here she is talking about a highly controversial topic, ICE raids targeting undocumented immigrants.
We've been seeing the immigration raids play out. There was the scene, for example, last week, which we covered live out in California. There's been a question, especially among conservatives, about what needs to happen at farms, especially as it relates to undocumented workers. There's some within your party who say every undocumented worker, every illegal immigrant needs to go, and anything short of that is quote-unquote amnesty. Help me work through the policy here, because right now there's an estimated 320,000 undocumented immigrants working on American farms. Is it the position of the Trump administration that every single one of the 320,000, give or take, should be deported?
Well, the president has been very clear from the beginning that we are going to uphold the law and follow the law. There aren't going to be any safe places where we'll tell criminals, you can go here and be completely safe. We're going to make sure we're going after those who perpetuate violence and trafficking and drug trafficking, and go get them and remove them from this country. So this facility in California was a marijuana grow facility. And we had built a large case and an investigation on who was there and what they were doing. And if you remember, we've brought in over 360, I believe, criminals that we have brought into detainment. Many of them there had charges against them that were pending or they were convicted of murder, of rape and trafficking. And 14 different children were there as well. 9 or 10 of them were unaccompanied, which means they were working at this facility without a known parent or relative there with them. And we also had working at that facility people who were charged and convicted of child trafficking and human trafficking and sex trafficking. So we will go places that we know there are known criminals where we've built a case to go get those individuals and help protect and find our kids.
So known criminals and violent criminals, as I've just heard you say it. But among those, again, roughly 320,000 who are not known criminals, who are not violent criminals, and are undocumented and working at farms, is the expectation, Secretary, that those individuals as well will be deported?
Oh, well, there will never be amnesty under President Trump. We are putting our priorities in place and where he promised the American people when he ran for office that he would make America safer, that he would go after criminals. So that's what we're targeting right though, is those individuals who have criminal records or charges against them. I've gone to probably 10 different countries where most of these individuals came from and negotiated with their countries security agreements that give us more background information on who they sent to us. So Guatemala, Colombia, Honduras, we're headed to Ecuador and Argentina. They share with us the criminal backgrounds that they have on the individuals that they know are in our country that will help us remove them even quicker. So that's our priority, is to do that, remove those individuals, those with final removal orders, so that we have an opportunity to do exactly what the president said. I would encourage everybody, though, in this, if people are here in this country illegally, go home. I mean, the law is the law, and we are upholding the law. And the president is very clear that he doesn't believe that the law should apply to some people and not to others, and that there should be consequences for some people and not for others. They have the opportunity right now to self-deport. We will buy their plane ticket. When they land, they will be able to get $1,000 in their hand to care for their families, and they get the chance to come back. And so that's what I think is so remarkable, is that we will let them come back the right way, and we're facilitating that today. So every individual that's here in this country that's concerned, or every farmer out there that has somebody that's working for them that's concerned, work with getting them home, and so they can come back and get the right way.
All right, I want to bring in Chris Stirewalt, political editor and anchor of The Hill Sunday on News Nation. Chris, what did you make of Noem's answer there? It kind of seems like she wants to have it both ways, saying that there's no amnesty, but they're also going to be targeting criminals. What did you make of the answer?
Well, look, I mean, we're here at the Willard Hotel, the birthplace of lobbying in Washington. It's called lobbying because it was in the lobby of this hotel where people would get a hold of politicians or people in the administration to try to suck up to them and get them to do stuff for them. Lobbying sometimes happens in the other direction, which is there you had the Secretary of Homeland Security trying to say to the business community, don't worry, we're not going to disrupt your flow of workers. We're not going to do it. And then say, but maybe we are. Maybe actually we are. And we've seen the survey work of late that tells us that the inflationary pressure, or the cost pressure anyway, of de-immigration, de-migration, is starting to hit for business owners, and it's starting to come in. So this is a difficult line for the administration to walk. There's broad approval for enforcing the laws at the border, staunching the flow of migrants into the United States. The deeper you get into that question, the more politically fraught it becomes for Republicans. When you have ICE agents wearing masks, that's not popular. And when you have the threat of mass deportation, you start to get into a space where it's politically uncomfortable for a lot of Republicans.
Do you think Trump is in a difficult position because in order to please the most ardent members of the MAGA coalition, he has to take an aggressive force, especially when it comes to workers on farms, because in their worldview, these people are driving down the wages of jobs that eventually Americans could perform. But in order to force the law as it's written and go after those workers, he could damage essential parts of the economy.
Well, look, Donald Trump doesn't have to run for re-election again, so he can. The interesting moment for Donald Trump, this is a sort of only Nixon can go to China thing. We look back on a presidency and we say, what might have been, what are the things that might have been? We could talk about with Joe Biden what might have been. He might have not run for a second term and been sort of a unifier. He didn't do that. You look back at Barack Obama, there was a lot that he could have done to forge compromise on key issues. Donald Trump definitely has the standing to say to his own base, he has the political clout and he doesn't have to run again, to say to his own base, look, we're going to have to make a deal on this because adults understand that there are tensions between a country that does not have a birth rate to keep up the population where we need it to be. This is a country that needs a lot of immigrants for the American system to continue to work, and he could impose that. But the question is, will he? And watching the president as he deals with the blowback from his base around Jeffrey Epstein, we see the challenge, right? We see the difficulty for Trump when he's talking to the true believers, that it's maybe harder than it looks from the outside.
The other area where Noam has been in the headlines lately is as it pertains to disaster response. There have been some questions about the preparations and response to the flooding in Texas. Hurricane season is upon us. The Trump administration has actually talked about kind of moving FEMA responsibilities back to the states. Noam was asked about that during the Q&A by our colleague Blake Berman. Let's take a listen to that.
What does remaking it look like?
Remaking it looks like, so FEMA has always supposed to been in the role of where the local responders are always the ones who deliver the response. The state comes in and manages the response. And then the federal government is supposed to support that. The federal government was never supposed to come in and run an emergency response. We were supposed to support what the local officials and the state does because that's their people and they know their communities and what they need right away. Instead, what has happened over the years is the bureaucracy of the federal government has taken over and everybody has looked to FEMA to be the immediate response when FEMA was too broken and too bloated and too much paperwork and processes that it wasn't responsive. In Texas, immediately as soon as the governor asked for the disaster, he asked me, I called the White House, within hours it was there. Within the flooding, we had Coast Guard and Border Patrol resources that were there within hours. FEMA was there within 5 hours. People were on the ground, but all at the request and managed by the local officials and the governor, which is how it should be.
Chris, considering the way the Trump administration and Secretary Noam has talked about FEMA, the hurricane season that's coming up, it seems to me that there's a pretty big test coming this summer as to how the federal government prepares and responds to big hurricane events and other natural disasters, and that would set the stage for any plans to possibly make changes to the agency.
Well, obviously, I know you're leading me to a question, an answer about Grover Cleveland. I see what you're doing there. Donald Trump is not the first beefy New Yorker to serve non-consecutive terms in the White House. And when Grover Cleveland was president, he very famously vetoed a relief package because the boll weevil had wreaked havoc on the South and in Texas, which in those days was Democratic territory. And the Congress passed a bill with relief for the boll weevil and for the farmers. And he vetoed it. And he said, if we do this, people are going to look to the federal government every time there's a problem instead of handling it at the state and local level, and it's going to create a false expectation of what the federal government can do, and we're not going to start this process. Guess what people thought about that? They did not like that. They did not like that answer. What people like is free stuff, and they like responsive government. As George W. Bush famously said, when people are hurting, government's got to move. You got to move. You got to get in there and do it because that's what's popular. It may not be good in the long run, but it is certainly popular. And any idea that they were going to rip up FEMA or change FEMA or do whatever, that there would be a natural disaster and that the federal government would ever look at a state and say, well, looks like you screwed it up, guys. You didn't have the right disaster response, so you'll have to go it alone. That's not going to happen. That's never going to happen because presidents and politicians want to give people what they want. And what people want is when they see people who are harmed, when they see people who are suffering, they want action. So from Grover Cleveland to Donald Trump, some things never change.
All right, I want to move along and talk about Ted Lieu. He's a congressman from California, chair of the bipartisan task force on AI. He's a Democrat, and everybody wants to know around here what the plan for Democrats is. Obviously suffered some pretty devastating election losses in 2024. All the talk is, how do you rebuild? One of the ideas that seems to be floating around is a Project 2026. This is a playoff Republican plan, Project 2025, I believe it was. That was much talked about during last year's campaign. Let's take a listen to what Congressman Lieu had to say about that We'll chat about it on the other side.
I know kind of the elephant in the room when it comes to Democrats is what exactly would you say is the morale for Democrats right now? Republicans can say they're having a winning streak. How is the caucus kind of strategizing behind closed doors?
Well, let me first say that in about an hour, I'll be on the floor of the House of Representatives. So I just want to say how thrilled I am to now be with normal, rational, kind people. Any day that the majority party loses a rule is a good day for Democrats. So morale was pretty high yesterday when, again, the Republicans lost a rule. They lost a bunch of rules last term, something that never happened under Speaker Pelosi. And what you characterize as success, I would say, is harm to American people. We have now rising inflation, exceeding expectations in the June report, and we have now this big, ugly law that's going to have devastating cuts of health care and increase people's health care costs.
And you bring up the big, beautiful bill. I know there are cuts in there that Democrats plan to capitalize on when it comes to the midterms, particularly Medicaid. But we know that those cuts actually don't go into effect until after the midterms. I guess, what is the opportunity there?
It's a fantastic opportunity because you may have seen Republican Senator Josh Hawley just introduce a bill to reverse the cuts. And so our messaging is, if you want to elect the same person that voted for the cuts, you can do that, or you can elect a Democrat that's going to stop the cuts from coming to you. And so it's actually a perfect opportunity for Democrats heading into midterms.
I know I've heard from some Democrats an effort to obviously flip the House and potentially the Senate in the midterms, some of them calling it Project 2026. Could you guys, I guess, lay out what a Project 2026 might look like?
It's very focused on the economy. When Donald Trump campaigned, he said on day one, he's going to reduce inflation. He lied to the American people again. We saw inflation increase during his tenure this term. And again, it exceeded expectations last month, going to 2.7%, and core CPI increased even more to 2.9%. And then when you look at lots of everyday necessities, such as utilities, those are double-digit increases. You have increases in car insurance and meat and eggs and a lot of everyday items, and people understand the economy is not doing well under Trump and Republican policies.
So, Chris, Democrats took, 7-8 months to think about what had happened, lick their wounds, and they come up with a solution is, hey, let's copy what the Republicans did.
Well, one of the many things that's wrong with Washington, or the way Washington works, is that there is a belief that somewhere in this city, there's a big knob on the wall at the Republican National Committee and the Democratic National Committee, and you just turn it, and you set it to your new approach. And this is what we're going to do now. That's hogwash. It doesn't work that way. Here's one thing that I have learned. I've been in this city for a while, and I can tell you, no one is in charge. No one is in charge. There's no playbook. Nobody can do that. It is all quite happenstantical. And the idea that the Democrats are going to be disciplined and message unity and they're going to do all this stuff, or the idea that there's a cresting wave of democratic socialism of the Zoran Mamdani variety that's coming across the country, is all hogwash. The reality, of course, is that every race is different, every contest is different. There is not a one-size-fits-all solution for how these districts are going to go. Speaking of Mamdani, everybody, how many dumb think pieces were written about what Zoran Mamdani? I know many because I wrote like 2. How many pieces were written about, what does this mean for Democrats? Oh, okay, well, that's interesting. And then what happened yesterday? District in Arizona, everybody gets ready. Well, it must be that the David Hogg-backed super progressive young candidate is going to win in this race, and this is the story of the coming upheaval in the Democratic Party. Nah, actually, no. The late Raul Gravla's daughter won the seat. She was the establishment pick, and she won it handily. Every district is different, and nobody has a knob in Washington to turn to change the approach of either of these parties, which is actually one of the problems that we have in American politics today, is that the institutions don't work and nobody's in charge.
I want to talk about White House trade czar Peter Navarro, another one of the guests this morning at the Hill Summit. He kind of did some piling on. called Fed Chair Jerome Powell the worst Fed chair in history. There's been a lot of talk this morning, speculation as to whether the president would try to fire him before his term's up. He kind of seemed like Trump walked that back in the minutes before we came on air here and said that he didn't have any plans to do that. But the piling on continues. They seem to want to pin some blame of what's happening in the economy, especially as it pertains to inflation, on him. They want him to lower interest rates. What do you make of Navarro and the rest of them kind of full force attack on Jerome Powell continuing?
Well, it was adorable today because Trump apparently had, it was reported that Trump had said that he was close to firing Jerome Powell, talking to a bunch of House Republicans. And they came out and said, well, he asked us if he should fire him. And then they say that, and then, of course, markets are going to respond. Donald Trump, the president of the United States, says a lot of things. He does very few of them, relatively speaking. So he's venting about Jerome Powell and talking about Jerome Powell, and then these folks come out of the meeting and say, oh my gosh, I think he's going to do it. And then, of course, Trump has to come back later and say, I was blowing off steam. The idea, so you alluded to the economic headwinds that are building, right? And we talked about it as it relates to immigration, but the tariffs are just now starting to hit. Tariffs are just the drag from the tariffs because we delayed and delayed. And who knows what will happen on the 1st of August. But the economic consequences of the tariffs are just now, after 6 months, just starting to really take a bite. And you can see it in those new numbers for Treasury, how much money is coming in from the tariffs. That money comes out of the economy. That's not coming from someplace else. That's money that's coming out of the United States economy. So as the headwinds pick up, yes, Donald Trump definitely wants a rate cut at the Fed. Republicans definitely want a rate cut at the Fed. And they're going to get one eventually, one assumes, because one assumes that the economic drag from these things and other things require intervention from the Fed at a rate beyond what they're trying to do in terms of fighting inflation. But maybe not, right? But maybe not. And that maybe not possibility is the reason that world financial markets are watching Jerome Powell and watching the Fed. And if Trump is doing this economic planning on the one side as it relates to tariffs and immigration and all these other things, that he's trying to rewire the domestic economy, if he does that and then also were to fire the chairman of the Federal Reserve, you look at what's happened to the value of the dollar, you look at these other indicators, he would have a serious problem on his hands. So I think Republicans should remember that for now, this is mostly about pressuring Powell to get a rate cut and blowing off steam, and as you say, trying to affix blame. But you and I both know that nobody in a swing district, there's no person in a swing district that would ever say, you know, I was about inflation, I was mad about those things, but I don't blame the party in power. I'm actually very upset at the Federal Reserve chairman that the party in power selected. I don't think that ever washes.
And you talked about what's going to happen on August 1st. The president talking about 30% tariffs on Canada. The Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, said recently that he didn't think there was an avenue, or it's not looking like there's a negotiation that's going to happen before the deadline that those tariffs might go into effect. One of our other guests this morning, Democratic Senator from Minnesota, Amy Klobuchar, she's right there up against the border with Canada. Her state does a lot of trade with Canada. She was asked about the impact of tariffs and Trump trade policy. Let's take a listen to what she had to say.
We can see Canada from our porch. They are our biggest trading partner, eclipsing our next three when you even add them together. And I've always seen Canada as this friend. They are the one embassy that for years had displayed banners that said friend, partner, ally. For 34 states, they are our biggest trading partner. And I know that the president respects Prime Minister Carney. I know this from things that I've seen and heard, and I also went up to Canada with Senator Kramer on a bipartisan trip, and Senator Shaheen and others, and met with Prime Minister Carney about this. And I know that he's interested in reaching agreement. So I would think the way to do this sanely would be within the USMCA, which was the president's trade agreement. I was one of the first Democrat on the primary debate stage that endorsed that agreement. You can see how well it worked for me. That is his jewel of a trade agreement. It needs changes, especially when it comes to dairy. With Canada, there's been some disadvantages to our country, and the president knows this. So I just hope that that's what they do instead of pissing off the people of this country. And what they're engaged in right now, I get this because I hate the rhetoric on the 51st state. They're literally not coming to America. We've seen the border crossings in Minnesota down 30-40%. And we're talking about people who drive to Duluth, Minnesota, or go to the Mall of America in Bloomington. I was in New Hampshire last week, same thing that I heard from some people involved in tourism there. Vermont, you can ask Peter Welch about this. He'll tell you the same thing. So this is even beyond the price of cans to put our beer in for our breweries, or it's beyond the construction costs when you see increases because we get timber from Canada. This is also about tourism and a longtime friend, and we can't continue like this. The Senate, it's the one bipartisan vote we had, 51 votes with Tim Kaine's measure. I was the second co-sponsor of it, to upend those tariffs and say Congress should reassert itself. We actually passed that with the votes of Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski, states bordering Canada, and my favorite two, Rand Paul and Mitch McConnell, who don't agree on much, but what do they agree on? Anyone know? Kentucky? Bourbon, that's right. Bourbon has been taken off the shelves in Canada. So I just want to get to a better place. There are these tariffs overall beyond Canada. Tax on families, $2,800 per family, changed over 100 times. You've got allies, Japan, South Korea. We don't have places to send our soybeans in Minnesota. I'm just believe in targeted tariffs, some of which the president did during his first term. But I don't believe in what's going on right now. I think it's very detrimental to our economy in the short and long term. And you see the inflation costs already going up with the numbers from this consumer price index just 2 days ago on the 2.7% increase in inflation.
Chris, those concerns that Senator Klobuchar has are surely shared by other senators, Republicans, along the border with Canada and elsewhere across the U.S.
It's almost as if Congress should not have given away its authority to levy tariffs. It's almost as if it was a bad idea for our self-abnegating Congress to have devolved so much of its power to the executive branch that now can negotiate trade deals in secret and say, maybe you get it, maybe you don't get it. We have a problem, and we have a lot of problems in Washington. We talked about a few of them today, but the number one is we have a Congress that doesn't want to be Congress. And until Congress is ready to take back the power to levy taxes, including those on imports, and deal with this in a forthright way, they can have a lot of complaints and they can ask for a lot of favors, but it's not going to be a hill of beans until Congress is ready to be Congress again.
All right, we will leave it at that. Thanks so much for your insight, Chris. Need to get you back into the summit. We're going to continue with our coverage here in a bit. Again, thanks so much for your insight. Always great to talk to you. All right, so interesting there talking with Chris, reflecting on some of what we've heard so far today. Going back to White House Trade Czar Peter Navarro, I thought it was interesting. He was talking about this August 1st deadline that's coming up and was talking about this sense that there could be, I think Trump actually said 5 or 6 trade deals announced before then, but maybe the number is as low as 2 or 3. He said Navarro framed the trade deals as tariffs. Again, it goes back to kind of this split in the administration over what exactly the purpose of Trump's trade policy is. You have some like Navarro who are saying tariffs are the purpose, reshoring jobs and forcing companies to come back here because it makes economic sense to do that because of the high tariffs, and also gaining a bunch of revenue from the tariffs that are coming into the government. You have other people within the administration that say the purpose of this policy is to force other countries to enter fair trade deals, open up their markets, and have reciprocity, the term that's been used. But let's listen to Navarro speaking here from the summit earlier this morning.
The president suggested that there could be 5 or 6 deals by the end of the month, but maybe really only 2 or 3, depending on how things shake up and whether he likes them or not. So you're either going to get trade deals, let's just call it a handful, give or take, or tariffs, right? And if that's the case, if there are more tariffs than trade deals, is that viewed as a victory by the administration.
So let's be clear, the trade deals are tariffs. I mean, let's do Indonesia. Okay. World Trade Organization system, which by law allows every other nation in the world to charge us higher tariffs. It's called the most favored nation clause. It's like insane that we agree to that. And it also allows other nations to impose high non-tariff barriers. So by definition, there's a reason we have $1 trillion trade deficit every year, is because they cheat us. So that's got to change. So if you take just Indonesia yesterday that the president announced, this is a country that's the 4th largest in the world. Most people don't know that. If you ask them that, they think it's like this small little place out there. But it's the 4th largest country in the world. Historically, it has cheated us. It is not. It kept high tariff barriers, particularly to our agricultural products. What have we got now in the deal? We've got a 19% tariff that they're accepting to. Okay, they are, in exchange, have no tariffs on us, and they promise no non-tariff barriers. They're going to buy our ag. They're going to buy our energy. They're going to buy our medical devices, which they haven't done in the past. And instead of having a $17 billion a year trade deficit with Indonesia, we'll probably get that to zero under those conditions. Now, that is a beautiful thing. And so when you say, Blake, it's either tariffs or deals, no, it's like
so it's
tariffs and deals.
You view it as both.
Every deal that we're striking is having a global trade component in it, okay? With the UK, I think it's 10%. So the reason why we have to do this is because those countries cheat us. I mean, we've got to, as a country, agree on that. The Democrats, the left can't disagree with that. It's just facts. So the only question becomes, what do you do? And of course, the next thing out of the left's mouth is, well, it's going to create inflation.
The president mentions the trillions of dollars in investment, but the government numbers show that manufacturing has declined after Liberation Day by 7,000 jobs in May and 7,000 jobs in June. Why?
It takes a while for investment to kick in. Yeah, it takes, what, a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, depending on the type of product.
So at least a year for manufacturing.
But we're going to see plenty of investment coming in. We're going to see plenty of jobs created, and life's going to be good.
All right, interesting conversation there between our colleague Blake Berman and White House Trade Czar Peter Navarro. I want to talk a little bit again about Senator Klobuchar. She was talking about the Senate rescissions package that's being discussed right now on Capitol Hill. The topic that's being debated heavily are these cuts to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. That's PBS and NPR. Republicans have long complained about what they perceive as a liberal slant of those organizations, but Klobuchar brought up, especially in rural parts of her state, how important it is to get out emergency information to people who live in those communities. She says a lot of times that's the only place where people in those rural communities can go to get emergency information in times of need. So she says she's going to continue to fight along with some of her colleagues on Capitol Hill to dampen the blow of those cuts to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Also, this morning, I thought it was an interesting conversation with FDA Commissioner Marty McCary. He has come in and says that his biggest surprise is what he's been able to get accomplished. He says, it's a surprise that he could actually get things done. One of his top priorities, he says, is to cut bureaucratic bloat. He says he's going to reduce animal testing and try to figure out why it takes so long to get drugs to market. He also talked about flu shots and making some changes to the food pyramid. I think we actually have some sound from him that we can take a listen to.
See a universal flu shot, so we're not guessing every year and you come in every year. There are flu shots that are proposed to be long-term shots that give efficacy to a variety of strains, including bird flu, something we're tracking closely. We're rewriting the food guidelines right now. It's not.
So the pyramid's changing.
The pyramid is going to change. We're rewriting them right now with USDA, and you're going to see an end of the 70-year demonization of natural saturated fat in the United States. You're going to see a discussion of refined carbohydrates and ultra-processed foods and other things. And finally, an honest conversation about our protein requirements. You're not getting good protein when people are eating the modern diet.
All right, FDA Commissioner Dr. Marty Makary there. You are looking again at a live look at the Hill Nation Summit. I'm Drew Petrimo, been recapping the morning version of
has been involved in a race, special election in Arizona that took place last night. But just want to start out with this question. What has been the biggest takeaway from the races you've been involved with leaders of Deserve? What have you learned?
That there is a hunger for change, certainly, but the campaigns who are going to win are the ones that are actually able to materialize the momentum that's on social media, like Zohran's campaign, for example, with really incredible field operations that get people involved. I think there's a bit of a misconception that's a bit myopic that some people have in this town, that if you just post on TikTok or you just post on Twitter, that's going to be enough. You need to actually have substance. You need to actually stand for something. You need to give people something to believe in. And what I think a lot of younger people especially saw, but progressives across the board saw with Zohran's campaign that was really inspiring, is he wasn't compromising his values in order to gain a certain amount of the expected electorate. He stuck to his values and expanded the electorate through the use of a new social media platform and the use of what I think Democrats have a very long and storied history of using to expand electorates, which is actual hope, the belief that maybe something actually can change and we don't have to keep going back to the same politics of yesterday.
Right. There was like I said, a special election in Arizona's 7th Congressional District last night. Your endorsed candidate, Deja Fox, did not win. I know that there were some questions about why when, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Bernie Sanders, Ruben Gallego, all these big name Democrats from across the board endorsed Adelita Grijalva, who won that primary, why you went with Deja. And I guess a second part to that question is, what are you looking for when it comes to these candidates? What meets the qualifications?
Well, for one, I have to congratulate Adelita on her win. She's an amazing progressive that I think will be an excellent member of Congress because she's almost certainly going to win that race because it's a blue seat. And I'm happy to see that a progressive won that seat regardless. In the case of Deja, part of the reason why we came in and supported her is because she grew up living and relying on many of the systems that Republicans and Donald Trump are cutting right now. Things like, Medicaid, things like food stamps. Her story was made possible because of this country's social safety net. And especially given her social media platform and her lived experience, we thought it was really important to have more voices like hers in Congress who have that kind of lived experience out there that are able to speak to the millions of people that are now going to be impacted by those massive cuts that are happening in the first place.
Mm-hmm. And when Leaders We Deserve is obviously about uplifting younger candidates, bringing in younger people into Congress. I guess, is this all about age for you when you look at these candidates? Obviously, there is a generational divide in politics.
What?
What's that? But we're seeing, obviously on Capitol Hill, there are a lot of older lawmakers. I mean, is this
a lot of boomers,
primarily about age for you?
No, it's about effectiveness. Mm-hmm. Let me be clear. There's lots of young people who suck. There's lots of old people who are great. It would be, my job would be a hell of a lot easier if you just got above a certain age, you started being terrible. But that's not the case, right? We have amazing older progressive leaders that are in Congress that we need there. Mm-hmm. I think what we're talking about is the fact that age obviously does play a role in compounding ineffectiveness a lot of the time, in compounding incompetence, and people who frankly sound like they just want to roll over and die and not actually fight against what's happening right now, right? It feels like there's a lot of people in Congress who will say the right things, who have the right talking points, but don't have the energy to actually meet this moment. And sometimes, I think Maxwell Frost actually highlighted this very well when he said, there's a lot of older people with young ideas, and there's a lot of younger people with old ideas. What we're looking for are younger people who are progressive leaders that are really ready to meet the moment and not be folders against what's happening, but be real fighters. And what we saw with somebody like Deja Fox was a long history of even the past decade, even though she's just 25, of doing things like holding Senator Jeff Flake's feet to the fire on abortion and calling him out publicly. What we saw was her not just doing that and having a viral moment, but also doing the work to help get an abortion rights ballot initiative passed in the state of Arizona. What we saw as well was people like her leading the walkouts at her high school after the Parkland shooting. What we're trying to do right now with Leaders We Deserve is help elect more young people who are actually gonna, and I know this is a radical idea in this town, live to see the consequences of the policies they're actually passing, right? And it's not to say that there shouldn't be any older people in Congress. We need an intergenerational coalition, but it's to say, let's look back at history, right? If you look at FDR, if you look at Joe Biden, if you look even at somebody like Abraham Lincoln, or you look at LBJ, all of those people I just mentioned, they were under 30 when they were first elected to their first elected position. And I believe part of the reason they became so effective as leaders is because they had that experience from starting when they were young. But right now in Congress, if we had a proportional number of people between the ages of 25 and 30, not even 18 to 30, just 25 and 30, we would have about 40 or so members of Congress that are under the age of 30. You know how many we have right now? One. That is not, regardless of whether or not you're a Democrat or Republican, that is not good for the future of this country. Because we need people who have that institutional knowledge that they're able to build up over time because they were given that chance to start when they're younger.
Leaders We Deserve has, and you also have gotten some criticism from fellow Democrats.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit about the way you've gone about, this process, particularly getting involved in those primaries. What was your? I mean, did you expect that? And I guess, what is your message to those Democrats who look at your group and say, look, we already have these safe seats. The House majority is already so narrow. We could easily keep these safe seats and take back the majority.
Well, what I would say is that, for one, I think competition makes us stronger. I think right now in the Democratic Party, one of our biggest problems is that, frankly, in many senses, outside of ideology, in terms of our strategy of winning, I think what happens more often than not is we empower people whose main strategy, and this is not to say to call it any one person specifically, this is a cultural problem we have in the party. I think our number one philosophy as a default when it comes to how do we win is what raises us the most money and pisses off the fewest people in the entrenched political establishment. And the very same cast of characters that brought our party to this place, I don't care if they're in a super competitive seat or in a very deeply blue seat, the same cast of characters that got us here are not who is going to get us out of here ultimately, right? Because those people, and I've seen this in the work that we've done with Leaders We Deserve at multiple levels of government. We've had candidates before where we were prepared to spend over $500,000 on a candidate in a pretty red state that was in a seat that was critical to break a supermajority. And I got a call from the Democratic minority leader of that state legislature, and they said, well, we hear that your candidates, they don't take corporate money. Are you going to fund that candidate's campaign next election cycle? Effectively turning down, saying effectively that they wanted to turn down $500,000+ so that they would take, a couple, at best 100,000 from special interests in the state. And what that told me is that as a party, many of our leaders are more interested in keeping the power structures the same that got them there than actually challenging the status quo that could be overall collectively way more beneficial to all of us, but may potentially threaten their own position of power. And to those people that say, well, we need to just spend this money in competitive races, we're gonna spend a ton of money in those competitive races inevitably. The amount that we're looking to spend here with Leaders We Deserve is negligible in comparison to the amount that is being spent in those competitive races. But what I think can happen is we can help to galvanize and excite our base in order to actually get people turned out to volunteer and feel like they're better represented by our party. Because right now, what I would counter those people with is if this is not the answer to address our 27% approval rating that we have with our own base, and the fact that people clearly feel like we are failing to be an opposition party, it's fine to disagree with this, but what the hell is your answer?
So how do you do that plus keep the, growing or taking back the majority, I should say, also into account? There's a lot of people who would say that's a risky strategy. We are only, there's a handful of seats that are going to determine the majority.
Totally. Well, what I would say is we are not challenging people that are in anything less than, I would say, a D+9 race that it's almost certainly going to be Democratic. And we will be funding candidates that are running in competitive races to challenge Republican incumbents at the same time, right? I don't want us to lose the majority in the House because somebody, just because we may not agree with somebody fully where they are on guns or something like that, even, at least right now when I feel like democracy is on the line. But I also think it's important to ask ourselves more broadly, why is this a decision that we have to make so much in the Democratic Party when we should have the majority in the House pretty consistently, when we know that the vast majority of the American people support our policies, that support us? And the answer to that is the failure for us to successfully gain majorities in state legislatures, right? There's a reason why, for example, groups like the Freedom Caucus and others Republicans have a lot more safe seats a lot of the time than Democrats do, and it's in part because of the gerrymandering that has happened there. We need to build up our power in state legislatures if we don't want to keep being forced to make these decisions where the party has to make them, but we aren't fully aligned necessarily with our base.
Right. I understand that you chose not to seek re-election for your position as vice chair, unrelated to the disagreements you had with the establishment. But I would just like to briefly ask you about your experience at the DNC. I mean, you brought a lot of these many would call them radical new ideas to the party. How were they received? What kind of pushback did you get?
Well, I think you guys can see the result. Look, there's a lot of pushback, and what I'll say is, like, there was actually a lot of agreement with, not a whole lot of disagreement with what I was doing, at least on the surface. It was just a disagreement about doing this as the role of a vice chair, right? And what I'll say to that is, and I want to say this publicly because I think I'm going to be vindicated in 4 years, unfortunately. There have been vice chairs before that have had leadership PACs, that have given to people in primaries, that have given to and against incumbents in primaries. And in the 70 years of the DNC, there has not been a bylaw that has been put into place to say to vice chairs, you cannot be involved in primaries other than the presidential at all. The vice chair role is not a paid position. This is my literal job, is doing this work. And I was effectively given an ultimatum to decide either basically do nothing for the next 18 months at Leaders We Deserve and just sit around and accept a check, or keep this largely ceremonial title at the DNC. Right. And for me, that's, I am committed to doing this work to build the strongest party possible, with or without the DNC, my role at the DNC specifically. And what I said repeatedly, and I swear this is going to happen in the future, I am sure when I talk to people in the DNC about a theoretical situation where a future president appoints, let's say, a governor to be a vice chair, right? And that vice chair has a leadership PAC. And they give to somebody in their own state, whether it's an incumbent or against an incumbent, with that leadership PAC. I ask them, what will happen to that person? Are you telling me that you're expecting the future chair to go to the president, the Democratic president of the United States or Democratic nominee, and say, I'm sorry, Mr. or Mrs. President, your friend, because of this archaic rule by the DNC, is no longer allowed to be a vice chair because they gave to somebody in their own state? And you know what the answer I got back was? I can't speculate on the future. That was the answer. So what I think has happened here is that this is a double standard that was selectively enforced, but ultimately we have to move on from this. But I wanted to get that out there in the public record so that somebody can look back at this in 4 years and be like, he was right.
Well, what kind of double standard? I just want to...
Well, because I would argue what I'm doing is not that different from somebody having a leadership PAC that gives against an incumbent, right? What is the fundamental difference? When I ask them as well, what is the real material difference that I can make in a race with my role as vice chair that makes it so problematic, right? I don't have access to the voter file. I don't have access to the donor data. I don't have access to anything but my own title for this ceremonial role. What is the real undue influence I could have? And the answer I got was none. It's purely an optical problem. And what I offered as a counter was to say, it's okay, why don't you just create an internal firewall policy within the DNC that says, I and other vice chairs or people who have PACs, for example, will not have access to information of what the DNC is doing related to congressional or state elections, right? I think that's a pretty fair compromise, and it was just roundly rejected.
I want to move on from this, but just one more question. Would you be interested in the future of ever working with the DNC again? Have you chatted with Ken Martin?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Look, I would say that we still have a good relationship.
Okay.
There's obviously disagreements that we have at the end of the day, but I think that we all still have good relationships. I still have, enormous respect for all of my fellow vice chairs, for the other officers of the DNC. I just saw this as a strategic disagreement. And in a moment of crisis that I feel like our country, and to some extent our party is in right now, I didn't want to be in a position where it's like, well, I'm just going to keep this ceremonial role because I care so much about this title, instead of actually doing what I felt was necessary in order to help create the change that I thought was desperately needed right now, which is to dramatically increase the amount of resources that we have in our party that we do not have right now, the things that we lack most, which is courage to do bold things and competition. I think there are far too many people that, frankly, if somebody goes unchallenged in a primary for 20 years, it creates a lot of potential problems down the line for the party where, for example, they could die in a red state that then a Republican governor gets to appoint that position, and then that governor gets to decide when we have a majority back. Right? And there's all kinds of other problems that come with it. And I personally believe, and I know that there's other people who don't believe this necessarily or won't say that they will publicly, but I think competition in our safer seats makes us a lot stronger.
You know, I think a lot of us in Washington woke up to the tip sheets about Zohran Mamdani coming to D.C., and it seems like there's this narrative of progressive versus moderate or centrist, progressive versus establishment. You know, I wanted to get your take on that divide within the party. Do you view it that way? Because I've talked to other Democrats who would say, no, this isn't about ideology, this is strategy, this is fight versus flight. How do you view that?
Well, I think there's actually three dimensions that we look at a lot of the time when it comes to when we're thinking like left versus center versus right, like within the party. And we kind of mistake these things as the same thing. So I think there's the dimension of establishment versus anti-establishment. There is the dimension of, progressive versus like being more to the center and other things like that. And then there's another one that, of course, I'm blanking on right now that I'm on stage. But, the other one is like, do you want to fight or do you want to roll over and die?
Yeah.
And I think that we conflate a lot of those a lot of the time. And I think, honestly, I would describe myself as a progressive, right? I have my values, but I also understand what it takes to win in West Virginia is going to be different from what I believe, right? But at the same time, I think what we really should focus on in the party is like if we're truly going to say that we're a big tent, for one, we actually have to embrace that and not just support the right side of the tent, but also the left side if it's with somebody like Zohran in New York City. But two, instead of focusing on how do we define ourselves and everything like that, just talk about what are the things that we can agree on and how are we going to move forward on that to build trust across the board where it's like, okay, I may be here with you because I'm, in this district that supports this kind of policy and we're going to work together on that. And I may not be there as closely with you on this other policy because my district isn't there, but figuring out what we can work on together there at the end of the day and how we move forward to build that trust instead of focusing on the things that divide us so much, talking about what we can agree on in order to make a government that actually does work for all the people. And I think it's important to acknowledge too, our job as Democrats, it's harder than Republicans.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is it's always going to be harder to make something work than it is to make it fail. And Republicans run on the idea that government sucks and then get elected, do a terrible job and defund all the programs that 99% of Americans rely on, like we just saw, while also massively increasing the deficit and debt that my generation is going to have to pay for. And then run again and say, look, how much this government sucks, and you need to reelect me. Unlike them, Democrats at least try to make it work. And that's always going to be harder, right? When you have to deal with checks and balances in the court system and all this other stuff. But that's why we're Democrats, is because we want to build a government that works for the people by passing policies like Social Security, by passing policies like the Affordable Care Act, and so much more.
Do you feel that the left side of the party, that progressive side, the Zohran Mamdanis, do you think they're supported by the Democratic Party right now?
It depends on how you define the Democratic Party, right?
Okay.
I would say what we have seen is, to his credit, Chair Ken Martin went out there and said, like, Zohran's our Democratic nominee, we need to support him. But then we also saw people within the political machine, that loves to write strongly worded letters in New York City, in New York, talk about how it's a catastrophe that this guy was elected and how could he, and said, also a lot of stuff that I think was just a very, racist and just intolerant at times. It wasn't even focused on his actual policy, but was more focused on him and his identity, which I think is just the exact opposite of what we should represent as Democrats. We need to be talking and debating the policies that we represent, but also coming back together and figuring out like what are the things that we can't agree on, because it's undeniable that he won on a message of talking about affordability relentlessly over and over and over and over again, and using social media to expand the electorate. And I think there's a lot of lessons, even if you aren't, to the left, as far as Zoran, to learn from that policy.
Right. I've had other moderate Democrats tell me that as well. He's in town today. Any plans to see him? Have you chatted with him?
He's a very busy man. I want him to focus on doing everything he can, obviously, to win come the general election. But, we talk, not infrequently, and Leaders We Deserve was very proud to be one of the largest contributors to his IE effort.
And you'll be involved in the general election, I assume?
Yeah, most likely, yeah.
Absolutely. You look at people like Zoran Mamdani, for example, but then you have in neighboring New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill. You have across the river here, Abigail Spanberger, two moderates. I mean, could you see yourself, you describe yourself as a progressive, working, I know that Leaders We Deserve is about, uplifting younger candidates, but working with moderate candidates like that?
Look, we need to get Democrats elected, period, at the end of the day. And we'll fight as hard as we can, obviously, in primaries to get who we think the best representative of the district is and who can push the Democratic agenda forward as much as possible. But let's be clear, right? With somebody like Abigail Spanberger, do I necessarily agree on everything, especially things like right to work, for example, that she's said that she's not planning on changing? No, I don't agree on that. But ultimately, we need to change gun laws, obviously, in Virginia, and I'm sure that there's some overlap that we have there that we should be working on. And that's part of what I mean, is even though that there are significant policy disagreements at times between Democrats, let's figure out, once we do have a Democratic nominee, how to line up behind them, get them across the finish line, and attain power so that we can actually do something and not just get caught up endlessly in this debate about what does it mean to be progressive or what does it mean to be just let's get the power and do something and deliver and show through good governance how bad government is not a consequence of government itself. It is a consequence of bad, often intentionally bad leadership.
It's a tough time to be a Democrat in Washington right now. What's one thing you're hopeful for?
The fact that I'm going to outlive a lot of the people who are against me.
Okay.
I mean, it's just the truth. And the other thing is, honestly, I feel like a little bit DC right now with the number of older people that have just clung on to power for so long. It's not nearly as dramatic as this, but it feels a little bit like the end of the Soviet Union, where they are just there and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. And there's going to be a massive power vacuum. Gen X has been waiting a long time. Millennials have been waiting a long time. The difference with Gen Z, I would say in some senses, and this is a broad kind of generalization, is we're mad as hell and we are not taking it anymore. And some of you older people will get that reference in the audience. But we're going to challenge the status quo, even if it is a tough fight, and Leaders We Deserve is here to support those candidates. And we understand that, obviously, the Democratic Party, we are a big tent, and we want to do everything to get Democrats into the majority, but we also want to make sure that we're not sacrificing how our base genuinely feels and who they want to see representing them to make sure that they're properly represented, as well as making sure that we are able to still be competitive in more moderate or red districts at the end of the day, because the truth of the matter is there's a lot of the cards are stacked against us, right? We have to get to 60 votes, really, if we ever want to do something substantial in the Senate, right? So we have to figure out, how do we win back not just the working class, but how do we win back a generation that is increasingly leaving the Democratic Party and increasingly feeling hopeless about the future of this country? And that's part of why we exist at Leaders We Deserve. We want to find a lot of those young people who helped to lead their walkouts at their high schools after Parkland, in one of the largest student protests in American history, and bring them into power so that they're able to challenge the people that are there to say, what are we doing on guns right now? Because we've seen the power of that. After Parkland, when we helped to make this a front and center issue, after we helped to gain back the majority in the House, after we got a trifecta, Democrats actually did something on guns. We passed the first federal gun law in 30 years in a bipartisan fashion, and we've seen across the board in many major cities, like Baltimore, for example, major double-digit reductions in gun violence. And at the end of the day, what we're looking to do at Leaders We Deserve, more than anything, is give young people just some semblance of hope that maybe not everything is so screwed that you shouldn't even bother trying at the end of the day, because there still is somebody out there, whether it's Zoran or whether it's Deja or somebody else, that can represent you, that hears you and has that lived experience of being told by your government what it's like to be told by them the only thing it can do to protect you from a weapon of mass destruction is how to hide under your desk better at the end of the day. And what we saw as my final point is this is a long-term bet of helping to hedge the bet of the gun safety movement. where we saw with President Biden's generation, they didn't go through school shooter drills, but they did go through nuclear bomb drills. And they went on to pass some of the largest arms reduction treaties in human history. And I think part of the reason for that is A, because they started when they were young, because they had a huge amount of political power because their population was so big, but two, because they understood that anxiety of being that old. And the difference is for our generation is that the bomb is going off every day or multiple times a year at least when it comes to school shootings. The question is, do we have the political will and capital and financial support to bring these young people like Maxwell Frost into office that then can result in these major policy wins where gun violence across the board is down right now about 25% since 2021.
David Hogg, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Please welcome Leland Vittert, Chief Washington Anchor at NewsNation and host of On Balance with Leland Vittert, in conversation with Vice Chair of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, Senator Mark Warner.
Senator, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Welcome you to the Hill Nation Summit. One of the things that I think is most interesting in Washington right now is anything that even comes close to being bipartisan that is lacking. The Intel Committee is the last bastion, I think, of bipartisanship. I know it's something you've worked very hard on in the Senate. What's changed, what's stayed the same over the past 6 months on Intel?
Well, the good news is we just passed out the Intel authorization bill out of committee yesterday. I think it was 15-2, so still broadly bipartisan. I have been concerned that there have been a series of items where I thought my Republican colleagues would speak out. I mean, the firing of the head of NSA, General Hawk, with no reason. I feel very strongly that Director Gabbard has, while she promised that she would not politicize the IC, we've seen her go off and literally try to change an intelligence product when the product didn't reflect what she wanted. She tried to force a change or had her chief of staff force a change.
What are you speaking about?
This was an assessment about the situation in Venezuela. Tren del Agua, the really bad guy gang. They are bad guys, but they were trying to say they were directly tied to Maduro's government. The intel came back and said bad guys, but not directly tied. And people were asked to change the intelligence product. And when they didn't change, they got fired. And as recently as just Sunday, and she's done this repeatedly, she goes on, mostly right-wing media and, basically trashes the workforce. On Saturday, she was at Charlie Kirk's Turning Point conference, trashing the workforce. I found that outrageous because we've never had directors of national intelligence politicize the intelligence. Because the truth is, when you politicize the IC and the product, you end up with an Iraq.
Do you think, is it fair though, the criticism that the IC or the work product coming out of the IC has become political just by its nature?
I have huge respect for the workforce in the IC. I didn't come into this with a lot of knowledge. I've been chair, I'm now vice chair. But I am amazed by the quality of the people, and I do not think, whether it's under Trump 1 or under Biden or under Obama, Bush, that we've seen that kind of politicization. I think their professionals do their job, and I think the morale right now is extraordinarily low because they feel like,
they feel embattled.
They feel like they don't have people guarding their back, and they feel like there was enormous push to try to get a product that would benefit the president. Literally, the Gabbard's chief of staff was said, you got to change this because it might embarrass POTUS. That should not be the criteria we use on our intelligence.
Describe your relationship, and I think it's important for people, and we oftentimes forget when we see you on TV or on the Senate floor or in committee, that's the version of interaction we see as senators, and then you are also real people. Describe for me your relationship with Tom Cotton.
Evolving. No, I mean, listen, Tom's a hardcore partisan. We worked really well together on on the Intel authorization bill. I mean, he was part of the group where we had the unanimous vote of the Intel committee when my dear friend Richard Burr was chairman, and we came out with the Russia report about Russian intervention in 2016. And I make a joke, but this is the crowd that would get the joke. I work in the only place in America where being a gang member is a good thing. I've got gang tats up and down my sleeves here. There is not a bipartisan piece of legislation that I've not been in the room on. And that goes back to the Trump first administration when we did the last COVID bill, it was the CHIPS bill, it was the infrastructure bill, it was a lot of the stuff in the IRA, the Electoral Count Act. There has been a core group of about 6 or 8 of us that have been involved in all of these. And matter of fact, anything that happened under Biden that was significant was bipartisan. I'd love to see that come back under President Trump's second term. It's been hard. It's been a hard 6 months. Although I would argue, if you got, especially after a glass of wine, the vast majority of Republican senators who are not hardcore MAGA are having a pretty miserable time as well.
Okay. It seems as though you're hopeful, perhaps, that after you have the big, beautiful bill go through, that it opens up more chances for bipartisanship as we get closer to the midterms, as we get closer to...
That's a good question. The only bipartisan bill that's happened this year, and I was, again, in the middle of it for good or bad, was the stablecoin bill. I got 19 Democrats to go along on that. Not because I necessarily was a huge fan of crypto, but I think it's going to be here. I think stablecoins are going to be a piece of this. And I'd rather have American rules around it. And I think crypto does have a role to play. I think the challenge now after I would not call it beautiful, the big awful bill, really burnt through a lot of goodwill. And one of the things that'll happen over the next day or so will be this process around rescissions. And that will truly, and I give Susan and Lisa and Mitch credit for voting no, the idea that the whole appropriations process is going to be thrown out the door is Washington crowds know there's really 3 parties on the Hill, the Democrats, the Republicans, and the appropriators. And if the appropriators literally give up all their power and saying, why reach a budget if then a Russ vote at OMB can arbitrarily pick and choose what to fund, that's again one of those norms or barriers that once you break through,
right,
it's hard to come. It's like, the situation with Canada. We could reverse all the tariff policy on Canada, and it's still going to be a long time before Canadians start buying American bourbon.
Last time you and I talked, it was on my show.
Which is a great show, by
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Tell your friends. The last time you and I talked, it was about Signalgate, which at the time was this raging inferno in Washington, and it is completely moved on.
But Leland, here's the point on that. We still don't know if the individuals on Signalgate have actually had their phones checked for malware. Shouldn't that have been beyond the bad performance that everybody that was in the IC or DOD, if you communicated that kind of information on a non-classified channel, you'd be fired. And anybody that disagrees, I would love to bring Pete Hegseth or Tulsi Gabbard down to Norfolk, where the sailors who were on the Truman, which the flights deployed to hit the Houthis, and try to explain how that information didn't put their loved ones in.
I understand the point, but in the sense that America moved on pretty quickly from that and has moved on pretty quickly from that, is there a lesson there? That the things that used to resonate in Washington are not resonating with the rest of the country?
Well, yeah, that is a huge concern. It is not only the fact that Signalgate didn't get more people fired. I would say Salt Typhoon, the fact that the Chinese are deeply embedded for years in all of our telecom networks and can pick any one of your numbers and listen in and get your text. The fact that people's heads didn't explode on that is...
Why don't you think it does?
I think that maybe people assume that, everybody's listening to everything, and I can assure you the American government isn't. Or the thing that I think is the other norm that has been broken is the literal graft of the Trump family in plain sight in areas like stablecoin and meme coins, or the fact of acceptance of a of a jet from a foreign nation. I mean, the fact that that doesn't raise more ire is, I fear for kind of, we're setting a whole new set of norms, and at some point there'll be another Republican president or another Democratic president, and if the norms have been broken, I don't know how you repair that right away. It's for example, the whole notion, think about if you're a senior spy at the CIA, and at least for the first 5 months of the administration, you're told, hey, we got a new administration, and the new foreign policy is Russia's our friend and Canada's the enemy. I mean, you can say we're going to reverse that, but those bounds of trust with our allies.
Is that, to be fair though, was that really what was said at the CIA?
When you threaten throwing Canada out of the Five Eyes, that is a long-term problem. When you threaten, for example, I've had members of the Five Eyes senior intelligence figures say, Mark, I'm not sure we're going to share our most classified information with you guys anymore if you're not keeping it secret. This is in the aftermath of Signalgate, and when you started to see intelligence professionals fired because they don't bend the knee. Those are things that I think are awful, but they're also not reversible by simply changing the personnel out, because that levels of trust, I fear this administration is so short-term transactional based that they don't appreciate, the long-term value. America's power has come not only from our economic power, our military power, it's come from our values, it's come from soft power. With the rescissions today, we will basically wipe out 75 years of soft power by cutting out all of this foreign assistance, which is, again, on the overall basis, a tiny amount of spend. And I think those are mistakes.
One of the places America's power has also come from is leading when it comes to technology.
Yep.
And when it comes to part of technology, which is AI, which has become a huge part of the conversation. Is the intelligence community, is the US government doing enough to prepare Americans for what is coming with AI, but also to prepare itself for what is coming with AI among our adversaries?
First, no. And one of the things I've been trying to move there's a couple of, let me just try to answer it specifically. One, I've been trying to move the IC, and this is not, simply under President Trump. They've been very slow under President Biden. When we spy on our adversaries, we traditionally spy on the military and the political establishment. It takes we have not been spying, for example, on Chinese tech as they make announcements. And we got caught off guard when China created below 7mm chips, when we got caught off guard with DeepSeek. Our process, it took us a year to try to acquire a Huawei phone so we could check on where the chip origination is. So we are not.
We just wake up and say, it took, you
it was
go buy a Huawei phone in Hong Kong.
Finally, Mark Kelly, a great senator, went out and bought some over in Ukraine and brought them back. But we went through so much of an old process of how you set up a shell company and try to acquire things. Spying on, what is in China in particular is quasi-governmental, but also quasi-private, but also governmental, we need to improve on, number one. Number two, on AI, and I probably have spent more time with the AI leaders than anybody in the Congress, the whole notion of who's going to win in AI has fundamentally changed, and it's really hard to keep up. I think we are still ahead. It used to be, if you go back to Kai-Fu Lee's book, when it was in the US versus China, he thought things like who had the most data, and China collects an enormous amount of data. Data collection has not ended up being the determining factor. Then it was compute, and again, we still lead in compute with areas like NVIDIA. But now, I think in today's world, it's not data or compute. It takes innovative engineers, but it also takes who has the most power. I think the entity that will have the most power to power the data centers, and this is where we need a much more all of the above. I don't see how we power data centers without reintroduction of small modular nukes in a massive basis, as well as obviously wind, solar, gas-fired, all of the above. Power generation is key. We need regulatory reform to do that. And then the final point about this, and I'm not sure I'm critical necessarily of the government, but I think AGI is going to come a lot quicker than people think, and the disruption in our workforce is going to be enormous. And the idea of, even if it was, it's going to require, I think, a kind of a new social contract, even if we were going to say we want to hold AI at least partially, not responsible, but they have to kick in on how we make the transition. You go back to the question of who chips in? Is it the company that uses AI? Is it the AI tool itself that comes from one of our big platforms? It is the people that make the bullets, the NVIDIA chips. Is it the innovators who create the algorithm? This area, and this could also be an area broadly writ, an opportunity for bipartisanship, because there's no Democrat or Republican. This is, again, a future past challenge. Okay. And this should be a place where we could work together.
Last question before I get to the last question. Just came up with that. Is the Chinese ability, as you point out, to have quasi-government corporate lines so blurred that we don't in the United States, and the ability to harness the state and state spycraft and intelligence resources to steal American secrets and American innovations. Does it, especially in a place like emerging technologies of AI, put the U.S. at a huge disadvantage, which I think the answer is yes, but secondly, is there anything we can do about it?
China is a remarkable competitor. They are a great nation. They have a lot of innovators. We do China a gift by cutting back our research, where many of our scientists are being attracted. We also do China a gift by allowing $500 billion of intellectual property be stolen each year, and having a new outlook. Again, this could be a chance where we could bipartisan, a cyber offensive doctrine. We do great on defense, but the fact that we do not hit back in a way. And
why do you think that is?
I think that goes back to an outdated 1980s mindset about what conflict entails. We don't think we should preposition in water systems or power systems where China clearly does, and having an offensive doctrine, and this goes back under a variety of presidents. Again, this is an area where Tom Cotton and I are working together. We got a cyber workforce to try to say what should be an offensive cyber doctrine. But I also think it's going to require the United States to make the kind of major investments in a series of domains. I mean, for all the challenges around the chip spill, we would never have built another semiconductor fabrication facility in America without that. I think we're going to need governmental investments in quantum, obviously in next generation energy. I think we're going to need, one of the things that keeps me up at night is you combine bio and AI. China literally now is experimenting on humans to create super soldiers. It's right out of a science fiction film, but it is a reality today. And they are, just as the way nobody had heard of 8 years ago, Huawei, the company that you will soon be on everybody's lips, I believe, over the next 2 years, will BGI, Beijing Genomics Institute, because they are hoovering up DNA evidence, DNA at a remarkable background, and that is an area, again, we are going to have to do the kind of, literally major investing in these domains. I'm a market guy, but the market alone is not going to meet the kind of investments that our competitors are making, and we're going to have that public-private. Last point I think I want to make on my second to last answer is, there could be a real opportunity. I obviously believe the Trump administration is cutting way too deeply in a variety of areas. I think, assuming things change in Washington, or at some point, as you build back, we ought to not build back to the old status quo, but there could be a real opportunity to rethink how government delivers, particularly in terms of pay for performance. I think there's a whole notion of new ideas, what a smart DOGE should have done about how we get better value for our tax dollar.
And how to incentivize government.
Incentivize, for example, as we think about AI transformation, maybe we ought to pay for workforce trainings that actually get people placed, and you only get paid if they're there 6 months later, as opposed to the inputs. We compensate on inputs way too much in government rather than outputs and results. And if you're going to, Democrats will come back and try to plus up, but some of that plussing back up ought to be done in a different model.
Change the incentives. Switch now to your reelection race. I don't know, you don't know who you're going to run against. You said that somebody with $100 million.
I got to presume from a business standpoint that we'll see what happened in 24, that I make it an individual that could be backed by a $100 million super PAC. So I am, and I've not made any formal announcement, but I can assure you I'm doing more call time and more events than any rational person should.
Any rational person who's not running for re-election should. What are you learning, though, as you're starting to think about re-election? What are you learning as you travel your Commonwealth about the direction of the country and where we are?
Well, three things. One, I think people hired President Trump because they wanted the border more secure and prices lowered. I think you can have the border more secure without having masked ICE agents grab people off the street or when somebody goes and pays a parking ticket. And I think Americans are overwhelmingly in data coming out on that. I think people are also enormously concerned about housing costs. And I think if there's an area that's ripe for new ideas, and I think this is, again, where you need regulatory reform. I've got some ideas about how you could partner actually with religious institutions to speed up, not just affordable housing, but multi-level housing in areas. And there's some really cool things going on in Henrico, where they're a county outside of Richmond, where they've waived sewer connect fees, permit fees. They've taken a controversial item like data centers, generated the revenue from that. They also buy the underlying land, and they permit within 2 weeks. We need supply in housing. Childcare, harder nut to crack, but again, we need more supply. And then the final thing, we talked about this briefly backstage, is as important as everybody is in this room and your platforms, let's face it, 35% of people watch the news or read newspapers. So re-engaging with people where they're at in social media. I have dramatically upped my amount of time I spend on social media, although I have to acknowledge my biggest social media.
Be careful with that.
I know, my biggest social media hit, I would love to say, was my ideas on how we go through the AI transformation. It was about a month and a half into COVID where I made the grossest tuna melt ever. And it got like 35 million hits. So if you got 2.5 minutes to waste, Google Warner and tuna melt. So you got to meet people
after lunch, of course.
After lunch, of course. But I do think the idea of, as you engage with people, the ones who want to follow the news are going to follow. The ones who are not, I mentioned I'm a road biker. Can I deal with that? I like food and wine. Are there ways to engage people first where you can be, show yourself as a real person and then move into politics? And one of the things I got to give Trump credit for, he did this masterfully in 2024.
Yeah, UFC and others. Senator, thank you. We know you have to get back for votes, so before your staff pulls you off the stage, we're going to say thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Thank you, everybody, as well.
Please welcome the Hill's congressional reporter Emily Brooks in conversation with former Speaker of the House and Chair of the Alpha Institute, Kevin McCarthy.
Hello.
Right. Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for having me.
So good to have you here. How have you been enjoying post-speakership and post-congressional life?
Fabulous. We don't have Matt Gaetz anymore.
Well. Oh, wow. I think we all know how you feel about Matt Gaetz.
No, I mean, you look at where the party is so much stronger now. You look at the successes of the president. Mm-hmm. And if you measure the success of this president, if you study where the world was under Ronald Reagan, transformed the entire world. Reagan, Thatcher, and the Pope. Now you measure that to what President Trump is doing. he inherited something almost just as bad as America had under Carter. Inflation, weakness around the world, building more friends. And he has accomplished something so quickly and reshaped and transformed where America is in this world that it is to the level of where Reagan was. And the world is going to look fundamentally different. And people will talk about that. I'm having this discussion. It's only the second time in, I'm sorry, I was buying a historical document. Make sure I got it. It's about Lincoln. But only the second time in American history did we have somebody that was president go away for 4 years and come back. And if you did a business model study on it, is that the best way to do it? Part of it is yes. Because he had the first 4 years, he had the 10,000 hours. He knew what he wanted to accomplish, but he also knew where the pitfalls of people that fought him to stop him from achieving it. Then he had 4 years to come back to think about it, and then they watched everything they did about him. The thing I tell him is God had a plan for him. You wanted to win that time. The country wanted you to be in that time. But we're better when you think of the long term where we are, that he had that 4 years out to come back. The idea of Iran, you don't think about this, but his first trip to the Middle East, people don't look at how sophisticated of a trip that was, right? He had to solidify our friendship again. Part of getting Putin to stop the war is lowering the oil price, because Putin's whole economy is based upon war and the price of oil, okay? And think about the Abraham Accords. He should have gotten the Nobel Peace Prize before, okay? But bringing him back in. And then what does that do? Because when he came back, we created the CRINCs, right? The China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. We haven't seen that since the 1930s.
So 6 months in,
Yes.
I mean, being very complimentary, what grade would you give Trump administration?
An A+ by far.
A+? Where's there room for improvement?
The room for improvement. What people will sit back, when you talk to people and they have a problem with the president or something, he doesn't have to say those things. He wouldn't accomplish them if he didn't go about the manner in which he did. And if you look at history, the way we study presidents, do you ever sit down and say, that one president accomplished a lot, but I didn't like his personality. No one ever studies that. They study what you're able to accomplish. He could have been everybody's friend, but nothing would have changed. That's not why they elected him. And being in his second term, knowing he can't do a third term, that is what to me is extraordinary. That he knows that so he doesn't waste any time. And he was able to build on the successes he had in the first term. Now they got the big, beautiful bill done, so no, you're not going to get the tax increases, right? He's already got a surplus. When was the last time that happened? The last time he was in office that month, right? Mm-hmm. What would be better for him had we won more seats? And let me tell you something. So if you look at the last 70 Senate races under the president, 69 of those Senate races go exactly how you vote for president, okay? The only state that was different was Maine, voted for Collins but didn't vote for Trump. But Trump won 4 states we did not win. Republicans should have won 4 more states. We should have won Arizona, we should have won Nevada, we should have won Michigan, and we should have won Wisconsin. When President Trump, we didn't win the re-election, do you know how many Democrats or how many Republican incumbents in the House lost that year? 0. That hasn't happened since 1994. And Biden comes in and wins, but he loses 13 seats. Unheard of, right? This cycle, President Trump wins the popular vote. You know the last time a Republican did that? It was 30-some years ago. But they lost seats in the House. So they actually underperformed where the president was at. Had he had a few more seats, he could do the things even faster.
And we're, of course, seeing the struggles in Congress of having just a slim majority. You saw yesterday a procedural rule failed on the floor. You had a little bit of experience with that. But then you also have people looking at your predecessor, Speaker Johnson, saying, things have gotten across the finish line. The One Big Beautiful Bill did go over the finish line. People doubted the timeline. What is it that you think, are things easier for him now, or is there something different that he's doing?
No, everything's different. Okay, the difference now is, and he was speaker before this too, is now he has a Senate, and really, you got President Trump. When they couldn't pass the bill last night, where were all those members? They weren't in the whips or the speaker's office. They were in the Oval Office. And then they all got on board and nothing changed, right? And that's what, the president is so powerful at this moment in time in the Republican Party. He's more powerful than where Ronald Reagan was. But the good thing is he's using that to go through. So I don't get hung up on, is something a day late? Did you accomplish it? I mean, I think the current leadership in the House is doing an extraordinary job.
And, another one of the big highlights of the presidency so far was his very public falling out with Elon Musk, who you've had a long relationship with. There was some reporting that you helped sort of foster the relationship between those two. What did you think of that big, beautiful breakup?
I think it's very unfortunate. I think it's unfortunate because, look, I think Elon is extremely bright. You tell me how many other people in the world can privately build a rocket without buying a Russian rocket and go to Earth and come back and capture it, right? He entered different industries that are old industries, totally new in the car business, and he became the #1 car. I mean, the man does extraordinary things. And that combination that he had with the president, the uniqueness as both men's personality, I mean, the big personalities, they can have disruptions with people, and people say, oh, you've gotten in a fight. But what about President Trump? There's so many people, he brings them back in. And I think we're stronger when both of those are working together.
What do you think of Elon Musk's whole America Party idea?
Look, I think from the ideas of wanting to accomplish, this new, which I call it the new Republican Party, is a unique party and can answer the solutions. I understand people's frustration of things not getting solved, but now is a different opportunity. I mean, think about this. If you talk to Robert Kennedy, did you ever think a Kennedy would be in a Republican administration? The answer is probably no, but he would join a Trump administration. I mean, Trump has put a coalition together that's rather unique. And anybody else that thinks about doing some other party, I think that would only help the Democrats win an election. We watched what transpired that before.
And so I'm curious also what your relationship with President Trump is like now.
Very good.
He was, expressing some frustrations earlier this year about your debt limit deal with President Biden. Of course, now in
the one that cut
bill,
$2.2 trillion?
Yes, but he didn't like that the debt ceiling would end during his presidency. Of course, that problem is now solved after they raised the debt ceiling in the One Big Beautiful Bill.
Look, I would tell, and I talked to him right after it too. This is where the staff gives him misinformation, because he would talk about September. See, September 30th is the funding for government. A debt ceiling is just when the debt ceiling comes up, how much you spend. It doesn't matter, it's going to come when it comes. But when I look at what we achieved there, and remember, we only had the House and 5-seat majority. Democrats controlled the Senate, and Democrats controlled the White House. And they thought we would just fold. We cut $2.2 trillion. The Big Beautiful Bill cuts $1.6. That's mandatory, we're discretionary. It brought you work requirements for welfare. It had NEPA reform, which hadn't been reformed in more than 40 years. Remember all those IRS agents? Okay, that was already in law. We rescinded that. You see, on the Hill, they're fighting to get rescissions for $9 billion, and they have up to Friday to do it. You know how big the biggest rescission package ever was in that debt ceiling? More than $20 billion. And you know what? I got Democrats to vote for it too. They had to.
Also, there was another big historic moment a couple weeks ago when Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries broke your record for longest floor speech. Are you disappointed to no longer be the record holder?
No.
No, okay.
But the one thing I would say is, he spoke, and that bill became law. So he didn't accomplish something.
Mm.
When I spoke, afterward, the bill died. It had to be resurrected by Manchin and a different thing. So.
And I do want to ask you a bit about your post-congressional work. One of the things you've started is the Alpha.
Well, first of all, I didn't set out to break the record. Just on a
You didn't?
No. When we went down, staff said you could do it. But Pelosi had the record for like 8 hours. If you know anything about me, I drink a lot of water, and I'm good for about an hour before I have to go to the bathroom, okay? So I went down there. I said, I'll go for an hour or so, right? And I start to talk, and we're going at it, and Pelosi's getting mad at me. They don't expect it. And then AOC is yelling at me from back of the room. And Ryan said, so it just fires me up, right? So I just keep going and going. And then Pelosi gets all upset, and she goes to all the Dems, tells them to leave the floor, but only one or two. Now we're into like midnight or something, and my staff writes a little note, hey, the Dems all left, you can quit. I said, no, I'm going for it now. I had no idea I had to do 6 more hours when I said that.
You're one of your post-congressional initiatives is the Alpha Institute, focused on the technology race, essentially. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
The Alpha Institute is to continue to work on policies of what we fostered, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I created what, if you watch the Select Committee on China in there, and the AI Committee. So MIT teaches a course to all the generals in our military for AI and quantum. Whichever country captures that first has an advantage. So I took 10 members and had them develop a course for members of Congress so we have a clear understanding of it, right? Our defense. I'm really concerned that the defense, you won't fight the war the same way. War today will be fought in space. And look, China watched how we fought Desert Storm. That was an ever-changing battle, right? We bring an aircraft carrier 250 miles from you and we touch you. So what did China do? They didn't build aircraft carriers, they built missiles to sink aircraft carriers. Then they built islands, lied to us, and then weaponized us to push us back. They watched that we fight with GPS, that we send a missile through a window and come get you, right? So they went to space too. Do you know they landed on the backside of the moon, the dark side? We never have, it's difficult. They got a rover on Mars. And so we've got to turn the Defense Department to be like Silicon Valley. You can't send a $10 million missile to knock out a $10 drone. The next war is who can overwhelm you, right? That's why we have to have Elon and the president back together in a lot of this. And so what this institute does is focuses on those issues, right? And the only way we're going to be able to really win the war on AI is have a good energy policy. Because we have to double our grid to be able to have these data centers. And then what you have to do is you've got to do energy, you've got to do AI, you've got to do defense. These are all issues that I pushed when we were in Congress, and our greatest threat is none of those. It's our debt. It will break us if we don't do something about that.
No, we're almost out of time, but one of the things I also want to ask you about was you had originally been open to a potential role in the Trump administration if he won, and then you said that you weren't really going to consider anything. Would you ever consider joining the Trump administration or going back to government service?
I talk to the president often. I will do whatever I can to help this president be successful. I'll do whatever I can to help this country be successful. I think there's things I do now that do that in the way that I don't have to take a paycheck from the government. I think that's more helpful to the taxpayer. And look, I feel so fortunate to be an American. I feel so fortunate for all the blessings. Look, every day I was able to serve, good days and bad days, I love every moment of it. And I think everybody has a responsibility to help their country get stronger, and I'll do whatever it takes.
And so that would mean potentially going back into the government, taking a government
I don't have to go back into government.
You don't have to.
But I will always help individuals.
All right. Thank you so much,
Thank you all.
McCarthy.
Please welcome to the stage News Nation political editor and anchor of the Hill Sunday on News Nation, Chris Stirewalt, in conversation with the chair of the House Judiciary Committee, Congressman Jim Jordan.
Yeah, there you go. You could give a little, there you go. You could give a little, you could zhuzh it up a little bit. You could zhuzh. Don't let that post-lunch malaise come over this room. Maintain the energy. Okay, you all know who Jim Jordan is. Yes, and you got an amen right there from the front row.
You're kind, thank you.
So his district is 4th in Ohio, outside of Columbus, central Ohio. He is very important, and everyone is very nice to him in Washington because he is the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, and that draws a lot of water in this city. That is a big gig. He's one of the founders of the Freedom Caucus. You are now, this is interesting for me to say, you are the dean of the Ohio delegation.
I'm old, yeah.
It's very serious, and it's very important. He's a 61-year-old man. He has 4 kids and a bunch of grandkids now, and please give him another round of applause to welcome him.
Don't clap. I haven't said anything yet.
Okay. I think an underappreciated fact is that the way that Washington is today and the way it has changed in the past 5 years, I think you were a bigger part of that than most people appreciate, right? The world that we live in, if you like the way that the world that we live in and the direction it's going in Washington now, then you should thank Jim Jordan. And if you don't like it, you shouldn't thank him, because when we talk about the idea of a rescission package, if we start with the very fact that the Senate is going to ping pong back to you a package of cuts that include Elmo, and this was even before Elmo said the stuff he said on Twitter. That world exists because you and your colleagues held everybody's feet to the fire. And you said, no, 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 no. And so you created this world. But now success is funny, because now you have to govern. And now you're part, and I don't mean this word pejoratively, but now you are part of the establishment. And so when you have to govern, you've come in as an insurgent, now you're part of what's in charge. Talk about the tension between when you hear, for example, we heard the former speaker talking about it. $5 trillion is a lot of new borrowing. And that's not something that you probably would have voted for in the old world, but now because you say, we've got Donald Trump, we can do the stuff, we're going to do it. Talk about the tension.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's always a tension in Congress. Everyone wants to spend other people's money, and it's gotten out of control. So, yeah, I would be for reducing spending even more than we did in the big, beautiful bill, or than this rescission package, but it's a start. And it's a good start, because I don't recall it happening, and I've been in Congress now 18 and a half years. I don't recall it happening before. So
didn't happen in the first Trump.
Yeah, even though it's, $9 billion, it's still $9 billion. What was it? The old line, $1 million here, $1 million there. Pretty soon it's real money. So the start's good. I wish we were doing this all along, but.
Are you okay with if the Senate comes back with less? Or you're okay?
It's got to be done by Friday. So the clock is basically got to take it. It's $400 million less than what we sent over there. So I would be for doing it. But yeah, I think this is a good start. Remember when the president gave his joint address to Congress a few months ago? I thought it was a great speech, but the highlight, or maybe the best part of the speech, is when he rattled off all the dumb things your money's being spent on. And even boom, 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 as you point out, Sesame Street and Baghdad, Bert and Ernie and Big Bird and Baghdad. It's just stupid, right? So, and a host of other things. I actually went to OMB and said, why not send us a bill a day? I don't care if it's $1, I don't care if it's $1 billion, I don't care what it is. Send us a bill a day. Start with a list. And politics is also about momentum. So I would have preferred that, but there's a number of things they have to consider and how it works and make sure they have the votes. And I understand what Rust Vote and OMB were doing and they were doing. But I just felt like it would have been better if we'd have been a little bit at a time, just keep doing this and putting up wins. But it's good that we got the big, beautiful bill done 2 weeks ago. This done. It looks like this will get done on Friday.
When we get down to brass tacks on each of these things, right? And we have members, and I'm not, whether it's Chip Roy or Ralph Norman or whomever, that say, I can't do it, I'm not going to vote for this, $5 trillion is too, I can't do it. The way that they get over the finish line, and the former speaker referenced this too, is that the president says, there's a bill, and then there's what I say is really going to happen in the future. So there's this greater degree of confidence that it certainly works to the speaker's advantage, current speaker's advantage, but in terms of calming anxious conservative.
Yeah.
Talk about how there's the negotiation between the leadership and the members, there's the negotiation amongst the members, and then there's that third and final piece, which is the negotiation with the White House.
Well, I think it's just a simple understanding. President Trump does what he says. You know, I always say we make the job way too complicated. It's pretty simple. What did you tell the voters you were going to do when you ran for it, when you put your name on the ballot? If you get elected, go do what you said. No one in my lifetime in politics, in our lifetimes, has done it better than President Trump. You just look at the first 7 months. He said he would secure the border. He did, right? He said Iran's not going to get a nuclear weapon. We had this amazing, successful operation by our military, took out Iran's nuclear capabilities. He said NATO should ante up more money. Well, Shazam, they anteed up more money when he went and talked to him. He said we were going to cut taxes and get the big, beautiful bill passed. We did. So I think it's a recognition of that. And when the president talks with members of Congress and other folks, they understand this guy does what he said. And the other thing I think is real important, the president talks about this all the time. We are now, the party I belong to, we are now the party of common sense. The other party is the party of crazy. And I always say, not all Democrats are crazy, but the left that controls their party is. And you can go issue by issue. It is crazy to defund the police. It is crazy not to have a border, which was the case under Joe Biden. It is crazy to have men compete against women in sports. My favorite one. It is crazy to let a Chinese spy balloon fly clear across the country and then shoot it down. I mean, my guess is everyone in this room would have said, I know I would, I think Chris would have, I know the president would have. I'd have shot it down before it went across the country, right? Like, so you can just, they understand the president is a common sense focused individual who cares about the country and is going to do what he said. And so when he tells members of Congress, look, we may not have this bill where we want on spending reductions. I mean, we can all agree to that, but we're going to keep working on that. And 2 weeks later, here we go. First rescission package in 18 years that I can recall going through Congress.
So in the area where the president wants trust right now, big area right now, and he is, as the kids would say, big mad today about people pestering him about the Jeffrey Epstein case and the case file. And he went off today and said basically,
I saw the post.
Yeah, he was not feeling the love, and he said that. We heard from his daughter-in-law, the former co-chairwoman of the Republican National Committee, more is coming. We're going to get more information out to people. We heard the Speaker of the House say more information we need to have more information. We need more transparency. No one has given the FBI and the Justice Department a harder time than you over the course of your career. You have been a thorn in their sides for a long time. What should happen here, and what do you think did happen here?
Well, first of all, I have confidence in the president, his team, working, you know, you're right, we work with the Justice Department. The Judiciary Committee works with Justice Department all the time. Now, it's night and day compared to, I mean, night and day working with Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche and Kash Patel and Dan Bongino versus Merrick Garland, Lisa Monaco, and Chris Wray. In fact, I think Kash, we sent him 7 subpoenas on the second day on the job, asking for information. We got the information, go figure. So I have complete confidence in President Trump and his team. We've been working on this prior to this whole Epstein issue this last week and a half, but there's an annual trek that the Attorney General, and you know this, Chris, the Attorney General and the FBI Director make to Capitol Hill in front of the Judiciary Committee. We've been working on that. We think we've got dates already scheduled later this summer. Well, they'll be in front of the committee, and I've told everyone, you can ask them, you know how those things go.
Yeah.
Republicans will have questions for them, Democrats will have questions for them on this issue and a host of other issues. And so we've already been working on that. And I think that's how it should proceed. And we've, like I said, been working on scheduling this. We think it's going to happen as soon as we get back from the August break.
Are you of a mind that the Biden administration did not tell the whole truth about what happened with Jeffrey Epstein? Because it was an Inspector General's report under the Biden administration. It was Biden DOJ that said in 23, they said grace over it basically and said it was a suicide, yeah. It's fine. Do you think that they were not telling the whole truth?
I mean, I don't know. I do believe on lots of things the Biden administration wasn't square with the American people. I also think there could have been, who knows what the president, it's unfortunate, but President Biden, I just didn't think was up to the task, and we all sort of saw that coming. That's been an issue in and of itself. So whether they misled us or not, who knows? I don't know.
Okay. All right, so one of the other ways that you help shape the world that we live in now is when it came to what we in Washington call jawboning, but when it came to what the Biden administration was doing around COVID to suppress dissent and all of that stuff. And we all read the Twitter files and we all talked about all of that stuff, about the way that the Biden administration used the force of the federal government to intimidate the private sector, to limit speech. When you look at the Trump administration, they're not doing anything quietly, right? They're doing it out loud. They go pound on the door at the universities, at media outlets, at other places and say, you better change your tune or you're in trouble. Is there anything that you see from a jawboning kind of perspective or from an undue influence kind of perspective?
I don't see the attack on the First Amendment that we saw or the attack on the Constitution. Remember, to take COVID as an example, during COVID, I remember Bill Barr, then Attorney General, when it first started, put out a memorandum, said the Constitution is not suspended in a crisis. And I would argue that, in fact, is when it is most important. Right. That's when it counts the most. And then you had the Biden administration come in there and fire people. They tried to fire anyone who worked at a major company, let alone what they did to folks in the military. If you don't get the shot, you get out. And then remember how much they lied to us. Everything they told us turned out to be false. Everything, right? You can go down the list. They said it wasn't our money used at the lab in Wuhan, China. Yes, it was. They said it wasn't gain of function research done at the lab in China. Yes, it was. They said it didn't come from the lab in China. No. It was a bat, to a pangolin, to a hippopotamus, to Joe Rogan, and then we all got COVID, right? Remember that whole thing? They said the vaccinated can't get it, the vaccinated can't transmit it. They said masks work. They said 6 feet social distancing is based on science. And they said this is the first virus in history where there's no such thing as natural immunity. Like, you can't lie to us 8 times and then censor people who disagree with you, which they did. And the first person they tried to censor, this is scary, because what they did on the First Amendment stuff, working with big tech at the time, January 23rd, third day of the Biden administration, 2021, there was an email sent to Twitter, take down this tweet ASAP. And the tweet was from RFK Jr., who was their announced opponent in the Democrat primary. That is not supposed to happen in America. Take down someone's speech, and oh, by the way, they're running against me for the highest office in the land. That's what they did. And we'd had a whole investigation in our committee about this, and it resulted in August of last year, Mark Zuckerberg sending me a letter saying, the Biden administration pressed us to censor. We did it. We're sorry. We're not going to do it again. And since then, the tech companies have changed. So that is unbelievable what they tried to do to your First Amendment rights as someone in the press in America. That is frightening.
And the change that you saw, Elon Musk bought Twitter, and like I said,
made a huge difference.
The world did change, but now when you look at, let's say, the law firms, the president says to the law firms, either you come across and start doing the stuff that I want you to do, or you're not gonna be allowed to basically, we're gonna make it impossible for you to practice if you don't do the stuff that I want to do. Does that give you any?
It's not censorship. It's not like, law firms. We're gonna tell the tech companies, take down certain things you post on your law firm website and everything. And that to me is, I think a huge distinction. What I know is what they did, the censorship they did to American citizens relative to COVID and other issues. And remember, they also attempted to set up a bureaucracy to tell you what you could say, what you could tweet, what you could post, what you could read. It was called the Disinformation Governance Board. Like, what? Is that the most Orwellian sounding thing I've ever heard? Nina Jankowicz is going to run this out of the Department of Homeland Security. They always put it out security. Like, that's their goal. It's scary what they were doing.
But you feel confident that if you saw that kind of behavior happening in this administration, you would stand up, you'd get up on your hind legs.
First Amendment's the First Amendment, regardless of whether it's Republicans in control, Congress, the White House, the Senate, what have you. It's just, First Amendment's the first. It has served us well. We had Rupa Subramanya, journalist from Canada, testify in front of our committee. She covered the big trucker crisis, strike and blockade, everything up there. She came in, and one of the things she said was, it's one of the hallmarks of Western civilization is you can debate. You can say what you want. Chris has even said a few negative things about me, if you can imagine that.
No, I would
you can say what you want.
I would never say that.
You can say what you want. I can say what we have debate, because if you don't have debate, the alternatives to settling disputes is frightening. It is scary. And RFK Jr., when he testified in front of our committee as well, same time, when he testified, in fact, I had him in when he was a Democrat before he switched. I took heat for, like, what's Jordan, the conservative guy, bringing in Democrats to testify because we care about the First Amendment? He came in and he said, when you look at history, never forget this, when you look at history, it is never the good guys who are for censorship. It is always the bad guys. And we should just keep that in mind. That's why we have the First Amendment.
We have the First Amendment because free speech is actually not popular. That's why we have a First Amendment, is to protect speech that is unpopular.
Well said.
Okay. One of the promises, I think of you as a good avatar for the Tea Party movement and the successes that were made along the way. One place where it didn't happen was in restoring regular order in the House and getting to a place where the House really could work its will and the committees could do their work, and we would get back to a point where, instead of this deal where 5 minutes before midnight somebody pulls a package out of their coat pocket and says, if you don't vote for this by midnight, then all good things in the world will come to an end and you've got to do it. You have been a proponent of regular order. You have pushed to decentralize authority in the House and have it work its way up. How's that going?
Well, I do think we get that in our committee. You talk to any members on our committee, let the debate happen, let it work, and our Republican members. And, you know, we pass the bills out of our committee that Judiciary Committee wants to pass. So I do think it works there. Floor is a different animal, you know, and part of the dynamic is when you got a 3, 4, or 5 seat majority fluctuating here, depends on who's there that day. And it's just tough. It's just tough to get, you know, pick your metaphor, herding cats around them. It's just hard to do.
What did John Boehner say? It was like a wheelbarrow full of frogs.
Yeah, and you got to, and there's always something, and we see it almost on a daily basis. But in the end, like we kind of come full circle. The president weighs in, the speaker works hard. You can get there. And in the end, I think you get a product. My wife and I we went to dinner a week ago Saturday at the little pizza place there in downtown Urbana, Ohio, God's country. And we went there, and it was amazing. Walking, people coming up to me. They appreciated the big, beautiful bill. They did. Thanks for passing. Appreciate the tax cuts. So in the end, I think it works out.
Is there really pizza in Urbana, Ohio?
You should come to our little town square. We got some nice restaurants, it's really nice. A little town of 10,000 people just west of Columbus.
I don't want to get into trouble with anybody from Urbana, but I'm going to be skeptical about the pizza in Urbana. But maybe it's good.
It's good. The brewery, it's good. And
some of the best pizza in that county.
And pretty good beer too.
Okay, if you were from Wapakoneta, Ohio, just like Neil Armstrong, you would know him already because he'd be your congressman. But if you don't, here he is, Jim Jordan. A big round of applause for Chairman Jim Jordan.
Thank you. Well done. Thank you.
Oh, I'm staying here. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm going to stay right here. And somebody better bring me some new note cards. Ah, there you have it.
I got you, Chris.
Oh, Anna Sugg, ladies and gentlemen, the great Anna Sugg.
Now joining Chris Stirewall on stage, please welcome Congressman Jim Himes, a Democrat representing Connecticut and ranking member of the House Permanent Select Committee on
Hey, that's a good one. Hey, that's a real good one. Good to see you. Good to see you. Have a seat. Well, aren't you all lucky?
Where's my walk-on music?
I know. What would your walk-up music be if you had to choose walk-up?
YMCA, of course.
He may be kidding. He may be kidding. We're going to look into it. Here are things that you should know about Congressman Jim Himes, other than that he obviously has a sense of humor. He represents the Connecticut 4th, the fighting 4th. He's been there since 2009. He's the ranking Democrat on Intel. He's also on financial services. Oh, you just had a birthday. You just turned 59. You're 59.
Sometimes what is left unsaid.
No, you look. I tell people I'm not 49. I'm 59, so that they say you look pretty good for 59, like medium. He's a Harvard man, a Rhodes Scholar, studied Latin America before he spent 12 years, Goldman Sachs. Fooled around a little bit, local government, tried that out for a while, but 2009 took the leap to go to the House, and we are very grateful that you are here. Okay. Voting today, there's action today. And you're definitely not a finance bro, you're a finance man. You're a finance adult person. But you've been a big part of the discussion around what to do about cryptocurrency and how to manage that. Now, the way I understand it, you're a yes on bank-style regulations for what's called stablecoin, which is pegged cryptocurrency. It's just a digital version. It's pegged to the dollar. It's a digital version. And you're a yes on setting up a kind of FDIC structure for that stuff, but you're a no on a regulatory package on the investment side of this part. So there's the Genius Act, which is for this dollar-pegged stuff. This is like the banking-style regulation. And then there's the Clarity Act, which is the Wall Street kind of regulation stuff. Why are you for one and not the other?
Yeah. So you got it right. There's 3 bills. One is pretty easy. So, the stablecoin, the Genius Act, which has come over from the Senate, which is, by the way, why your conference was probably disrupted, because we had a 45-minute kerfuffle on the floor about accepting something yet again from the Senate without the ability to amend it in the House. You could talk to the Freedom Caucus guys about that. But anyway, stablecoin is pretty straightforward, right? Jim's stablecoin. So long as if I say Jim's stablecoin is worth $1, I've got $1 in a bank account somewhere in reserve. Okay, limited room for mischief. Not zero room, right? That looks an awful lot like a money market mutual fund. We had a little unpleasantness with the money market mutual funds back in 2009 it was. But anyway, it's a pretty straightforward instrument. When you start talking about things like digital commodities, which is the subject of the Clarity Act, this gets pretty exotic. This is not, I'm telling you this is worth $1 and there's $1 underneath it. This is, I'm going to promise you a decentralized token, and it's going to be on a decentralized blockchain. In 10 years, it will be programmable to pay for your music consumption and your food, and it will also vote for you or something. Yeah. I don't know. Some of this stuff is pretty fantastical, and you do have questions about, is this a security? Is it a commodity? What exactly is it? The Clarity Bill, as Fit 21, some of you will remember Fit 21, is an okay attempt to try to divide jurisdictional authority between the CFTC and the SEC. It's got a whole bunch of problems, but anyway, and here's what I report sadly. I was a yes on Fit 21. French Hill is one of my closest friends in the House. Yeah. I desperately wanted to be a yes on Clarity, even though I think it's got lots of problems. Between Fit 21 and Clarity, you get the issuance by a sitting president of a Trump coin and the revenue of some $400 million while he's president. Oh, by the way, we have Melania coin. And so that really poisoned the atmosphere. So I made the wildly outrageous act. French, my good friend, let's at least put some verbiage in this bill that says that the president and the vice president, and by the way, the rest of us, aren't going to issue digital commodities. Yeah. In the context of the disgustingness that we saw with the meme coins, that's not a terribly big ask. But the answer was no. And so, sadly, I won't be happy about it, but I'll be voting no on Clarity.
The Senate decided, though, that half a loaf was enough of a loaf, right? That if they could get the increased regulation and bring that clarity, if I guess that's why they named these things, to the process, that it was worth having, even if it didn't have the safeguards against corruption that you wanted. You disagree. Well, no. You don't want to have to.
So that's not what happened. So the Genius Bill, which we're voting on, I think this afternoon, is about stablecoins.
Right.
And I talked to Ruben and the Yes Geniuses, and they said, no, look, it's a stablecoin, right? It's $1 if we say it's $1. We don't feel like we need the same conflicts language that you would need for some weird digital commodity.
Right. I mean on the Clarity Act.
So they've not taken up any market structure bill. That's an interesting question. By the way, the crypto bros, and we can talk about what's good or bad in that world, but they're going to get a big win with the passage of the Genius Bill, and I think that's good. Let's check out these stable coins. I think that's a good thing. So they should be happy that they're going to get law made around stable coins. This market structure stuff is really complicated. The Senate hasn't even started, and my understanding is that they're not going to. Now, I think French wanted a big Democratic vote on Clarity in order to maybe push the Senate to take up some bill. But again, we've got this glitch around the corruption that is going to make that Democratic vote smaller.
The holdup today was around the fact that there were conservatives in the House who said, we don't want there to ever be a reserve currency, right? We don't want the Federal Reserve to ever have a digital reserve currency or anything like that. They wanted exclusionary language. I understand about the practical procedure here that it's not, I assume in your mind, not worth taking up at this time to talk about from a legislative standpoint. But as an idea, what do you, when you think about the possibility of the federal government, whether it's through our central bank or whether it's through some other entity, having a digital currency?
Yeah, great question, and I can be pretty clear on this. Look, the bill that is likely to pass today, I hope it doesn't, but it's an Emmer bill that it's called the Anti-Big Brother Surveillance Act. It's a dumbass bill, and it forbids.
So
the
you're
federal,
a no on that one.
and this is just one of these things where you sort of can't believe you have to make this argument. It is an article of MAGA faith that if there is a central bank digital currency, which basically, by the way, we sort of have central bank digital. How often are you using, greenbacks today? Right now, that's intermediated by a bank, but it's sort of an article of MAGA faith that the Federal Reserve is going to look at how you're spending your dollars. Well, guess what, my friend? The U.S. authorities can already look at how you're spending all your dollars with so it's like no technical difference. But the bill says we're not even going to investigate. We're not even going to do research into whether a CBDC makes sense. I don't know what the answer is. By the way, I wrote a white paper on this years ago. I don't know if it's a good idea or a bad idea. What I do know is that with England and Great Britain and China and Germany and everybody else looking into and thinking about it, we ought to not just put our head in the sand and say, we're not even going to think about it. Pick your metaphor, but what if in 1945 we'd said, whoo, atomic power, that's really scary. We're going to forbid any research into atomic power. That's what we're doing here. It's just a dumbass thing to do.
Are you guys noticing a theme, a motif in the congressman's remarks? The idea of what the Federal Reserve is and whether or not the president can fire the chairman of the Federal Reserve, how that all works. So we had a whole little news cycle today where the president, some of your Republican colleagues reported out and said, the president's getting ready to fire Jerome Powell. And then the president came out later and said, no, I was just talking, I wasn't doing. Can the president fire the chairman of the Federal Reserve, number one? And number two, I assume you say no. And if he does, what do you do?
Yeah, look, it's not a debatable point. The law is super clear. The president can't fire the chairman or the vice chairman of the Federal Reserve but for cause.
Right.
Now, why do you think we're hearing about some apparent, overruns? Ever heard of a federal government agency doing an overrun on a renovation? They're laying the predicate, right, to do this. And so the answer to your question is pretty straightforward. You can look up the law. The terrifying thing is, how many more torpedoes in the hull of sort of what we've always relied on as the cornerstone of a capitalist system can our capitalist system take? It was always an article of faith of me, Economics 101, that tariffs, and by the way, tariffs chaotically imposed would be devastating for the economy. Well, the stock market's hitting new highs, right? And it is an article of faith of mine that if the president fires the chairman of the Federal Reserve in the service of compromising the independence of the monetary authority, that's going to be devastating. But I got to tell you, I'm revisiting my priors because apparently you can impose totally chaotic tariffs, come back on them, create a lot of uncertainty. You can start a war in the Middle East and the stock market loves it. Not exactly what I thought the reaction would be. So I don't know. Maybe he'll fire Chairman Powell and the market will rally another 1,000 points. It doesn't make sense to me. Or maybe not.
You saw the survey work in the Wall Street Journal today, basically where you are starting to see some of those things bite in. You're starting to see we're having a debate again about what is inflation, and I think when the normal understanding of inflation for non-monetary policy experts is that stuff costs more, and your dollar doesn't go as far. And so we are starting to have this conversation about the upward pressure on prices, both from immigration, the removal of immigrant workers, and also from now we're just getting to the tariff cost point. The consequences phase, Democrats have been waiting for the consequences phase, as you say, you can't do this stuff, you can't do this stuff. Do you think we may be there now? Do you think, based on what we see in economic reports, that we might be getting there, or we don't know?
You probably sensed in my last answer a little bit of, insecurity about things that I always knew to be true. Again, anybody who's taken a basic economics course knows that knows that a tariff is actually a tax on a product that will be paid by somebody, and it's not the country that's exporting. And so, look, at the end of the day, despite my making somewhat light of it earlier, I do think that we are, in the next couple of months, going to start to experience inflation associated with those tariffs. I just don't see how not. Now, I made light of war in the Middle East, never a good idea. I guess I'm making the point that this president is a very, very lucky man. And we may wake up 6 months from now and discover that the Iranians have decided that negotiation is fruitless. They gathered up whatever was left and they built themselves a device. So I do think that reality has a way of reasserting itself, but it is remarkable the extent to which reality has not asserted itself in the last 6 months.
So one of the ways in which reality has changed is Donald Trump loves NATO and NATO loves Donald Trump. This is not what I expected that I would see, right? He went over and he said something amazing. He said, these people aren't trying to screw us over. These people love their countries and it's great. And they had this whole Trump-NATO bromance moment that happened. And now the president is going to ship US weapon systems through NATO in support of Ukraine. Talk about, it's sort of a mixed bag from the president on Ukraine this week. On the one hand, he gives Russia 50 days before new economic penalties come in, but he is opening up the pipeline for weapons. You've been a passionate supporter for arming Ukraine and helping their resistance against the Russian invasion. What do you make of what you saw this week?
I'm probably not the right person to psychoanalyze the president. I haven't spent a lot of time in his company. But, look, it's clear to me that the Secretary General, as embarrassing as it might have been for all of us to watch by calling him Big Daddy or whatever he called him, and, Donald, this will be your massive... It's pretty clear that global leaders have figured out how to work this guy. And it's pretty clear that Putin pissed him off. And look, I can sometimes sound more disparaging than I mean to sound. It's very clear that Donald Trump lives for Donald Trump and to win. And Putin was standing in the way of him winning. Not that campaign promises are ever much of a thing, but, when he doesn't end the Ukraine-Russia war on day one, I suspect that nags a little bit. And, I think that the president probably understands that he's been played by Vladimir Putin, and so he's coming around. I celebrate that, I really do. It's an anxious base on which to build a foreign policy, but it's better than where look, when the president is casting doubt amongst European allies about whether we would abide by Article 5 commitments if the Russians rolled into Estonia, that's very, very serious. But I got to give him credit. Look, I could spend the next hour talking about things I don't like about this presidency or about MAGA, but I will give him some real credit on foreign policy, right? The opening to Syria, I did not anticipate that. That's pretty amazing. He's taken a practical approach in the Middle East that I think is, again, the Iranian question will play out over the next year or so, but there have been a lot of things that have surprised me in the Middle East, including, I don't know that any of us would have anticipated that whatever you think of Bibi Netanyahu, his ability to wipe out Hezbollah, Hamas, and to put the Iranians on their knees, I'm not sure any of us would have predicted that.
The catastrophic consequences of the October 7th attack for Iran and its satellites is amazing, right? From a world historical standpoint in terms of miscalculations. But now, we see today, I saw the reports just a couple hours ago about Israel hitting targets in Syria, right? So we have airstrikes going on. And it feels like, tell me how it feels, as much as you're allowed to tell us outside of a skiff, it feels like we're in a real churny period. It feels like a lot of things are being remade and reimagined than they were before, and the Overton window is so big. When you look at this, and you wouldn't be the only Democrat to point out that Trump has been able to do things vis-a-vis Israel that Joe Biden couldn't do or Barack Obama couldn't do, didn't have the political stature to do. When you look at the region and you see what's going on, what's your optimism, pessimism percentage right now?
Yeah, I think, like everything else, the Middle East is pretty murky. We should be doing all we can, and again, I give the president and his administration credit for this, to build up and support the Syrian regime. The reason the Israelis are still being very kinetic in the area is that a lot of it is ungoverned space. ISIS is still very much a threat in the east. There's a lot of messy stuff in the south. If we really commit ourselves to creating a powerful central government in Damascus. That'll be good for everybody. And, ISIS will get squeezed, and that's all good. I was sort of trying to decide whether I agreed with your statement that he's accomplished things. No question that between the Israelis and the United States, we have set the Iranian program back meaningfully. Now, whether meaningfully is 6 months or 6 years is still very much open to question. And whether strategically the Iranians have now determined, on the one hand, golly, we've just got to behave ourselves because this really sucks, or golly, Pakistan, North Korea, and India got it right. We don't know. Right. We don't know. Look, and here's where it gets particularly murky. It really helps. Two things make the Middle East different. One, Iran finally deciding that it's going to behave themselves, either compelled to do so, and some resolution to the Palestinian issue. And I fear that we are far, far further away on that second thing than we ever have been. And it pains me to say this, but, and look, all due respect, I was in Israel in February. To go there is to feel the trauma of what occurred. But, it's not clear to me that the Prime Minister has any interest in moving in any direction towards a solution. I want to say two-state solution, but I seem to be the only person on the planet saying that anymore, that creates stability and security in that particular swath of the Middle East.
The political limitation on Presidents Biden and Obama was domestic on Israel, right? Because they had a constrained area of political movement inside the Democratic Party, right? Because you can't be too pro, or you get yelled at by folks in, let's say, Michigan, for example. And if you go too hard the other way, you lose folks in the middle, folks in your district, folks in places like that. The Democratic, but we had David Hogg, who was up here earlier today, and he was on this stage. And the belief that the Democratic Party has to be wholly reinvented, right? There is this idea that says it's time to blow it up, clean house, start over. Zoran Mamdani, I will get it right eventually, Zoran Mamdani and others, and that it's time for wholesale revolutionary change inside the Democratic Party. And then I watch Arizona has a special primary election, and your former colleague's daughter wins in a walk and goes in. Analyze for us, put your party on the couch just for a second and talk about what you see happening inside the Democratic Party and the tensions between these wings.
Yeah, and look, no, we don't strip it for parts yet. By the way, if we can't take the House majority in 2026, if the people in the room who know politics know what happens typically, tectonically speaking, in a first midterm of a president. My class was wiped out in 2010. I'm class of 08. We were wiped out in 2010. It just always happens. Yeah. If the Democratic Party can't take a House majority, that would be what, winning 6 seats or something? If we can't do that, then strip it for parts. And by the way, I'll be there helping strip it for parts because we've gotten something really wrong. I just don't think that that's the case. Now, there's two parties in this country of 350 million people, right? So yes, it is a little uncomfortable that, my party includes, I guess, Kirsten Sinema and Mamdani or whatever. Yeah. But look at the other party. The other party includes Chip Roy and David Valadao and Fitzpatrick, who was the only Republican who had the courage to vote against the big, beautiful bill. So anyway, we got two parties who are going to cram an awful lot of people into it. And you can say Mamdani, New York is a pretty special place, right? Right. New York gave us AOC, young people in New York. You can over-index on this. My theory on Mamdani is, A, he was up against Andrew Cuomo. B, for God's sake, he talked authentically about what people cared about, really cared about, felt, right? Affordability. Try and being a 30-year-old on a $75,000 a year salary living in New York City. Now, by the way, I don't think those 30-year-olds are dumb. I think they know that municipally owned grocery stores probably isn't the answer. They probably know that rent ceilings are probably in the long run not the solution. But what they're saying is, daggone it, Cuomo's talking about saving democracy and going up against Donald Trump. And here's this young guy talking about the stuff that I think about 24/7. And they'll excuse him having sort of out of bounds ideas just because he's focused on them. And okay, Mamdani, you pointed out in Arizona. What about Abigail Spanberger in Virginia? Right. What about Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey? So it's not like, you've got these tensions, and yes, in New York, when you go up against Andrew Cuomo, there's going to be an opening for somebody who really galvanizes the progressive base.
And this is the literally but not, seriously but not literally thing, where people want to hear something that connects with them. They're not going to worry about every single thing that the person says, but they're going to feel the vibe.
You just, politics is simpler than it looks, right? You know, why we couldn't, here's my bill of indictment. Why we couldn't say, yeah, it really sucks that chicken is $12 a pound. Instead, we had, well, this is a transitory effect caused by supply and demand. You know, people are like, we hate you. We hate you. You know, just speaking authentically, clearly. Look, if you can't even, it's a terrible mistake in politics. I have no idea why the President Biden and then subsequent presidential candidate Harris couldn't do this, which is to say, yes, this really sucks. I feel you. I feel you. I may not even have the solution, but I feel you. If you don't even feel somebody, you're done in politics. And look, Mamdani, he may have been crazy on a lot of his policy proposals, but people look at him and he said, damn it, he gets me.
Yeah, and he talks like people talk.
Yeah, authentic.
Like people talk. Well, there was a good dose of authenticity for you. All right, if you knew which was the good side of Greenwich, you would know him already. But if you don't, there he is, Congressman Jim Humes. Please give him a big round of applause.
Please welcome the Hill's congressional reporter Michael Schnell in conversation with Florida gubernatorial candidate Congressman Byron Donalds.
I like her.
You've
you're
got fans
amazing
here, Congressman.
Listen, you're going on the road with me at all times. I think you're great.
Congressman Byron Donalds, thank you so much for joining us, particularly on such short notice on a very busy day up on Capitol Hill.
Yep.
Let's start with what's going on in the House right now. There's currently a procedural vote open to begin consideration of these cryptocurrency bills. You're on the House Financial Services Committee. You have a hand in this. You were at the White House last night meeting with the president. You were on the floor talking to folks during the vote in meetings. Tell us what is going on with these three cryptocurrency bills right now.
Well, look, first and foremost, one of the things that is very important is we're going to establish, for the first time in the United States, a regulatory framework for stablecoins, for cryptocurrency writ large. This is monumental for the future of the United States. But there is a policy item that is now being vigorously talked about on Capitol Hill and in the White House last night, and that's the creation of a central bank digital currency. That is something I vehemently oppose. There are members that vehemently oppose CBDCs. They do not want to see that happen in the United States. The Chinese can do what they want. The Europeans can play with it if they choose to. But in America, we have our economic system, the bedrock of it is our trust system, meaning that people know that when you spend your money, you don't have Big Brother over your shoulder figuring out what you spent it on, how you're going to go about doing it, so on and so forth. And we just want to make sure that there is no regulatory or legal framework for the Federal Reserve to ever create a central digital currency, a central bank digital currency. It opens up major privacy issues. Now, in terms of where we are on the Hill, right. I think we're close in those conversations to try to find a pathway to make sure that a CBDC is not basically produced in the United States. We are completely supportive of decentralized stable coins, obviously. Meme coins come up all the time, whether it's Bitcoin or any other type form of cryptocurrency. Blockchain technology is going to be essential. But the CBDC conversation is something that is a critical policy question that we're just going to have to work hard to make sure we answer in this Congress. I will add, a couple of years ago, the Biden administration and Speaker Pelosi at the time tried to put language into, I think it was one of their big reconciliation bills, that would have given Treasury access to anybody's account if there was $800 of aggregate activity in a calendar year. This is something that was pushed by the Biden White House. They were putting this in the reconciliation package. It was actually defeated, obviously, by Republicans, but then, of course, some congressional Democrats, because they were hearing feedback from their voters about how they were opposed to Treasury having access to their bank accounts. So this is not a partisan thing. The American people writ large have soundly rejected that type of oversight or surveillance or access That is not American. We don't support that. And so we're going to just work vigorously to try to make sure that CBDCs will never see the light of day in the United States.
So to bring everybody up to speed, there are essentially 3 cryptocurrency bills we're talking about here. The Genius Act, which recently passed the Senate, the Clarity Act, and then this anti-CBDC Act. Where do conversations stand right now? As I mentioned, the floor is still open. There's a vote open on the rule. It was supposed to be 5 minutes. It's been about an hour and a half at this point. What are the discussions happening behind the scenes about these 3 bills? Where are the qualms and where are the potential solutions?
Well, right now, members are trying to figure out what the best pathway is forward to get the anti-CBDC bill language essentially to the president's desk, getting that through the Senate.
Which still has to go to the Senate.
So the Clarity Act still has to go to the Senate. We can move Genius today, and that will go to the president's desk basically by Friday, so he can sign that. The Clarity Act, one of the possibilities is that's the anti-CBDC language is amended onto the Clarity Act. That goes to the Senate. We'll see where that goes. There is pushback in the Senate about barring CBDCs. I don't understand why. Somebody should ask Senator Warren and ask her opinion on that. But that being said, I think that at the end of the day, if you ask the American people, they do not want the federal government or any agency of the federal government in their pocketbooks. They do enough on taxes already. We don't want people having access to what you spend your money on when you spend your money. That is not in the very fabric of the United States, our Constitution, our Declaration of Independence. That is not what we want in our country.
So one more thing on this topic. How do you see this all wrapping up? Do you think that the rule can be adopted today and put all 3 bills on the path to passage? And how quickly do you think that could happen?
I think it could happen. Of course, every member has a vote. And when you have thin majorities like this, you have to find a way to get through. I think there's a pathway to get there. Me personally, I am comfortable with the conversations that we had last night with the president about moving the Genius Act, getting that to his desk so he can sign that into law, and then working the rest of this Congress, whether that's in the Clarity Act or some other vehicle down the line, about trying to get CBDCs done.
You think the rule can get done today?
Oh, yeah, it's very possible.
Okay. I want to switch gears a little bit to your gubernatorial race. You are, of course, running for governor of Florida, of the Sunshine State. I want to go behind the scenes a little bit about your decision to run for governor. You have been someone who's been noted a number of times as a rising star in the House Republican Conference. You were nominated for Speaker back a few years ago. You actually ran for Speaker after Kevin McCarthy's ouster before Mike Johnson had been elected. What was your decision process like, your thought process like, deciding to run for governor instead of pursuing higher leadership in the House?
Well, I mean, look, being on Capitol Hill has really been an honor, to be blunt. I never thought I would actually ever get to Congress. It was never a desire of mine to come to Congress. People who know me before I ran to come here, at first I didn't want to run. I was kind of content finishing my time in the state legislature and going back to business. And so, you know, people asked me to do it. I thought about it, and here I am. Florida is the best state in the country. And because we value term limits in our state, we are going to need a new chief executive. Governor DeSantis is going to term out. And so when I look at, you know, my business background, the time I spent in the State House, my time here in the federal legislature, I think I'm uniquely positioned to lead our state into the future. And we're a state where we've gotten it right most of the time. That's why, and this is really to Governor DeSantis' credit, if you look at the rankings that we have, Florida's ranked #1 in so many different categories. Now it's about preparing the state for its future economic growth going forward. Well, what are we gonna do in K-12 education to make sure kids are prepared for the future of our economy? Making sure our university system is still the #1 university system in the country. My vision, my goal is to make Florida the financial capital of the world. New York and Illinois have made terrible public policy decisions. People want to leave. We want to actually move high finance, the center of that, to Florida. And so Florida will be not just an economic hub. We're doing all the space launches. We believe we can be a manufacturing and an aerospace and tech hub as well. And then because of our proximity, strategic proximity to Central and South America, we believe if the president continues with his success on trade policy, we'll see not just onshoring, but a lot of nearshoring. And Florida's right in the center of that. So the decision was really about what would be the best place for me to serve continuously. And look, I have complete confidence in my colleagues, but I think Florida is now in this position where we have to prepare for the next generation of our growth as a state. And I think I'm uniquely able to do that, and I'm looking forward to the challenge.
You're a few months into the campaign right now. How are things going?
Great, actually. It's really cool when you don't have an opponent, but we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Look, first and foremost, having President Trump's endorsement and support has really been a major leap for my efforts back in Florida. Fundraising for the campaign effort's been going very well. Really honored that so many people have decided to part, with their treasurer to support me. I think that's phenomenal. But the thing that's really excited me has been just being around the state. I was in Sarasota, I want to say last Friday. Last Friday I was in Sarasota, and it's July in Sarasota, so it's hot, right? And this club, this Republican Women's Club, they don't do meetings in the summertime, but they held a special meeting because the dates worked out. So they were like, we're going to invite you in a special meeting. I mean, the place was packed, wall to wall.
In the hot summer sun in Florida, that says something.
And it's packed. We did a breakfast in Miami the next day, Saturday morning. Next day, packed. So the vibe, I guess, the feel from the people has been wonderful. I'm really excited about that.
You mentioned a potential opponent. You mentioned Governor DeSantis. I want to get into that right now. You've notably had a bit of a frosty relationship with Governor DeSantis in the past. There's
not always.
A little bit, but not always.
I mean, look, I think, the governor and I, things have been better than they are now. It's fine.
Yeah.
When he ran for governor the first time, I was on the debate team, helping in the campaign where I could. Obviously re-election for him in 22 was smooth sailing. Things were a lot simpler then. And, it's been better, but it's a work in progress.
On that note, you guys were together at Alligator Alcatraz down in Florida. Yeah. There have been some reports about Casey DeSantis, the governor's wife, potentially jumping into the gubernatorial race. Curious, what were your conversations like with Governor DeSantis at Alligator Alcatraz? And did you guys touch at all about Casey DeSantis potentially joining the race?
We didn't get a chance to speak.
At all?
No, because when we were there, the governor was on tour with the president and I think Secretary Noem. And so when they finished the tour, the rest of us were in the holding room for the roundtable, and the president came in, sat down. Like I talked to Secretary Noem real quick. Sure. The president sat down and started the roundtable. So it's one of those things where, all right, he wants to start. So everybody sat down and we did the roundtable discussion, and then right when that ended, it was like storming. So everybody's trying to figure out how to get to the exits and get out of the glades before the storms really come in. So. All
right, well, there you go. Switching gears again, we noted that you're on the Financial Services Committee. Right. Before you were in Congress, you worked in finance industry, banking industry. So I want to talk about the conversation that's the biggest topic of conversation right now on Wall Street, whether or not the president will or even could fire Federal Reserve Chair Jay Powell. You were in the Oval Office yesterday. There's reporting that the president had surveyed the members who were in the Oval asking if he should fire Jay Powell, and that a number of folks had said he should, and then he signaled that he would do it soon. Take us in that room, because you said you were at that meeting. What was that conversation like? What was that surveying process like, and what did the president say on the topic?
Well, look, because we were in the Oval and we were discussing a lot of things, I'm not going to get into the details of that conversation. I think it's pretty clear the president is frustrated about where short-term interest rates are and their impact on borrowing rates in the United States, and that's his frustration. I think that where we are as a country, do I want to see Secretary Powell lower rates? Yeah, I think the economy is in proper position to do that. Do I think we should go back to the period post-financial collapse where the Fed rate was essentially zero? No, because I think free money or cheap money like that is not healthy over an extended period of time, and I think we've been dealing with some of the fallout from that economically for quite some time. So I think the rates need to go down. On a broader perspective, and this is a point I shared from my side, was we have to do something meaningful on spending in our government. And for people to understand, when we go out to the treasury markets to borrow money, the 10-year treasury yield essentially is the baseline for all credit in the United States. So if the 10-year is going up, your small business borrowings are going up. Your individual borrowing costs are going up. The cost of capital is going up the higher the 10-year is. So there is a lot of proper discussion around the Fed lowering rates, which I think is really what the president wants to see happen more than anything else. And then the other side of that is Congress has to start restraining the velocity of borrowings. Because if we keep borrowing money at this pace, all we're going to do is make the cost of capital higher, not just for the government, but for every family, for every business in the United States. So to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who always fight us on spending cuts, the reality is if we do not get our fiscal house in order, we will make it that much more unaffordable for every American. I don't care what state you're in.
Mm-hmm. The president earlier today had, after reporting that with the Oval Office meeting, he had said it wasn't true, but that he's not ruling anything out when it comes to the topic of firing Jay Powell. Do you think it's time for the president to fire the Fed chair?
I'm not there yet, but I will tell you the president doesn't rule anything out. So, I mean, it could be this topic or any topic. With the president, everything is always on the table until it's time to get the deal done.
Given your frustrations, especially with interest rates, why aren't you there yet? What else? What is standing in between where you are right now and the point where you may think it's time to fire?
I mean, to be blunt, my bigger frustration when it comes to long-term interest rates and intermediate rates is with Congress. Okay. And I think the Fed chairman, my opinion is whoever's Fed chairman, yeah, they might move faster around the short-term rate, but the long-term rate problem is a significant problem, and that's Congress's fault, not doing its job, managing the purse strings of the government. Look, I get it. When people run for election and people are in office, it's great to give everything to everyone, but the truth of the matter is the federal government is no different than any family or any business. You have to set priorities. You have to live within your means. And if we can actually accomplish that here, it will mean a much more stable economic outlook for the entire United States. We've been downgraded now by all three rating agencies, all three. They don't talk about politics when they do their credit downgrades. They don't talk about Fed chairmen when they do their credit downgrades. What do they talk about? The inability of the federal government to live within its fiscal means. That's what the credit rating agencies talk about. That's my bigger frustration than any Fed chairman.
So that being said, do you think that there's a point where you may think it's time to fire the Fed chair, or you probably won't get to that point because you think the greater issue lies with Congress?
For me, probably won't get to that point.
Okay.
I think the greater issue is Congress being smart with the people's money going forward.
Okay. Another topic I want to talk about, you're a member of the Conservative House Freedom Caucus, which we here at the Hill write a lot about, NewsNation talk a lot about. You're a very central group up on Capitol Hill.
No.
It was founded more than a decade ago as this sort of way to be a thorn in leadership's side, try to make legislative products more conservative, move folks to the right, which has certainly achieved in recent years. But over the past 6 months, the first 6 months of the Trump administration, there have been a number of instances where the Freedom Caucus has made very lofty threats to leadership, particularly regarding the big, beautiful bill, and then right before the vote, have a meeting with President Trump or talk to President Trump. And I'm not talking about you specifically, I'm talking about members of the group at large. And then folks have fallen in line. That most recently happened about 2 or 3 weeks ago with the final passage of the big, beautiful bill. A number of the Freedom Caucus members have said they can never vote for the Senate changes, and then a few hours later, they ended up voting for it. Given those dynamics, are you concerned that the recent acquiescence by Freedom Caucus members takes away how people see the group and how much stock that people give the group and how much they take them seriously?
No, I don't think so. I think, look, being a Freedom Caucus member, yeah, we're trying to move every package we can to the right and to be the most conservative policy that can be accomplished. And I think that Congress is better served with the Freedom Caucus as an organization. And I can give you numerous examples of my times here. But, you know, I go back to a couple of years ago when we were trying to figure out how to do the debt ceiling with then Speaker McCarthy and Speaker McCarthy and trying to
President Biden.
And President Biden. And so at the time, you know, President Biden didn't want to negotiate with anybody. Well, the push on you need to negotiate, that came from the Freedom Caucus, where Freedom Caucus members were insistent about saying we have to be insistent that President Biden meet with Speaker McCarthy to discuss this. And so I think that people might have disagreements, whether it's within the House chamber or anywhere else, about some of the tactical decisions that HFC decides to use or employ. But at the end of the day, it is actually proven to be effective to move the various policies that have gone through Congress essentially to be more conservative packages. Like in One Big Beautiful Bill, one of the big concerns was that there were people in the conservative movement and even on Capitol Hill were concerned about a lack of cuts. But I will tell you right now, if it wasn't for House Freedom Caucus, the cuts that are in the one big, beautiful bill wouldn't have happened. I'm just telling you, because I was there.
But on that note, and particularly what got a lot of attention was about 3 weeks ago with the final passage vote, a number of Republicans in the Freedom Caucus saying they had problems with the Senate changes, and then nothing was different in the final product. Are you concerned that episodes like that have the Freedom Caucus lose credibility among the public?
No, I don't think so. I really don't. I think that it's more about you. In politics, you got to be in the room if you want to win. If you're trying to get something accomplished, you don't do that by sitting in your office and then waiting for the leadership to ring the bell to go vote. Sometimes you have to negotiate tough. Sometimes you have to stand toe-to-toe with your leadership, not because you're opposed to them when it comes to policy, but you just want to see the most effective thing happen for the American people. And so, no, I don't think that at all. I think that, especially with One Big Beautiful Bill, the president met with HFC members. I was there for these meetings, and I was supportive of the bill. There were certain things the president discussed in those meetings that I think gave comfort to members to say, you know what, okay, Mr. President, this is your agenda, and we are here for you, and we're going to deliver the final votes. It was much more about that. I think the media narrative in Capitol Hill of, oh, Freedom Caucus said this, but then they did this, I think that's more for clicks. If you look at the effectiveness of what is occurring, I mean, it's happening right now with the Genius Act and Clarity Act. What I think is going to happen, I think Genius is going to pass. I think Clarity is going to pass. I think Whip Emmer's bill on anti-CBDCs is going to pass.
Pass the House or also pass the Senate?
I think it's going to pass the House. Do we accomplish or get as close as we can to abolishing CBDCs before they even start? I think that's actually quite possible. And I think that's possible because, in part, of stances from members of the Freedom Caucus.
What do you see, and we only have less than a minute left now, what do you see as the Freedom Caucus's mission these days? Is it still the mission it was founded on more than 10 years ago?
Yeah, I think two key things. One is to make sure that the House is putting out as conservative package as possible. I think two is making sure House leadership, and listen, being in leadership is tough, but being in House leadership that you stay to the rules as much as you can, that govern the process, and we try not to circumvent them. And then the third one, which is in a lot of respects the first one, in this juncture in the United States, getting us to cut spending and be fiscally responsible. And look, there's members all over town, when they run back home or when they're giving speeches on the floor in conference or whatever, they'll say, oh yeah, we gotta be responsible, we gotta be responsible. But when it's time to actually write the bills and be in the room, and you gotta challenge leadership, or you have to challenge a chairman, you want House Freedom Caucus in there. And they're committed to that, I'm committed to that, and that's why I think the ability to get things done is not gonna be diminished going forward.
All right, we'll leave it there. Congressman Byron Donalds, Republican from Florida, running for governor.
I love her.
And in a lot of different groups also. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you.
Please welcome News Nation contributor Chris Cillizza in conversation with the Vice Chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, Congressman Ro Khanna.
Hey, all. Thank you for having me. I very rarely get introduced at all. It's always nice. Like Chris Cillizza, it always sounds good.
You're an institution.
Yeah.
Washington Post, now Substack.
Way to butter me up. Somebody told me when I was like 23, the most important 3 letters in news is NEW. So I want to ask you 2 quick new questions, and then we'll talk about it later.
Yes.
We have had a back and forth about Jerome Powell and Donald Trump. I want to ask you 2 things. Do you believe Donald Trump can legally fire Jerome Powell? And do you think Donald Trump would, irregardless of your answer to the first question, do you think Donald Trump might fire Jerome Powell?
The second is easy, yes, he may. On the first, if there's actual cause of malfeasance or a crime or misuse of funds, if there's a just cause, then he has the authority. But of course, what he's trying to do is manufacture this controversy about what Fed spending
has taken place and some renovation because he's just upset that Jerome Powell isn't lowering interest rates. And Jerome Powell keeps telling him, I want to lower interest rates, just stop announcing new tariffs every 30 days. I mean, it's not like Powell doesn't want to lower interest rates. I mean, he has actually the same incentive as Donald Trump. Both of them want a good economy. He's kind of telling Trump, look, I'm telling you what you need to do to have a good economy, and Trump's arguing with him.
All right, second new thing. You have been deeply involved, and I just want to get the latest because I have not been super on my phone in the last 45 minutes, on the release of the Jeffrey Epstein file.
I'm glad you had the release in there, not just deeply involved in the...
Yeah, deeply involved. No. You got to be really careful with your words there. With the release of the Jeffrey Epstein investigation, this is something that has split the right. I saw right before I came on, Eric Burleson from Missouri, not exactly a common ally of yours, has signed off on a discharge petition. Give us the latest on it, why you got involved, the Rules Committee vote, and then where you think it might go.
Well, to me, this has been the biggest split, actually, in the MAGA base that I've seen in my time in Congress. Massey and I do a lot of stuff together, Thomas Massey from Kentucky. And we have been particularly collaborative on stopping overseas wars. We led together the Yemen War Powers Resolution that led to Trump in the first term voluntarily suspending refueling. We led together the Iran War Powers Resolution. And so he's been texting, and I've been talking to him, and he said, look, this is crazy. I mean, we should be on the side of getting this information released. Let's team up again. I said, absolutely. He said, can you deliver the Democrats? I said, Massey, that's easy. Yeah, well, I'll get you the 212 Democrats. What about the Republicans? He said, I can get Republicans. Now, when he said that about the Iran War Powers Resolution, we got one Republican, Thomas Massey.
He should have said, I can get Republican.
But this time, a few hours in, we've gotten 6 Republicans. Lauren Boebert, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Burchett, Burleson, Van Doren, and I forget the final name. He's texting, my phone's blowing up because he keeps texting me, hey, we got another Republican. I think, you tell me you've watched politics a long time. I'll tell you why I think this is such a big issue. Donald Trump's whole theme was that you've been screwed. You've been screwed because your jobs went offshore. You've been screwed because all the wealth's piling up in Roe's district and you don't recognize yourself. You've been screwed, and I disagree with this, but his story, because your immigrants have taken your jobs. And you know what? This government has just been taken over by these rich and powerful people. Mm-hmm. And by the way, I played that game. I used to pay them off. I was part of that system. I'm going to tear down that system.
And in fact, he would say that regularly on the campaign. I know all these people. I know how to play the game better than them.
And I don't even think it matters if his name comes in the Epstein file. I think people just discount that. But what matters is that he's not releasing it. He's not exposing it. His whole thing was, I'm going to take these folks down. I'm going to take down and show people how corrupt government is, and it's not working for you. And that's why I think this has such resonance on both the left and the right, because there's a sense in both sides that life hasn't really been fair in America.
Give me your as honest as you can opinion. Discharge positions are very rare for people who don't know. It's very hard to make it happen. Give me your honest assessment of your chances here.
Honestly, I think the chances are very, very good that something is going to happen. Now, usually what happens is when you get momentum for a discharge petition, the speaker does something else, some other action happens. You already see Trump changing his position, right? First, he was like, let's just move on when he still has that. But then he's like, well, the critical information can get released. I would be shocked if there's not some release in response to this, whether it satisfies people or not. I don't know. But 6 Republicans and prominent people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Burchett, prominent Republicans signing on within 2 hours leads me to believe that this is real. I mean, this is something that it almost doesn't matter whether we get the vote. If you've got 225 people signed up or more, 10, 15 Republicans, and then they pull some maneuver like they did with Luna when she wanted to do the vote on moms being able to vote remotely, and they shut off the discharge petition. Okay, fine, that didn't capture the national interest. This would create headlines. So if they try a maneuver like that, it's almost as bad.
I want to talk about your party a little bit. So Zoran Mamdani, the Democratic nominee for mayor of New York City.
I saw him this morning.
I know he came to meet with folks. I became aware you were there. I have a few Mamdani-related thoughts. Give me your, number one, had you met him before in person? I don't know that. And number two, what's your overall Zoran Mamdani read? And I have a broader Democratic question. Go ahead.
I had met him over breakfast, not well before he was Zoran, just like he's an assembly member who was part of the Democratic Socialists of America, and he was over breakfast. And I mean, it was fine, but I didn't pay much attention.
You weren't like, that guy's going to be the next
I didn't think that was guy. Of course, not that Zoran, I mean, is very different than Obama, but I was at University of Chicago where Obama was a lecturer, and no one really paid attention to him either. And then 4 years later, he's, keynoting the Democratic convention. So my ability to spot these things isn't always.
I will, just to make you feel better about Obama, I was at a small congressional publication at the time in 2000, when Barack Obama was running against for the House. And I remember meeting him and coming out, and I was like, nobody named Barack Obama is going to win it. Yeah. It was against Bobby Rush. Now, he did lose that race, but he kind of went on to other things. Go ahead.
So, he was there. One, if you haven't met, how many people here have ever met him or heard him talk other than on TV? Nothing. All right, well, I
haven't met him, don't want to meet him.
I know NewsNation. It's a fair place. I go on Pomo all the time. But look, he's a talented politician. I mean, I say this in that if you just meet him and you see how he talks about the issues and you see his facility with issues, I think you'll find that he's a talented politician. Just on the out, Donald Trump's a very talented politician, right? I don't agree with him as a leader. He's a very talented politician. AOC is a very talented politician. Mamdani is a talented politician. The conversation, without going into anything detail, was really here are two of the people in modern politics who have been the best at digital organizing, digital video, and what is it that we need to do to be effective at that. And that's really what the conversation was. I saw Gottheimer there. I said, do we have a Middle East peace plan yet or not? And he left.
Yeah. Is he a good thing or a bad thing for the Democratic Party?
He's a good thing. And I'll tell you why. He has relentless energy. He knows how to win online. We got crushed online in 2024. He is focused ultimately on the economic issues, on how are we going to reduce costs, and showing people that we can reduce costs. And Democrats are going to be judged on their own positions. I mean, for example, I've said I condemn globalized intifada for the past 10 years. And if you're a good enough leader, a good enough politician, you will be judged based on what you stand for, not based on the associative property of everyone affiliated with you.
Are you surprised or not with the fact that a number of Democratic House members, I'm thinking of Tom Suozzi from New York, have come out and said, like, this is not my vision or version of the Democratic Party?
Well, I think Tom is speaking, one, authentically to who he is and to his district, and that's fine. I mean, Mamdani is not Hakeem Jeffries, and he's not our nominee in 2028, and he's not the Senate Majority Leader. He's the mayor of New York, and he's part of a interesting coalition. I mean, if you were to look at FDR and the New Deal, and look at Congressman Rankin, it was a vicious anti-Semite who was also a segregationist, and we would not have had the ability to have the electric Tennessee Valley without him. And so you can have in politics a view of total purity, or you could have, I guess, Donald Trump's view, like I'll make the deal with Robert Kennedy when Kamala Harris isn't, and win. And people who win usually have bigger coalitions.
I want to talk about the Democratic Party. You and I have talked about this before, but the Democratic Party right now, so much focus is on Trump. Trump is a scene eater. Whether you like him or you don't, the guy just draws a lot of oxygen. But the Democratic Party, according to every poll that I've seen, is at or close to, brand-wise, the lowest it's been in 4 decades. Yeah. People saying, do you have the basic question, do you have a favorable or unfavorable view of the Democratic Party? Number one, why is that? Mm-hmm. And number two, how the heck do you solve for that? Or what is Ro Khanna's answer for that?
Look, I think 3 reasons I would tell you why we're in the place we are. First, how did we allow Donald Trump to win twice, right? I mean, you know, we must have done something wrong as a party. Like, you can't argue that the party is succeeding when this person, Donald Trump, with the favorability he has, wins twice and wins all 7 swing states. Second, total up all of the years. One of the tests I say is total up all the years that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance have in elective office, and total up all the years Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have in elective office. The people who are out there speaking for us have been in office since the 1970s, 1980s. And like the ones who are the next generation, like Kamala Harris or Gavin Newsom, been there since like the late 1990s. J.D. Vance got elected in like 2020, right? AOC got elected in 2018. And so we've become affiliated with the status quo. And third, we became, for whatever reason, the party, the non-rebellious, the non-independent party. We became the party that said, we're going to tell you what to do and things are fine. And the Republicans became the party with the edge, and they're the party with a little bit of a rebelliousness. So those, I think, are the overarching regions. Obviously, I have my own vision and my own ideology of where I think the party should go. But I think on a deeper place, whether you're a progressive like me or a more centrist, I think people would probably agree with that general assessment.
And do you, I want to talk about 2028 and you, but before we get there, do you think is talking about, well, is the party going to nominate a liberal or a moderate, is that the right frame in 2028? Is that the right frame to think about? Is that the frame you think about it with?
I think the first frame is, are you going to be more of the same, or are you going to be something truly different, fresh, different, willing to challenge the establishment? And that, to me, is, are you an insider or an outsider? Less about, are you going to fight or not fight? More, are you going to be something fresh? And that fresh could be someone progressive or not progressive. But I do think the ideological debates actually will matter in this party. I mean, are you for Medicare for all or not? Are you for taxing people who are wealthy or not? Are you for having universal child care at $10 a day or not? The idea that Democratic voters aren't going to care about that and they'll just care about the aesthetic certainly hasn't been true in recent primaries, hasn't been true in congressional primaries, and I don't think it'll be true in 2028.
I don't know that everyone is aware that you've been doing this, but one of the things that you've been doing is going around the country to districts that Republicans won.
Right.
Why? And then what have you heard?
So there are 2 things I've been doing. One, for the past 9 years, going to towns and communities that have been deindustrialized and hard hit. Places like Johnstown, Pennsylvania, Lorain, Ohio, Warren, Ohio, Downriver, Michigan, Plainsville, Kentucky, and listening to people. And I show up and they say, okay, he's this Indian guy from Silicon Valley. We don't know much about him, but he probably understands tech. He probably understands the future of some things about the economy. My district has 5 companies in 50-mile radius that are $1 trillion or more. NVIDIA, Apple, Google, Tesla, and Broadcom. And you see the story of these towns, hollowed out, manufacturing left, people saying their kids can't live here, one-way tickets out, totally abandoned. And so one of the things I learned is the governing class's failure in this country. You can't have a nation half prosperous and half in decline. And the Democratic Party's biggest betrayal has been a neglect of communities in this country that have been hollowed out and declining while we've had islands of prosperity. More recently, I've gone to Republican districts with large Medicaid population and tried to galvanize people to say, look, really, for the working class and you want to cut Medicaid? You know, what we really need to do is expand Medicaid. And my district doesn't need more tax breaks. I don't understand it, really. All the billionaires, statistically, are in my district. The guy who represents all the wealth, more wealth generated in my zip code than has ever been generated in the history of humanity, literally. And I'm like, tax the billionaires. They still keep sending me to Congress. Why is this a hard vote for 434 other members of Congress? You know who gets it is Steve Bannon. He's like, yeah, tax the billionaires. Tax them so we can have working class families have a fair shot. So I've been going in these districts and trying this message. Now, in fairness, 90% of people who show up are Democrats or independents, but they're showing up. Once I had Trump protesters in Allentown show up, 30 of them, and this is why I tell every Democrat they need to go on Fox News, because one of the people yells out, "Kana!" And I look up, I'm a little startled. She says, "Can I get a selfie?" I said, "Yes, absolutely. I saw you on Fox News." So we start to talk, and they come into my town hall. And, you know, they don't agree with everything, but some of the things they start to agree with. And so by conversations like that, you start to learn a little bit more about your own blind spots. And then I want to let you answer. But one of the big problems with the Democratic Party has been that we were way too judgmental of people who voted for Donald Trump. The best story ever done on me was a guy named Russell Berman. He's a journalist at The Atlantic. He followed me back to Bucks County. We met with my favorite social studies teacher from 10th grade. And at the end of it, I mean, this guy's effusive and praising me and that I showed such a passion at a young age. And Berman says, "Would you vote for him?" And the guy says, I voted for Donald Trump twice. And that was the first time I realized that my favorite social studies teacher had voted for Donald Trump twice. We acted as if the problem was the voters. The problem was the party. And we acted with a condescension and a judgment on voters. And that's, I think, the first thing we need to change.
Okay, last thing. You will later this week, Friday, go to South Carolina for several days. I am old enough to know that a politician from California doesn't go to South Carolina. I mean, it's lovely, a little hot this time of year, but doesn't go to South Carolina on accident. Are you running for president? Are you thinking about running for president? When will you make a decision about that?
Well, first of all, I focus obviously on the House, taking me out of the House, going to Nancy Mace's district, which I do think could be competitive, with Jonathan Jackson going to Timmons's district. And I've been working with Mr. Clyburn for many years on getting Silicon Valley tech partnerships with Claflin and South Carolina State, and not just in South Carolina, Jackson State and other broader regional HBCUs down in the Black South. But I want to be part of the future conversation in this party. I believe we need a 21st century economic jobs vision in this country. How are we going to actually create 21st century jobs in every part of the country? I believe we need a new economic patriotism. Donald Trump's right. We need to bring manufacturing back, but he's not going to do it just by tariffs. We need to have federal investments. We need 1,000 trade schools. We need AI academies. And I believe that I have a vision that is the right vision for this country's economic renewal to lead China. And I want that vision out there. Now, whether I run or whether I get behind someone and have a network that can then support them, I haven't decided. But I do know this: the Democratic Party has not had a compelling economic vision for years. I have a compelling economic vision. I know what this country needs to do to have prosperity in different parts. I know what this country needs to do to win in the 21st century. And if the Democrats win on that issue, a lot of the other issues will fall by the wayside, because this country, and maybe this country, what inspires me ultimately is that when my parents came to America in the 1960s, it was John F. Kennedy years, going to the moon. This was the place to be. We were humming. We were brimming with confidence. We've got to build that country again. I see that country in Silicon Valley. I see that the world is the oyster for young people. We can do that across this country, and I want that to be part of the conversation.
I have more questions, but I'm being told it's the end. Congressman Ro Khanna, thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to go that way. Thank you, my friend. And I want to welcome the In the Know columnist, Judy Kurtz, in conversation with Maryland Congressman Glenn Ivey, who you may not know, but is an excellent basketball player. Excellent basketball player. Here he is. Nice. How are you, sir? Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Hello, everyone. Welcome, Congressman. We are the only thing keeping this wonderful crowd from their cocktail reception. So we're like the amuse-bouche before go out and get your mojitos and all that. But
I want to drink just as badly as they do.
All right. Well, you'll be out there with them in a few minutes. But we so appreciate you being here today. We have limited time. I want to talk first about the big tax bill that recently passed. CBO estimates that federal spending on Medicaid in Maryland will be slashed by $16 billion. What can lawmakers in the state do to compensate for that loss?
Well, it's a real limited ability to compensate for that loss. My wife is on the county council for Prince George's County. My middle son, I've got 5 sons and a daughter. The middle one is in the Annapolis. He's in the General Assembly. And they're both having, funding crises right now, too. So to pass it to the state and local level, which apparently is some of the thinking behind what my Republican colleagues did, in a state like Maryland is a dead end. So we'll try and find ways to support it, but the funding is going to be limited. So what you're going to have is, especially with respect to Medicaid, you're going to have people that get kicked off the rolls and don't get certain types of health care anymore. You'll have, sometimes there'll be medical facilities that shut down, whether they're hospitals or urgent care facilities or whatever. More likely, though, for many of them is they'll shed units that are less profitable than others, or that they think carry more risk, like OBGYN. So I think that's what's going to happen in the short run. People are going to, whether people connect the dots, because it won't be immediate, the Republican strategy of pushing it down the road, I think is something we have to make sure that we keep on the public's mind. And, doing it so it comes after the midterm, I think what we have to do as Democrats is say, use it for campaign fodder. Cancel the cuts needs to be the mantra we run on, I think, so that they remember that they have yet another opportunity to reverse what was done, or at least to try.
How concerned are you that Democrats won't be able to leverage the deep cuts, the dead end that you mentioned, especially to Medicaid, to SNAP? They won't be able to leverage that enough in 2026 to flip the House and the Senate.
I'm not very worried about that, I must say. And we can't be overconfident, but I think the public's going to be able to connect those dots. And there's so many of them, too. We keep hearing about more of them. The day before we got in the car, I heard they're cutting funding for after-school programs. So, for many parents out there who last year, they were picking up junior they couldn't pick them up at 3 because they had to keep working. I don't know what they're going to do. And they're giving them like 5 minutes notice because this is the end of July. So there are going to be little landmines like that keep popping up over and over again. And I think with tariffs, other things that Trump's done, tariffs is one of the worst, I think. From a Republican standpoint, I really don't understand what the thinking was there. I thought what he would do was focus on China and the technology piece, because we really are getting robbed blind by the Chinese with respect to technology. But to put tariffs on every country, on every good, everywhere at the same time is nuts. And then doing that at the same time, you're alienating our allies, whether it's in the EU or Canada or Mexico, and now Brazil, and we're getting into these trade wars. I think that'll lead to prices going up, and people aren't going to like that. The answer about getting two dolls at Christmas, if that's what happens to people, they got to cut back on the toys they get their kids. It's going to be a major problem for the Republicans as they come towards that. So we'll see if they try and avoid driving off the cliff. But right now, that's what they're doing.
You said as far as the midterms, you don't want to be overconfident. Earlier at the Hill Nation Summit, your colleague Ted Lieu said that he expects the House to flip to the Democrats in the midterms. Do you share that same sense of confidence? And if you were a betting man, what percentage chance do you think Democrats have to win the House?
I mean, I think it's really high that we should be able to win the House back, in part because of the historic dynamic of a president losing control frequently of the House as a midterm election. I think the mistakes he's making, and the public's getting it. I mean, this bill, H.R. 1, last I looked was underwater 21 points. And he's even starting to slip on the immigration issue, which I think he's in the negative on now. And I think he's got the lowest rating of any president at this point in the second term. So he's hurting himself a lot. And I don't know, he's a very stubborn guy. I don't know if he's going to try and correct it. And he doesn't have Republicans that are steering him in a different direction. They're kind of going along with him by and large. So I don't know that it changes. Now, to Roe's point, though, a minute ago, if we layer on top, we being the Democrats, layer on top of that an affirmative message, and there's a lot to correct, so in a way, just correcting what he's done becomes an affirmative message, right? But if we can put other pieces to that, we could really have very strong gains. I'm not going to say we're going to pick up the Senate, but if they stay on this track, it could be in play.
I want to talk to you a little bit about that messaging. You said recently that your constituents who overwhelmingly voted for Vice President Harris in last year's White House race are angry, but you said, quote, "We have to channel that anger in the right way with a focus on 2026. What would you consider, how would you describe the right way to channel that anger?
Well, part of what we were getting, and there's still some of this now, is do something immediately. So there are people that want immediate results. And, you know, if you saw my town hall meeting clips, it's like, go get arrested. It's, you know, go do protest things and the like. And all of that's fine. Well, I'm not going to get arrested in the short run anyway. But you know, the protest politics, which can be effective, and we're seeing some of that in LA, frankly, but it has to be aimed at the midterms, right? It has to be mobilizing voters who are angry about what he's doing. And in that instance, in part, it's immigration issues and the ICE sweeps and all of that stuff, which seem to be getting worse by the day. But if it's connected to that, then it can be very strong. The mobilization piece can grow out of that, and I think we're seeing that already. If you want to turn voters out, get them angry, get them excited, and here he's got both of those going on at the Democratic side. So we'll see if we can sustain it, but I think it's certainly heading in the right direction for us at this point.
You said you don't plan to get arrested in the near term, but you said recently that you would be willing to get arrested. How do you think you balance, you know, possibly, you know, getting arrested, that kind of civil disobedience, being strategic and effective versus being seen as performative?
Well, it is performative. I mean, it really is. So the rest of the quote was, I got arrested when I was at Princeton. We were protesting apartheid investments by the university. And it was performative, and we made the New York Times, and we were all excited about it. And it did get the point out there. But the performance has to be connected with results. The civil rights movement, which is also performative, Birmingham, Selma, all of those were performative efforts. And I don't mean that in a pejorative way. They were enormously effective, but they were all aimed at the Voting Rights Act, the Civil Rights Act, the Fair Housing Act, and all of those things came along in part because of their efforts and also in part because LBJ and to some extent the work that was done on the Hill were moving it in that direction. So, but if you can get it so it's all working together, it can be enormously powerful.
Do you think Democrats right now have a unifying message going into the midterm elections? And if so, what is that message?
Well, kind of, like I was saying a minute ago, reversing what just has been done is going to be a strong and unifying message. And one of the things that's interesting about today, I don't always agree with my colleagues who think there has to be that one, you know, what is it, we're the change we've been waiting for, you know, or yes, we can. I don't know that you have to have those kind of slogans anymore. It's great to have it, but the media piece is so diffuse now that people are getting their news and their information and making political decisions that aren't hearing your message like that at all. They're not watching, no offense, a lot of the TV talking heads and the TV news. They're getting it off, you know, the Rogan podcast or, you know, some sports station that they listen to where they happen to talk about something on the side about it. And we need to make sure we're filling all of those too. And there's a lot of stuff. Trump has been uniquely, well, destructive in so many different ways that you could just pick one and stay with. You know, we could have a Medicaid-specific message and just do that for a year and a half. You could have a rule of law violations message and do that for a year and a half. You could have a corruption message and do that for a year and a half easily. And I think all of those things need to be presented, but they don't all have to come from one source. And none of us, we got 200 plus, you know, Democrats in the House and Senate together. We can speak in different ways to different media outlets and different communities and get different messages across. There can be overarching messages too, but just getting the point out there is a very big one. And then the affirmative messages, man, some of them are, if he stays on the track where he's sort of undermining our relationships with our allies around the world and withdrawing our influence, part of the message could quickly turn into, we've had a Sputnik moment with China. We need to catch up. And that's going to be true, I think, on the diplomatic front. That could potentially be true on the military front, given what he's done with Russia. I wouldn't be surprised if China did some things that could put the White House in a difficult situation. And then the cuts to science and technology and education and research and development are going to set us back a generation, I think, easily. So I think all of those things, and we could do more of them, but, it's frustrating to think it through, frankly. But that's the damage he's done in 6 months.
You raised some eyebrows, I would say, a few months ago when you said that it may be time for Senate Democrats to, quote, get a new leader. Do you still feel that there should be perhaps a change among Democratic leadership?
Well, the Schumer comment was sort of that one. We'll see. I think we've got some votes coming up, some bills that we'll have to think through how to play them as we get there. But I'd say my worst fears have come to pass. Part of my concern then was if we didn't do something, we being the Democrats on Capitol Hill, do something to draw a line. And that was the vote where we still had the filibuster that could have derailed potentially the CR that the Senate ended up moving through. And we don't have any of those kinds of barriers to votes in the House. So it just flew through. And there's a ripple effect that comes with that, that we're going to be feeling for at least another year, I think. Hopefully, there's a sense that I think the argument was, well, if we do that, it'll be easier for the Trump administration to lay off government employees, a shutdown. He's had no trouble laying off government employees based on that. To some extent, the courts have slowed him down, but even the Supreme Court's pulling back from the preliminary injunctions that they put in place. USAID doesn't even exist anymore. It's, 2 blocks that way? Basically, I guess there's something in, statutory about it, but all the employees are gone, the building is gone. They're talking about filling it with the FBI. And, the rescissions provision, it looks like they're going to pull PEPFARs out of there. I sure hope so, because if they don't, millions of people will die. But that's all happened since that vote. And, I don't think the position they took helped the Democratic Party or helped the country.
Do you think that term limits are part of that conversation? One thing I've noticed, particularly among the D.C. area lawmakers, is the age issue. Your colleague, Maryland Congressman Steny Hoyer, is 86. He would be running for his 24th term in office. Congressman Jerry Connolly of Virginia sadly passed away. He was in his 70s. He was battling cancer. D.C. Delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton is 88. You're practically a tween in Congress. You're 64 years old.
I'm part of the youth movement.
Yeah, there you go. Do you think Democrats should be passing the torch to a younger generation?
I think it depends on who it is. I was just marveling about, Nancy Pelosi, who was 87, somewhere in there. But, I asked her a question. I guess I can't put out what the conversation was, but it was like, yeah. She instantly went back to it's a piece of legislation. And she was just like, bang, 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 bang. This is what we did. This is how it passed. This is what happened in the Senate. This is what you should do now. And I was like, yeah. So 87, 47, whatever that number is, it's still at the top. It's still the A game. Now, if people have slipped, that's another story. But, I think it's a tricky path to go down. Term limits, I think, don't work because they're not connected to age or competence, really. It's just when did you get there and get started. so you could have really young people. Nancy Pelosi and Steny Hoyer would have been gone under that. Like, I don't know, they had 8 years that Matt Gaetz was proposing, consider the source. And, you know, they would have been gone 30 years ago. And I don't know that the nation would be better for that. Jim Clyburn was speaking at one of our caucus meetings today. Brilliant. And the fact that he could recall, it was actually about John Lewis's anniversary of his death this week. And he was talking about when he met John Lewis and their first meeting with Martin Luther King when they were trying to make a decision about how they should proceed in Selma. And the issue was whether Dr. King should show up and be part of that effort or not. Now, you know, he's been here 32 years, I think. I thought that was a really important piece of information to hear, and having that historical perspective helps. So I'm not big on term limits for legislators, or even, I guess the executive branch makes sense because of the accumulation of power that you can get. And man, is that true now? I just thought about how applicable that would be to this administration. But I'm not a big fan of that. And certainly the age piece, I think, is overblown.
A question that's typically reserved for maybe your female colleagues has to do with family. And you mentioned you're the father of 6. How do you balance your job, your role in Congress with 6 kids?
Yeah, you're right. That is typically reserved for the female. And my wife is in office, as I mentioned earlier. The way she did it was after the youngest one got to be 8 or so, she'd stayed home and, you know, was working on raising them, because she hit, after like the second kid, it was just not cost effective to keep working. And she had been working. Her first job in politics was for Ben Cardin on his press secretary when he was on the House side. So there's another one going back a ways. But she did 15 years, and then she decided he was going to go to school, and then she decided to run for office. And she ran and won the race for the House of Delegates. So I think that was one way. And then when she was running that first time, you know, and I was state's attorney at the time, I sort of cut back so that she could be out there more. The other time that I did that too was when she ran for lieutenant governor. And I was in private practice then, but, you know, I'm home cooking and doing all that, much to my children's chagrin. They got tired of pizza. That's how bad it was. They put their money together and bought a cookbook. So, you know, it might have been cruelty to children in a later era at this point. But you know, you try and balance that out. But I mean, at this point in my life, my kids are grown. She's out living the same political life, you know, the work-life balance thing. I don't have hobbies. I don't play golf. We do Sunday dinners with the families because all 6 are in the area. They'll come over on Sundays. But other than that, I mean, I love my job. I love my work. And I feel that this is a pivotal moment historically, and I'm committing myself to it.
We're about to wrap up. So final question. You mentioned your wife, Jolene, who's a Prince George's County Council member. Your son, Julian, is a Maryland state delegate. Your family has been described as a political dynasty. So my question is, what advice about politics do you give your family, and what advice does your family give you?
Well, I always like to say we're like the Kennedys, but without the money. So, you know. Well, I mean, one of the things I've always tried to do is make sure I don't pressure my kids to do anything one way or the other. So my dream as a kid was to play in the NBA, as Chris would have told you. We talked about that when we did our piece together. Obviously, I didn't make it. I didn't push any of my kids to do basketball because they're a little taller than me, but not tall enough.
Wait, how tall are you?
I'm 5'9".
With the basketball dream? All right.
With the basketball dream. Well, there's a guy, you won't know this, but Spud Webb. How many of y'all know Spud Webb? Yeah. So Spud was playing at NC State. He was 5'6", I think. And he could do two-hand reverse dunks. So I'm going out watching the ACC, and I'm like, I can be that guy. It's still within range. I just saw a clip, actually. He's my age. He's like 60-something. He can still do that. Yeah, they showed a clip of him doing it. Maybe it was AI. I don't know.
You never know these days.
But, you know, the thing is, you all do your thing. The one who is in office now, Jolene had him doing like a little local play thing. And one of the older girls in the play had gotten an agent and got recruited to go do TV or something. And so he heard that. He was like 5 or something at the time. And he comes up to us. He says, I want an agent too. So I like pat him on the head and say like, okay, sure. So we take him to the agent. She hires him. She picks him up on the spot, right? And about 3 months later, he's at the Shakespeare Theater playing Kelly McGillis's son. And then he just kept working at it, culminated in, he was young Simba in Lion King on Broadway. Wow. Never had any expectation or thoughts about that happening, but, you know, support them, but stay out of their way, and it works out.
Have you officially given up on the basketball dream at this point, or could it still happen?
Yeah, I can just barely walk to the car at this point.
All right.
So, yeah.
Congressman Glenn Ivey, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And we'll bring back my colleague, Bill Salmon, for some closing remarks.
6'7", and I can no longer dunk. I don't know what my excuse is. It's great to see you, Congressman. Thank you. I thought today would be interesting. I didn't think it would be that interesting, and I think one of the reasons it occurs to me that it was so interesting is the length of these conversations, about 15 minutes, so different than some of the TV interviews that we do that are necessarily kind of clipped and truncated. And then on the other end of the spectrum, you have the 3 or 4 hour podcasts that I don't know who has time to listen to them, but a 15-minute conversation like this, it feels like the interviewee can really kind of get into a couple of ideas, a little nuance, maybe a little bit about themselves. And anyway, I enjoyed the heck out of it. I hope you did too. Thank you so much for coming. Everybody in the room, everybody who watched us on the live stream and on NewsNation. I should point out there's actually one more guest, kind of unofficial guest. Border Czar Tom Homeland couldn't be here in person, but he's going to be on Chris Cuomo on NewsNation in the 8 o'clock hour tonight, so be sure to watch that. I want to take a final opportunity to thank our sponsors, Mara, Capital Connect, and DDHQ. And with that, my name is Bill Salmon for the Hill and the NewsNation. Drinks are on the house. The cocktail party starts now. Thanks again for coming.
pay less taxes. Invest in Americans, and your government ought to reward you. Isn't that common sense? But the crazy thing is, for years, our government has done the exact opposite. We have rewarded people who shipped American jobs overseas and penalized the great small businesses who invested right here in America, right here at home. And the President Trump's leadership, we're flipping that on its head. If you're building here, if you're making here, if you're working in the United States of America, we just gave you a big, fat tax break. But if you're going to ship American jobs overseas, thanks to Donald Trump, you're going to pay a big, fat tariff. It's time to invest in our own country and our own people once again, and we're doing it. And here's the crazy thing. While we worked so hard, without a single Democrat in Congress supported this legislation, we worked so hard to get this legislation passed, to cut your taxes, to prevent big tax increases, to make it easier to save and invest right here in this great country that all of us love. Would you believe that the Democrats, they are attacking us every single day? And you know what their big line of attack is? Their big line of attack is that Donald Trump dares to put tariffs on foreign countries who try to bring their crap into the United States of America. And that's interesting to me, because Democrats seem to like everything that increases taxes. If you've got a health care problem, they'll say, well, just raise taxes, right? Health care costs in this country, we're working on it. They're way too expensive. Democrats will say, well, just raise taxes. We got not enough people working. Democrats will say, just raise taxes. That's their solution to every single problem. But you know, the one group of people in the entire world that they don't seem interested in penalizing, it's foreign countries that take advantage of this country, and that's got to stop. Part of the big, beautiful agenda is saying that if you're going to build something in the United States of America, we're going to reward you and we're going to fight for you. But if you want to build something overseas, you're going to pay a big, fat tariff before you bring it back into the United States of America, and that's exactly how it should be. For the first time, really in my lifetime, I'm 40 years old. I turned 41 in a couple weeks, but don't remind me. I appreciate that. I said don't remind me, but thank you. But here's the thing. For the first time in my life, we significantly cut the long-term spending problem that we have in this country. Because I see a lot of young people out here. And you know what I don't want to pass on to my kids and grandkids is this giant debt bomb that's hanging over their head for the rest of their lives. And thanks to President Trump's leadership and thanks to a lot of hard work from congressional Republicans, we are finally turning that around, getting Washington's spending under control in the same way that you've got to manage a household budget. The politicians in Washington ought to manage their budget in the exact same way.